Yeah, yeah. You know how we do. It's G Block in this bitch. Come on. Man like Veli in the building. Yeah, mate. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So big up the man them inside. Yeah, all type the crew that was waiting for the live stream to pop off. Big up yourself, all type Mr. Proclagity. Yeah. Ah, no, I can't even say it properly. Proclagity. Yeah, yeah. I'm all type man like Kushat Smoke. Big up yourself. All type James Jones. Yeah, old tight. Tunnel. Yeah, yeah. I cause you know what, yeah? Yeah, Sosa already told you about that name still, man. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. So yeah, man. The review of the week of G Block on trial. Obviously, or not obviously, it was a hard case. You know what I mean? We was on trial every day. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We had to fight a case every day, B. You get me? Cows die every day, B. You get me? Bad thing, yeah. So we bust case anyway. Yeah, not guilty on all charges. It was light work. Yeah. So yeah, man. Just me. So what's the people them saying, man? Yeah, we need a review of the week, man. On Sundays, yeah, if I can, yeah, and when I can on the Sundays, it's gonna be the review show. You get me? So we try to review the week and see what happened in the week. Like, is there anything extra? Anything we wanna, you know what I mean? Like, go back on. Anything we need clarification on? You know, shit like that, man. So yeah, yeah. Old type common sense. Old type King H. Old type Mo the Crow. You get me in the building. Yeah, walk one.
Yo, what's good, man?
That's popping, man. You said it, man.
Yeah, we charge you, found you guilty of everything that ever happened in history where someone committed the crime and thought they got away with it. We find the atheist guilty.
Yeah, man. Trust me. Yeah, you better find God guilty, man. 'Cause he's the one that made man get away with it.
Hey,
Yeah.
what was the most challenging thing you went through in the last week? What would you think is the most challenging questions for the team?
For I would say when um more of the stuff to do with the spirit and the soul sort of thing, because it wasn't. Do you know what I'm saying? There wasn't just one answer. So it weren't
Yeah.
like, yeah, we can find the answer, all look it up, and then that's it. It's solved.
What,
You
as in
get me?
what the spirit or soul is, or what?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like what the soul is. Is there any test that's been done to find out what it is and all the other added bits that went with it or whatnot? Do you know what I'm saying? I'm really and truly, yeah, true the audience, myself included, probably ain't the um, most scientifically minded people. If we did find the answer, or if we did have the answer that was already given to us, unless it was explained or pointed out, like this is what you're talking about, you sort of might have just looked past it anyway.
Yeah. What would you like? What's your conclusions of what a spirit or soul is, according to what everyone's been saying about it?
I don't think we've been able to get a definite conclusion yet because some people have said life force, and then some, yeah, so life force, and then I was like, right, when Witness was saying, you know, like the electrical sparks, the electric sparks that fire off in your brain to send
Yeah.
signals or whatever, is man talking about that? And man was like, no. Man was saying about
Mm.
what is it like your personality, you know, like your first person view of the world out of your eyes. Is it that sort of thing? And it weren't that. So I feel like to give it a explanation of what man was actually meaning by spirit soul, it's kind of hard still.
Yeah, it's weird because some people say that the spirit and the soul is the same thing, and some people would say they're two different things as well. You know what I
Exactly.
mean?
So getting the
Which makes it even
definitions.
Yeah.
You get me? So really and truly, yeah. That's why I've just lumped them both in one team, and we tried to get because it was Shaq that was bringing them questions still. So he was asking him what's the um like about consciousness as well. So we separated consciousness from life or spirit sort of thing. So I was like, right, because you can be alive and not conscious, but I'm not sure if you can be
Where did you lot
conscious
get
and
with
and not alive.
Shakara on the subject of being connected with the rest of the universe, basically?
So I feel like they were both talking past each other on that subject
Well, with Rob.
because I think Shakira was talking to Banksy on that subject there with the whole
Oh, yeah.
world was connected. It was Brother Moore actually and
Yeah,
Banksy.
well, Banksy isn't really the one to speak to about these things, man. I would have preferred to, like, when Rob and Shaka was talking about it that day, yeah, I did want
Yeah.
to chime in, but Rob must have left, innit? So didn't really
Some
get
bloody
to.
cats or something.
Yeah, I'm hearing
Sounds
that
like.
was.
Can you hear it?
Yeah,
What the
bro.
hell was that?
Uh,
It's a cat or something, isn't it?
yeah, there's like a
I'm
bag
looking
of
about like, right,
cats.
what's that?
What is that come?
Mad.
That's not come. That's coming from your end.
Yeah, it's coming from my end.
What's that,
I'm
bro?
looking about for where they are on that. Like, I don't even know where they are.
Oh shit, that sounds jokes though.
Mad.
Yeah, but flipping. I wanted to ask Rob, if because I think I don't remember who I spoke to about this when I asked them if they believe that a tree. We talk about the major organs, innit? We there?
Yeah. Yeah, go on. You're speaking about the major organs.
Yeah. Like, what do you think a major organ is?
What, like
I like James
your heart or
Jones.
your brain or whatever?
Yeah, it's the organs you need that if you let go of them, you'll die, innit?
Mm.
So, like, wouldn't
So, like your
plants
appendix, if
be?
you lost your appendix, you won't die. If you
Yeah, you
if you
can
lost a
run
toe,
through.
or even if you lost a foot, you won't die. Like as long as it's been, you know what I mean, like healed
Yeah.
or yeah,
So, like, would you say plants are human major organ?
a human's major organ.
Yeah,
Why would you say that?
because if you cut out the plant, the humans will die.
Would you think
Same way
that
if you cut out your lungs.
if there was no plants at all, then there would be no oxygen produced? You think? As I thought the plants take in carbon dioxide and produce a minor bit of oxygen. Like I didn't think it was like the world's oxygen comes from plants.
Then where does
Or
it come from? Like, obviously, we're always producing carbon dioxide, and then at some point, the oxygen supply will run out. The only thing that's supplying it to us in abundance is plants, isn't it?
yeah, I'm not sure still, but you can look
Like,
into
if
it
you
though.
take an individual one grass, yeah, but when you take all the plants into consideration, that's a lot of oxygen being made and a lot of carbon dioxide being
But when people are in space, they don't need
There's
plants.
no plants. This
Yeah,
is
they
an
can.
oxygen
yeah.
tank,
But if
but
they
they got
wanted to
oxygen
run on
tank in
an
it.
unlimited supply of oxygen, then they might have to.
No, but if now I swear you could just like use. Obviously, I'm not a chemist or whatever, but I swear you could somehow use.
Make a chemical reaction that produces oxygen.
Yeah, I know, but I use the water in it, the Earth's water supply.
What, in space?
No, no, no. I'm saying at present. I'm saying now on Earth we could
H2O in it.
yeah, we can
Yeah.
artificially manufacture oxygen and we can extract oxygen from other molecules, isn't it?
So, what do
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know that where the world's um major the world get their oxygen from? Is it all from plants, or
Yeah,
is
it's
it in the atmosphere already?
I think so.
it's majorly plants.
I think it's like
I think plants are important still, but I didn't think it was like if there was no plants in the world, then there'd be no oxygen in it. Because then,
Yeah, we'll die, bro.
no,
We'll die of
plants feed off
asphyxiation.
sunlight, water, and CO2 in it.
Yeah.
yeah,
So
So
then,
it is the
obviously,
thing that
so basically, plants need carbon dioxide. So maybe the atmosphere prior to what led to the like. Well, that's that's a good question, yeah, because what first, yeah? What organic material came first? It was plant life, innit?
Yeah. Wait, say that again.
Was it
There's something loud in the background.
was
Must be
plant life?
plant life or water. Like, yeah, sorry, there's some kid on his fucking moped, man.
But I thought plants come in the water, innit? Plants started in the water. They didn't start on the thing. They didn't start on
On the ground.
They
yeah.
must have. Like, if all life is made of water, then it must
Okay,
have.
so plants started in
Hey,
water.
do you know what? Yeah, man might do a fucking another trip to the Natural History Museum and actually just film the tour guide going
Yeah,
through
do
bits
that.
and pieces.
Do
Yeah,
that.
I went there with my youths and all that. I've been there a few times with them and whatever. Still, but
Do you know where I went last year? Yeah, I went to some art exhibit in I can't remember what fucking it was one of the main museums. I can't remember which one it was, man. It was like maybe the Victoria, so there's like an Albert or Victoria or some shit one.
What describe some of the examples of the exhibits you saw.
It's like ancient mummies, shit like that, and then they have painting, they have art things like
They have
historical
in
art,
the National History Museum.
National History Museum. Yeah, I went there the other day, and I was thinking, I was like,
what, the national or the natural?
no,
National.
national.
National
Okay.
History.
Because I think I was walking around thinking, I'm actually a dickhead. We've got all of this for free. You can come in whenever you want, bro. Like, and just learn anything. Just if you just walk around for like an hour and a half, you just learn a bag of shit, and it's like fun learning because you see something that captures your eye, and then there's all the information there, and you can just read it.
It's the bunking material, man. Because it's like, you know what I'm saying? Unless you've got the shit to debunk what the man them's got in the fucking
What
museum.
is that what you see when you go to a museum? Just debunking material.
Yeah.
Billy's
I'm thinking about ruining man's dreams in my sleep. You get me? I was like, I went last night. I was like, bro, whose dreams can I ruin this week? Bro? I'm like, fucking hell, man. It's a real someone's losing shit.
No, but do that though,
Yeah.
man. Do that. No, that's sick content, like.
Yeah, man.
That's sick content, like because that's something that, especially this channel, where people come. There's bare like debate. Also, yeah, random. You see, the next time you have a debate, can I put forward a new format?
Yeah.
What's that?
I'm done with all this 3 minute just chat and shit. Yeah, you might as well do. If someone wants to debate each other, they ask each other questions, and the moderator like little 2 minute, 1 minute introduction each, what they both want to say, and then from that point on, they have to respond to what each other says.
Yeah, right. Yeah, what you mean? You have to answer the question.
So, like,
or at least provide some source for your answers or something.
No, but that's what a debate should be. It should be all questions. So it should be, like, for example, let's say you've got a statement to make. Rather than make a statement to the crowd, make a statement and put it in a question form so the person can respond. Then the person gets to respond and ask you a question. Then you get to respond and ask them a question. And if you don't answer the question, that's when the moderator steps in.
Yeah, but James Jones, see at that point, you'd first need both parties to make an initial statement to clarify their position.
Yeah, I said 2 minute introductions each, or like a minute introduction each.
Oh yeah, okay.
And then from that point on, because bruv, when it's like,
jeez, man, like but a big up.
Yo, big up. What's going on?
That's good, man.
But when it's like, man, make a 5 minute statement, it just gets lost, bro. Like what the whole point of the whole thing is.
Bro, you know what I think makes everything get lost, yeah? Like, and this is why you need the moderator. What the most important thing about a moderator is, it sounds silly and like useless, yeah? But one of the most important things for a moderator to do is to translate what the person said, and not necessarily to change the words. It's better to use the exact same words that the person said, because you see, when you have two people going in at each other, you're not hearing the other person. Like I see this with a lot of people. They're not listening to what the other person is saying. They are responding to what they think the other person is trying to get to. So when a moderator, like say Veli goes, I think there's blue aliens on Mars. Like, all I have to tell you is James Jones, Veli is saying there are blue aliens on Mars. Literally, word for word what he said. Because when you hear it from someone else,
Shall we try and put that moderation thing to the test? Because I'm aware
I'd love to.
it's the last day of the old putting atheism on trial. So
No, we
maybe
bust case, brother. We bust case, G. Didn't you read it?
best case, you're not doing it no.
Hey, it was all over the news, brother. It was all over the news. Didn't you see? No, I'm joking. Ask what you want.
But do you know what?
Buddha,
it gets
Buddha,
it does-
Buddha. Do you know what channel
Yeah.
it was on? It was on BBC and it was on ITV. Guess what other channel it was on? It was on COE. You get me?
That's true. Though. Did your brother ever come on and debate the whole atheist? Is he an atheist? I don't know.
But he's with
You know what, yeah? Yeah, you have to
Nah,
ask him
his
still,
brother's
man.
still on
I don't
point.
know what his label is still.
All right, cool.
Mm.
But yeah, you know, it gets kind of crazy on there. So while it's kind of quiet and it's fresh, it's only 15 minutes in. I thought I'd break open a conversation quickly while it's quiet.
Hey, listen, yeah. But before you go in, yeah, I listen to everyone in the chat, yeah. Obviously, we started a bit late, yeah, but it's not going on till 7 in the morning or nothing like that. You get me? Like, boy, about fucking 12 o'clock latest. Yeah. So, yeah,
you know what? I'm not really on there that long. I don't really, when it gets crazy, I leave. So it's not like I'm going to be in there for hours and hours and hours. It's just all right. So look, what I really want to do is try and get the two atheists on the panel to acknowledge that there is some supernatural things in the world. Do you think that's doable?
Well, short
How?
of
First, you have to define what supernatural is. So
hold on. Short of me experiencing it, no. But if you just want to talk about stuff, I'm happy. But if you're saying like, you reckon you'll prove it to me by the end of this discussion, I doubt it.
Right. So, in both of you guys' mind, there is no such thing as a supernatural. So, supernatural being ghosts and all these types of things. I don't want to say things like mermaids and unicorns because that's more of a crypto creature type thing. I'm talking about things that we allegedly experience today.
Can I ask you a question? Yeah,
Go ahead.
Is it fair to, or not even really a question, but can we define it as something that will never be explainable by science?
Yes, so hence it being supernatural.
But wait, 1 second. Yeah. You can't really say that. You can't say it will never be explainable. All you can see is it has never been explained by science.
Okay, so rather than drag this, Dave, 1 second, yeah. Rather than drag this through, Buddha's accepted that definition, and he's the one making the claim. So allow him to.
Cool. But that's like a claim that you can't really.
But that's what he's saying. So that's what he wants to assume.
Cool. No, but in fairness, Dave does make a valid point. I mean, but we're gonna get off topic. That's why I don't really want to delve into that. Because it could be somebody from a parallel universe trying to contact us vis-a-vis ghosts or whatever, and that's just another subject. But I'm just trying to get you guys to maybe accept that there's a possibility of the supernatural.
No,
so
I've never.
Right. So
yeah, nothing over for frightening.
Yeah, definitely. And to be, you know, to let you guys know, I've never seen a ghost. Although I've tried many a time to find one, I've never seen one. So, but do we discount the existence of them just because we can't see them?
Not yet, but you don't say it's a factual thing because the same thing because it's not been proved. It's just up in the air, isn't it?
So I'll give you an example. Why you say up in the air? We recently saw the declassification of the Pentagon files and UFOs.
Right.
And how many years have they been saying there's no such thing as UFOs?
But the UFO's not a ghost, though.
Sorry?
But an unidentified flying object is not a ghost.
Yeah, no, I'm not
listen,
saying
one sec here. We got a new guy on the panel. Yo, Justin, big up yourself, bro. What's going on?
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. What's popping, man?
Big up Justin, man.
Well, just the talk of supernatural and deities and whether or not there is a condition above the human race, like it intrigued me, so I wanted to join the channel.
All right, cool, man. Big up yourself, bro. So, where are you from, bro?
I am from. I'm from Canada, but I live in the States.
Right.
I live in Maryland now. So
You more prone to the idea
but
that there
anyway,
is these kind of things in
I think
existence,
that
or
I
that there isn't.
agree much with the host that a God does not exist in the manner, and well, let me rephrase. A God does not exist in the manner that religion has taught himself to humanity. And that is the key to me, is that whether or not there is a condition above the human race, religion is by far not teaching the divinity to humans as it is for truth, if that makes sense.
So
So
what is it then? Is do you believe that there is a God still, just not the Abrahamic God?
I
Yo,
do
Belly,
believe.
I'm kind of straight off topic here, you know.
Oh
No,
yeah.
just
My bad.
I mean,
You know what? Yeah, Justin, we'll go back to you in a bit. Yeah, let Buddha carry on his question, and then we'll go back to you in a bit still.
Okay.
All right, cool.
right.
Yeah, Buddha, go to you, bro.
Wait,
So
hold
to
on, hold on 1 second. Is he an atheist though? Because he might be answering the questions too. Are you an atheist, Justin? This you might be able to answer this question that Buddha's going to ask. No, Justin, not there. Carry on, Buddha. Then. Fuck it.
So yeah, what was I saying? So UFOs, you know, like 10 years ago, someone started saying UFOs just because he was a tinfoil wearing hat dude, crazy nut job, etc., etc. But even the
Guilty.
US government have come out and declassified some footage. I think 3 pieces of footage where they acknowledge UFOs exist. So for a number of years, people have this position. So when we talk about ghosts and stuff like that, specifically ghosts, I feel like there's enough evidence, and maybe it's anecdotal, some people will call it, but evidence nevertheless throughout history of ghosts
Yeah,
existing.
like, I'll give you a piece of evidence. Yeah, you ever heard of the Black Knight?
The satellite Black Knight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah.
Why are you laughing, James Jones?
You talking about Somali Ahmed? You talking about?
Nah, you're taking a piss. Bro. No, it's taking- All right, so there's this thing called the Black Knight that orbits the Earth and collects information, and we don't know what it is to this day.
Allegedly. I don't know if they've proven that.
Yeah. Well, the
They were
public
saying
don't
some
know.
mad shit about Tesla was getting numbers from it or some bollocks. I don't know. I don't know. Again, unless it's kind
That's
of
just
proven.
one
I don't really...
example, innit?
Yeah. But I wouldn't say that the Black Knight satellite's a ghost. Still, I think it's
No, not a ghost, but like it's an unidentified flying object, isn't it?
Can I just say before we get lost, yeah? Simply put, how I'd respond to that, Buddha, is a ghost is meant to be the.
Can I propose a question?
Hold on, Justin. Let James finish. Go finish off, James.
I'm saying a ghost would be the opposite, in my opinion, would be the opposite of life, whereas a UFO or some kind of alien would be an example of life, or at the very least sentience.
Absolutely.
From within the universe.
I'm not so much disputing the UFO claim at the moment. I'm just saying that one thing was denied like a lot, and now it's not denied. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm saying evidence, for example, like evidence of a UFO does not go counter to everything we understand about the natural universe. However, a ghost would.
Yeah, definitely. I agree. But I'm just saying, I'm just bringing the point up where people didn't believe in UFOs, but now the government's come out and kind of vindicated those people who did. So I'm just making that point. So in regards to ghosts, do you believe they exist or not? I think is the easiest question. Then we can bring Justin in.
I would say I don't believe they exist at the moment, but
yeah,
I could
me
be
neither.
proven wrong.
Yeah, me neither. I doubt I'll ever be proven wrong, but me neither.
That's fair. And even if you saw one, you'd look for a scientific answer as to what it was, what it is, hallucination.
I think it was psychosis or something.
But even though, yeah, like you're saying, you know, Buddha, you trust your eyes, yeah. But then when you compare your eyes to other measuring tools for viewing, they're not the best in it.
To be honest with you, I would kind of be the same thing. If I saw a ghost, unless there were people with me seeing the same thing I'm seeing, I'd have to kind of second guess what I'm seeing here. But for me, I kind of rely on the video CCTV captures of stuff. I know things can be doctored and there's all sorts of like photo editing and stuff like that, but for me, the stuff that they, for instance, there was one that was on the news a couple of years ago, and they were always saying that this ghost was haunted. Lo and behold, they actually saw CCTV. They saw the ghost in the doorway. So for me, that's kind of like a semi type of evidence for me.
Can I just ask what the hell is a ghost?
What the hell is a ghost? It's a good question. So an apparition, I think, is a good example of it.
No, it's someone that's died and everything outside.
Well, no, you can't say that, James. You can't say it's someone that's died. It could be from anything. A ghost could be.
When you say ghost, then yeah. So forget apparition. Forget any terms that have these spiritual connotations. Yeah. In the most practical terms, if you're saying it's not someone who's died, whose quote unquote spirit has lived on, then what is it then, in your opinion?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't really want to attribute things like someone who's died or stuff like that. I just want to say it's something that we can see and observe, but we don't know what it is. I think that's more.
Yeah. To me,
let's get a definition. I'll try to go on Google.
Hold on, but based on a loose definition like that,
I can't hear James.
There's lots of things that are ghosts.
You can't hear James Jones.
You need to jump in.
Justin.
Yeah.
Justin, can you hear James when he's talking?
I can't hear James. I can hear you and I can hear the host, but I can't hear James.
Yeah, I'm the host. So you need to jump out, refresh your browser, and then jump back in the air.
Okay.
You'll hear everyone. All right, bro. Big up.
All right.
All right. Go to Buddha.
Based on that, everything
and
everything's a ghost to man, then, isn't it? Pretty much, bro. Because you're saying something that you can see that you don't understand. There's a bag of shit I don't understand in this planet. Like.
Okay, so if you see an apparition, when I say an apparition, like the standard definition of a ghost, like a see-through thing, entity, human-looking. Do you know what I'm saying? That's what I would classify as a ghost.
And then are you saying it's always existed, or is it somebody that's died? Like, what are you saying?
Don't know. This is what I'm saying. This kind of throws back to what Don was speaking about earlier. We could say, with our limited knowledge, that that's probably someone who's died and come back to life, or come back in some form of a ghost or something. Or it could be anything.
If it's not escaping death, this is the thing, yeah. Because then what you I don't know which one of you or they done said it, but like let's say it's some like what's the word, like not a reverb, like some reflection from some parallel fucking universe, or let's say or so you can jump through a black hole. They tell you that time travel is possible for a black hole, and God knows. But if we're saying it's like literally what we know to be the rules of the natural universe, i.e., when things die, they dissipate, or the energy is transferred into something else. Some kind of technical definition. If we're saying it contravenes that, no, I don't believe that it's possible. You know what I mean? Like that definition of a ghost, like from the movies, like Ghostbusters. No, I don't.
Yes. So what would you say if
Slimer?
What would you say if you saw one of these ghosts and there's a number of evidences like videotapes of these things? What would you say they were? If they weren't ghosts.
If the videotape, I'd say it's most likely doctored, and if I saw it in real life, I'd say it's some form of delusion, psychosis, something like that.
Why, bro? That's the first thing you cling to. Mental problem.
I've never seen it, so you're saying I'll cling to it. I've never seen it, right? So I'm saying when that's what I imagine that would happen. If I tell you it's true and it happened and it's true, then you can either tell me I'm a liar or that it must be true because he's someone that don't even believe. Either way,
so if two of you saw the same thing and you said, "Yo, did you see that?" and your friend said, "Yeah, I saw the exact same thing," like, then what would you put that down?
But then if everyone else in the world agreed with me, then guess what? It wouldn't be supernatural. So like I'm just assuming that
I'm not agreed with you.
No, it would be supernatural. Surely it would be supernatural. I mean, look, if you walked into James,
it could be a hologram or anything, though, man.
Okay, but James, if you walked into a room and people said, "There, you know what? This room is synonymous with being haunted by a poltergeist," and you thought, "You know what a load of nonsense! Don't believe that." You walked into the room, you started seeing the chair move on its own. It's made of wood, so there's no magnetic interference or any plausible kind of explanation. Would you say that's not supernatural? Would you say there is some valid kind of explanation?
I walked into a room and I saw a wooden chair move by itself.
Yes.
And I did all the checks that I could conceive of at the time. and I couldn't find any way that somebody would have somebody how it would happen.
Yeah. Furthermore, you burnt the chair and saw there's no metal in it.
Yeah.
Everything.
Would I believe it? Would I believe what that the supernatural?
There's
How
a
far did it move?
possibility. I don't
What,
want
just
to stick you down. I don't want to stick you down and say, you know what, it has to be supernatural. But would you say there's a possibility that there's supernatural forces?
There's everything, anything's possible.
Before you do answer,
Anything's
Jason,
possible in
can
a
you
universe
hear everyone
you
on
don't
the panel?
understand.
Is his
It's
name
Justin.
Jason? Justin,
It's Justin.
can you
Yo,
hear
Justin,
everyone
you
on
can
the
hear
panel?
everyone, yeah?
Yes, I can.
Anything is
alright.
possible. Anything is possible in a universe that someone like I do not truly that someone like me or someone that doesn't truly understand the entirety of the universe. Yeah, anything's possible as far as I'm concerned. Would I believe that that chair moved by means of some sort of supernatural persuasion? Absolutely not. And a more simple way of putting it is there's a lot of magicians' tricks I do not understand. Or sorry, let me rephrase that. I don't know how they did it. And I bet you if they gave me the opportunity to falsify it, because I'm not in the Magician's Guild, I wouldn't be able to tell you how exactly they did the trick. That doesn't mean every magician in the world that performs the trick that I don't fully understand or know how to recreate, I believe is the true magician or is harnessing real supernatural magic. Like there's a lot I don't understand, but it doesn't mean everything I don't understand. I just go, oh well, must be. Let's throw out all of the fucking years and years of scientific research to say that everything's possible and all of that's worth nothing, and maths doesn't describe anything.
See for me, I'm always in the middle. I'm open to the idea of some external force that we don't know about. I'm also open to the idea of a scientific explanation. I'll give you an example. I don't know if you know about the rolling rocks in the sand. Have you ever heard of those?
No.
They call them sailing rocks. And basically, you've heard of them, yeah? So basically, at night time, these stones would magically move themselves, and they'd have like a fucking trail behind them, and people couldn't figure out for years and years and years how these stones were moving themselves. And then it took a lot of
like there's footsteps or anything around them.
There's no footsteps, blah blah blah. So people came up with all different types of jinns were moving them and all kinds of craziness, yeah. And then the scientists kind of done some sort of study and observation experiment, etc., and they found that apparently some sort of permafrost underneath it developed during the cold winter, like the temperature dips at nighttime in the desert, and some sort of permafrost develops underneath it that makes it move, some sort of nonsense like that. Now, I don't know if I fully buy that explanation 100%, but it's plausible. Do you get what I'm saying? It's more plausible than saying that
if it's an explanation that can be recreated, then
they couldn't recreate it.
That's the problem. If you could recreate the experiment, and get the same result, then that's the falsifiable evidence, isn't it?
Well, that's the scientific method. But what I'm saying is they couldn't reproduce this in the lab under laboratory conditions. So this was just an observation that was put forward. But for me, it's more plausible than saying that a bunch of jinns got together at nighttime and started pushing them around for no apparent reason. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
you know what? I think what's difficult about this conversation is using the word supernatural.
Like you have to use it then, because what word would you replace it with?
A fourth dimensional being interacts with the third dimension that we're in, or even if you're saying is the fourth dimension, fifth dimensional being interact, whatever, a higher dimensional being.
I was going to say, we
said with our dimension, still would have a scientific explanation. Like at the end of the day, there is nothing that you can call supernatural.
No, but that isn't hold on. If there is something that absolutely so it's completely, that's why I use the term unexplainable, as in, and the reason you have to say that is because there was a period in time where lightning was inexplicable to whatever primitive societies or civilizations existed, and now it's not, for example. So there will be, exactly, you're right in what you're saying. There will be things, phenomena that we experience now, like just take you and I, we'd experience that me and you can't explain. So therefore, does that make it supernatural? No, because there may be an explanation. But what I was asking Buddha, and what I think it was fair to accept as the terms, is it will never be explained. That it's just a a mystery, a miracle, some kind of wonderment of the universe. I'm saying that I don't.
I don't know if I can accept that though, because look at these examples we have in quantum mechanics. We may not understand them now, but I'm sure, given 10 or 20 years' time, they'll have some sort of explanation for certain things, whether it be entanglement.
At one point, we'll understand certain aspects.
We'll understand at some point. But I feel
so is that what you're asking, Buddha, about ghosts? Like when you ask me that, are you saying like something that we can't explain now and we will in the future? Is that what you mean?
It depends what the explanation in the future is going to be. This is the problem. Do you know what I'm saying?
I feel like there are people who have explanation for these things right now. Yeah.
No, but okay. Let me say it like this. Everything that ultimately we can explain, like for example, there may be a point in the future when we can recreate the cause of the Big Bang, or there may be something in the future where we can we're soon to recreate abiogenesis in that from inorganic matter to organic matter. Now there's a period that they're doing experiments now. They're doing research into abiogenesis now. I mean, ultimately, it's just chemistry, and it's fucking the highest level of chemistry. That's what they're doing. The point, and I'm not trying to speak on it, I don't know fuck all about it. The point I'm making though is, are we saying that this poltergeist or this ghost thing, that in the future, not only will we understand it, but like let's say it's what you or they said, where it's like a reflection from some other parallel dimensional universe. Where we will be able to project ourselves onto their universe. Like, you know, if you're talking about some shit like that, then maybe I'd believe it. Why not? But if you're saying like an actual ghost, like from the spirit realm, that we'll never ever be able to understand fully, I doubt that's.
You see, this is where the kind, it's kind of paradoxical, because look, from a layman's point of view, that parallel universe may well be a type of spirit world. Do you get it? It's like it's what definitions are. Physicists will say parallel universe. Shaman will say spirit world, but there's one and the same thing. You with me? And I feel like it's. I mean, if you don't believe in a spirit world, then you can't believe in what the physicists are saying, because they're speaking on the same thing, but just on different terminology.
That's like what Shakara was saying about when they were naming things masculine or feminine, when they ain't got nothing to do with it, or positive and negative, when there's nothing really positive about a positive charge or negative about a negative charge. It's just words you use to explain something to someone. You might go to someone else and say, yo, listen, this charge is positive, this charge is negative. They'll laugh at you like, what's so negative about this charge, innit? And what's so positive about this charge? You know what I mean? Like, so it's the language you're using that's going to change everything about the explanation, funny. Make it sound bug.
100%.
Can I just say one thing really quickly? Which
big up MA, man.
Yeah, big up MA. Very quickly, Buddha, have you seen that movie, Invisible? I think it's The Invisible Man.
I think I've seen that still.
Bro, it is hilarious.
The original H.G. Wells, or
no, it's like a couple come out like the other day. It's fucking hilarious.
Oh yeah, do you know what? I saw it on Amazon, but they want £15 to watch. I was like, you know what? I'll just wait for a torrent to come out somewhere.
Blood torrent, that fam. What happened to you, man? It's a sick movie. It's actually.
Where you checking that out, James? Where you getting your torrents?
I think that RABG or some shit. RAR. I don't know, man. Some mad site. But
what is it a good database though?
Yeah, it's no, the database ain't great, but it's up to date in it. So it'll give you the new ones.
Find everything you need, or do you find everything you want?
Pirate Bay is the one, isn't it?
Yeah, but sometimes there's some things.
Down, I know.
But you can still you can access. There's like 5 different Pirate Bays now, at least.
The proxies, isn't it?
Yeah.
But but I was going to the Buddha. When you just said that, now I just thought about it. I was like, if I saw a chair move after watching that movie, I'd probably think it was my man still.
I'll have to watch that, you know. I thought you were talking about the original one where the guy wraps himself up like a mummy and that.
That's a good.
No, this one is.
Even with that, they're talking about on a quantum level, things can be invisible. Do you know what I'm saying? I know the DARPA is experimenting with all sorts of shit going on now with what they call it, fractional photon bending or some shit. So even that could be a possibility.
That's oh my god, you know what's mad? That's watch the Invisible Man movie because that's how
I
they.
what James Jones, because you're like, you know, pseudo interested in science, yeah. Like I think you might like what's that movie called? I think it's either Man on Earth or Man from Earth or something like that. Anyone seen that movie?
No.
It's about this one guy who it's all in one scene in it, and people are just asking him questions to explain this phenomenon and that, and he just, you get me? It's mostly exploring certain ideas about this one brer who apparently, I don't want to give too much of the movie and ruin it.
No, check it out.
I think you enjoy it.
You know what? Seeing as you're a science teacher, have you seen the movie The Martian?
Nah.
You ain't seen The Martian?
No, I haven't seen so many movies. I've said this.
It's not a serious science film. It's just a sick movie still.
No, I just don't watch movies, innit? Like, if someone tells me a movie and tells me, like, someone who knows my taste tells me a good movie, I'll watch it.
Do you know what? I don't know your taste on that, but watch The Martian. It's a feel good kind of sciencey movie still.
Yeah, I'll watch it. Yeah, man's got bare time on his corona now. There's a lot of free time I'm catching myself with, so The Martian.
But I watched Man from Earth, you said, yeah?
Yeah, Man from Earth.
Oh,
wait, I have seen this, man.
it's a good movie, though.
Yeah, it's a good movie still. Can't
I always think, like, the other day I was saying it to someone, you know, in Shifa and all them man chat, all their bullshit, I just think, like, you see, like, your white man science. I just think, if you were trapped on Mars with my man, what would you not listen to him? Would you try to do your own thing, and die in fucking 2 minutes, bro?
No, but it depends what he's like. There are some things in curricular science, let's call it that are practically useful, but there are some things that you can't really put into practice, and they leave that for
like
the quote unquote professionals who have the quote unquote equipment.
Schiffer believes the only element in the universe is fucking hydrogen. So, like, when my man's doing all this high tech chemistry,
in a sense, chemistry agrees with that. That's the base. You can say that's the base element for every other element.
They don't agree.
Yeah, I think while we're talking about elements, data, we've got to address the elephant in the room, man.
What's
the
that?
Elephant in the room is helium is flammable.
Helium. Yeah, I don't think.
Bro, do you know what you done to me that day? I was losing my grip on reality. I had to double check. I was Googling and all sorts of shit. Like you fucked me up, bro. Both of you and I was my world up, man.
No, wait. Maki was telling you helium is flammable. I was saying hydrogen is extremely flammable.
But don't try, bro. You said under some conditions helium is flammable.
Yeah. Under specific conditions you can burn helium. Yeah.
Okay, what conditions are they? Pressure? What?
I'll have to check up on that for you, man. If you want, I will check up on that.
Sorry, one second quickly. Do you know what had me dying? Because I was listening in the chat. Yeah, I was taking the actual piss. If you read it in my comments, yeah. How can man say when you were like, you came back with the thing and you were like, no, it's like one of the inert gases. My man said, nah, but that's why. But he's like, no. It's flammable because that's why
you can't smoke a joint near a big balloon or something.
Yeah, the balloon explode. Oh my god!
What? Who said that? I must have missed that bit, fam.
Talking about the plastic, he's saying like, balloon will pop if you put fire next to it.
Do you know how I missed about 15 minutes of that talk. Like my thing
do you know how bad you got me? For a minute I was like, oh shit, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the Hindenburg was full of fucking helium. And it didn't.
No, it was hydrogen.
I had to deal with the Hindenburg and all sorts of shit.
No, it was hydrogen.
You got to remember, I've been on lockdown for a long fucking time. I'm losing my marbles here. I'm trying my hardest to keep it together.
Yeah.
No, like, can you imagine though? Yeah, like if a balloon was filled with hydrogen, there would actually be flames. But if you put a fucking lighter to a balloon, you'll melt the plastic and there'll be a pop. A man said balloon. he tried to call out Buddha's intelligence, but whatever information Buddha brought out with a dismissive line about balloons exploding, bro. I was dying.
Who was that? Who was that?
Maku, bro. And my comments were hilarious that day. I remember I was like, the most flammable liquid in the world to Maku is H2O. Like, I was thinking of this.
But you know, like, even water is flammable under certain conditions as well.
Oh, fuck off, man.
Yeah, that will probably make you
Oh
laugh
no,
more.
no.
There you go. Like, sorry to bug you out, Buddha, but
No.
that's the truth, man.
Water is not flammable. The hydrogen in water is flammable.
Yeah, but that's still the water, isn't it?
Okay, all right. Oh, here we go. That,
Wait, 1 second. If the hydrogen is the fuel, yeah, remember, you need three things. You need the fire triangle,
yeah.
fuel,
Oxygen, fuel, heat.
oxygen, and heat. So you have the
oxygen isn't
fuel and the
flammable.
oxygen.
But oxygen
Say that
itself
again?
is flammable, is it?
Yes, oxygen is flammable.
Oxygen catalyzes flames with the fuel.
So if you light a flame near an oxygen tank and it's leaking, the whole place will blow up. Like
It could potentially.
What? That's like so wait, hold on. Actually, no, wait. Because you only got me there with the movies. You know, when you shoot a bullet at oxygen tank, I don't think it explodes, does it?
It doesn't.
Nah, but
even
that's
if
a
you
gas
shoot,
tank, innit?
even
No,
if you shoot.
it's usually when they shoot a bullet out of the petrol tanks, man. That's what.
Yeah, petrol
Oh, no,
tank.
But even if you do shoot,
But I'm right.
Huh?
I'm right. It
What's
says
right?
Oxygen does not burn. Oxygen is not flammable.
Yeah, oxygen. Like if you opened an oxygen gorge and then you put a lighter to it, it's not gonna shoot out a jet of flames, in it.
are you sure?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
I'm pretty sure, bro.
Look, you're not making us
All
fucking dumb. No more.
Hold on, listen to this now. Listen to this. You know, before my mum passed away, she had to have one of these oxygen mask things, like 24 hours a day, more or less. And the nurses kept coming in to me and telling me, and I was vaping at the time, and they get coming in saying, "Listen, you cannot smoke around oxygen. The oxygen that seeps out of the mask seeps into everything, the furniture and everything. One small flame, the whole place will go up."
Are these nurses?
Okay, well, even if you see on the bottle, it should say flammable on the bottle.
No, but maybe it feeds a flame, like as in to say.
Yes. It feeds the
catalyzes
flame.
it, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not flammable in the.
Within itself, it's not flammable. But if you put a matchstick near an oxygen tank and it's leaking, the flame will just burn off the whole matchstick quickly.
Yeah.
Because at that point, the matchstick is actually providing the fuel for it, innit?
Yeah, it won't actually burn.
No, the matchstick is providing the fuel, and the oxygen is providing the burn for the fuel.
Yeah, but it won't
So
actually burn.
so it's literally whatever of these three elements you increase, you get a bigger fire. If you increase the fuel, you get a bigger fire. If you increase the heat, you get a bigger fire. If you increase the oxygen, you get a bigger fire. But whichever one you increase, the other two will burn out quicker, and you have a lower supply.
I don't know about that. You know, like when you build a fire, even if you're building a fire out of wood on a barbecue, you got to fan it so the oxygen gets in there to make it burn. You could have no. Again, it's about processing. You can't just put a log of wood on a fire and expect it to burn. You have to actually process the wood first, chop it down.
Especially if you choke it out, innit? You could put a pile of wood on top of a fire and kill it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Hey, I just looked in the. No, I don't care. No, James, I still agrees with you, Dave.
Oh wait, what were you gonna say?
Nothing. Hey, quickly though, back to the original design. That was
Wait,
fun.
wait, one second. Yo, Rob, can you hear me?
Yo,
Rob.
can you hear me, Rob?
Everyone, mic check, Rob, please.
Mr. Schmurder.
Yo, Buddha, mic check, Rob, please.
Nah, he can't not hear everybody. He's probably just not at the mic, isn't it?
Yeah, Rob, can you hear anyone?
I can hear you. Is there other people speaking? I can't hear them.
Can you hear me, Rob?
I can hear, I think MA, and I can hear Buddha.
Can you hear me, Rob? No? All right.
You can't hear James now?
No.
Why not religious? You want to do a mic check?
Why so serious?
I heard something from you. Why
What's
so
up?
religious?
I'm walking
Oh, yeah.
my son, so my connection may not be perfect. I don't know if y'all can hear me or not.
Yeah, we
Ah,
can
cool.
hear
Yeah,
you.
yeah, we hear you, bro. Yeah. All right, cool. So Rob is gonna leave and come back. So yeah, I would say, yeah, like, you know, when you say something like supernatural and you say something like we'll never be able to explain it and all these things, like I already told you last time, innit? Science already believes in something called energy, and we don't know what it is. It's this indestructible thing that can transform into anything in existence. Like, if that's not as
No,
supernatural as it gets,
I
like,
don't know if
We know,
that's.
hold
I
on,
don't know
hold
if
on.
that's true.
We know many phases
what's
of
not true about it?
we know many phases of energy, like how it's transformed, like fucking electric or to kinetic, or you know what I'm saying? Like there's lots of different nuclear energy. There's lots of phases of energy. We're just saying,
Manifestations of it.
yeah, well, just phases, right, or whatever, or different iterations if you like, but or manifestations if you want. But when you say that, you really mean stuff like dark energy or rate of expansion. But because we've derived general principles from all of the energy we've observed in the part of the universe that we have observed, if your definition of the universe is everything we've observed, then in our universe we've observed energy. Then we know, and then we derive rules from that, i.e., conservation of energy, what have you. Then we know that what's triggering the acceleration must be energy, but we at present don't have enough data to be able to infer precisely what that is. But it's not the same as
Yeah.
saying we don't
But
even
is
know.
everything not energy?
We don't even know where it is, fam. Like it's not the same.
I
You don't know
wouldn't
what it is.
say. I
Explain
mean,
what
are you?
energy is.
I wouldn't. I don't know
The
if that's true
potential
because
to
I
do
don't
what?
think you can consider matter energy.
The
Just
potential.
because.
Matter is potential energy.
Yes, you said
potential to do
potential
what?
now.
Yeah.
Matter
It's a
can have
potential
potential
to
energy.
no,
Just
no.
like
Matter
something,
is
a
an
rock.
energy.
Let me
For
finish.
example,
Let me
matter is
finish.
potential for heat energy, but
Let me
is
finish. A
basically
rock. A
say
rock
again?
isn't energy. A rock isn't energy, but it has potential kinetic energy when something touches it and then it moves. But
Yeah,
the
so the
material
rock
itself,
is kinetic energy that's dormant.
no, the matter itself is not energized. It has no energy until an outside
Okay.
force causes it to move.
Okay, so
So
I
that's
think
the
what
reason
you're
I don't.
speaking of, they done.
you know
What the
fire
gentleman's
energy.
talk.
You know
They
heat
done. They
energy,
done.
yeah?
They done. Can you hear me? What the
Yeah, I can
gentleman's
hear you.
talking about is potential energy. So something has to have
Yeah.
potential, like petrol or a rock. Does
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain to him, innit? That is potential energy, but he seems to be
But it's
disagreeing with
not
me.
energy. But it's not energy. You can't say that something is energy and then add the word potential to it and then say it's the same thing.
Okay, so kinetic energy and heat energy can come from this stone, yeah?
There are things that can come from it. That doesn't mean that the element itself is energized or
No, I'm
is
just trying to take
energy.
it steps
No, but
right now.
definitely.
Just step by step, please.
Belly. Rob's
Would
in the
you
back.
agree
Yeah?
that
Rob's in the back, Belly. There you
really?
are. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, 1 second. So what I'm saying is heat energy and kinetic energy can come out of a rock that you hit onto another rock, right?
But that doesn't. Okay, yes, that is
I'm
correct. That
just
you can.
asking for a yes or no, innit?
Yes, man.
Well,
Go on.
that
Yes.
you're phrasing it weird though. You know what I'm
Well,
saying? You're saying
let him make his
It's
point.
kind of straightforward.
Let
Innit?
him make
Like,
his point.
how would you be more comfortable phrasing it?
But go on, man. What's
what?
your ultimate point here, bro?
Okay, you
Like,
go ahead and
No,
make your
because
point.
I want to
Go ahead
walk
and
with him on a level together,
no,
innit?
there's a lot of other people that I imagine would disagree with you also. So make your point in this totality.
Alright,
So
so
we
disagree.
understand exactly what you're saying.
Disagree. That either agree or disagree. Don't like long
I
it.
agreed, but
Well, that's the thing.
said. So go on.
No, you agree, James Jones, but why so religious is disagreeing, innit? So I'm asking him.
But I don't think he's disagreeing. I think he said he agrees with what you said is right.
No, but he's saying the stone itself is not energy. And I'm
Correct.
trying to
That
get him
is
to see that the heat and kinetic energy were never created. Would you agree, why so
look the
religious?
heat.
Yeah, it's transferred.
No, because
See,
because the
he's
rock
saying no.
itself.
That's what I'm saying. He's saying no.
Let me say, because when you say the rock and you say heat, the rock needs an outside source to be hot. The rock would be cold if it's in Antarctica where the sun is barely touching it, or on the dark side of the moon where there is no light. So those rocks are cold. Those are not energized rocks, okay? They are not moving. There's no atmosphere for them to ever get pushed. So they are stagnant. Now, when you want to say that they have potential energy, you are not using the term correctly, as far as I know, because potential energy and kinetic energy is a concept that an outside force has to be used. And that force is what has the actual energy.
I don't
No,
know.
they're
That's the
just,
thing
they're
that's
just
proven.
two forms. They're just two energies in different forms.
No, but he's right. Potential is one of the definitions. Like you'd say the potential to do work, the ability to do work, the power to do work. These are all concepts.
Like a block of wood has the potential to create heat energy, for example.
But like I said, energy. It can be described in different phases, isn't it? Like there's even a concept in neuroscience of free energy, or what's what they call it? To correct prediction errors and stuff like that. Like this is a potential. You can imagine an energy that is that constantly exists, but you're only aware of when you make an error and you need to recover from that error or correct the error. So
yeah, that's when it's manifested, isn't it? In a certain
right, yeah, but a different understanding. You put it like this, yeah.
But it's still the same thing, James Jones. My point still stands, yeah. Is that all of these different manifestations we can explain those.
The only thing anyone would disagree is not that we understand the entirety of the universe, and therefore we understand we completely understand energy and how it interacts with the entire universe. No one's saying that. But for you to say that to go to the other extreme and say we don't understand energy at all, that's also incorrect.
We don't. We only understand certain manifestations of this thing, like heat, like electricity, like magnetism, like movement, exactly. Like all these different manifestations of this thing, we understand how to use them, how to physically communicate with them, and what result and what other manifestations are going to come out of this interaction. But what it is we're interacting with, we have no idea, except that it is an indestructible force, indestructible, even if you don't want to call it force, indestructible alien, yeah, that can transform into anything. And depending on how you treat it in whatever state it's in, it will transform into what we've seen it transform to.
That's already an understanding. This is, what's stupid about these arguments I have, yeah, when from people, no disrespect, but from people that are not physicists, it's like you've just given your definition and description of what you think it is, and yet
I'm giving a description of the fact we don't know what it is.
Hold on, and your base premise is that nobody understands it. Think of how stupid that is. You've just gone. No. This is so wait. Someone will tell you they understand it. You'll say no, they don't understand it. They'll give you an explanation. Oh, bro, it's getting stupid now. Please.
Bro, listen, you're saying somebody understands it. Where? Who?
Let me finish what I'm fucking saying, and then you can
Sorry, go on.
Thank you. Yeah, go on. Your whole premise is nobody understands what the fuck they're talking about. They don't understand it, yeah? They will say, I do understand it. Let me explain it to you. You'll say, no, it's this. By definition, you're saying that you know what it is because you know what it's not. So like the whole, it's just a.
So where are these people?
It's one of these. It's one of these statements that what's it like topic starting statements. Oh, we don't know what energy is, and we talk for 5 hours about nothing because no one here is a physicist. But go on, carry on now. I've said my piece.
Yeah. So where are these people you're talking about that would say they do know what it is? Where are they? Please let them come here and tell me what it is.
We don't understand energy. They may say we don't completely understand energy. How would they say we don't understand it when they make?
So how do you? So let them come here and explain to me what they understand energy to be. Because
you speak English.
As far as everyone I've met, no one seems to understand what it is at all.
Yeah, ask Google. You speak English. There's like 100 working definitions for energy. So apparently you think they're all bullshit and they don't describe anything. That's fair enough.
Give me one, James. Give me one.
What, you want me to Google a definition for you?
Yeah, well, if that's your method, then go for it.
I don't need. Why would I need to? If you don't accept,
because you're telling me someone out there understands and explains energy, and I'm here going, no, you don't. No, you don't.
You literally just
bring them here. Let them tell me if it is.
You know what the wickedest thing is? You just did it for us all, and you don't, and you're so hell bent on this having these discussions.
Why?
About,
I'm telling you, energy is something we don't understand, and you're telling me, oh, so you do understand what it is? It's something we don't understand.
Energy goes. You said it goes from we know about electric, we know about this, we know about that. It goes.
Yeah, we know manifestations of it.
Of what it is, but now
yeah,
you
we
don't
know. Bruv, listen. It don't seem like you're listening. I'm saying we know certain manifestations of it. We know how to work with those, and we can see reactions and results from whatever actions we do in whatever manifestation it's in. For example, if it's fire, we know if we put water on it, depending on what kind of fire, it will either cease to manifest heat, or kinetic energy of the flames or whatever. But the energy itself that is making the heat and the kinetic energy and the potential and all these types of energies, we don't know what it is. And if you're saying that's me saying that I do know what it is, then you clearly you're not understanding anything I'm saying, bro.
Yeah, you're right, man. Hey, listen, like if your parent had you, when they were like 30, I hate analogies, but just give you an example. If your parent had you when you're 30 and you're 15 years old, a man's gonna say, oh, your parent has been alive for 45 years and you've only been alive for a third of their life, and you've never even been inquisitive enough to research your parents' life. Do you now not know your mum? Do you not know your mum? Because you don't know everything about your mum. Do you not know your mum, bro? Like, people know something about something. You're saying they don't know it to the extreme, to the limit, to the umpteenth degree.
That's the dumbest analogy I've ever heard on the whole G block. And I heard dumb analogies on the G block. Trust me. I think that must be.
Yeah, you've been.
Actually, you might. Oh, sorry. I'll give you some credit. It might not have been the dumbest one, but it falls into that list, bruv. Like, how's that got to do with it?
You're the main contributor. You're the main contributor to dumb analogies, Mr.
Bro, so you're basically saying we all know James Jones.
Of course you don't know me, but I'm not your mum.
Exactly. No one knows you here, bruv. Even though you've spoken, you've said shit, all this stuff. We know about the internet avatar who speaks these things. We know certain things. We don't even know if what you're saying is what you believe or not. Like, you could be anyone. Bruv, that analogy is not on point, fam. I'm literally saying we don't know what energy is. We do know some of its manifestations and how that works. Yeah, but we can't say, all right, bruv, all you have to do is bring me someone who knows what energy is. Or you want me to Google it? I'll Google it, right?
Do. You're telling us what it is, bruv. You're telling us its properties. Therefore, you know what it is roughly, isn't it?
No, you only know some of the properties of its manifestation in whatever form you find it. You don't know what it is.
So cool. So that's not enough of a definition for you. That's not enough to say we know what something is.
So bro, if you know what it is.
If I told you someone's a shapeshifter, would you know what that was? If it was like an X-Men, like a superpower, I said it was a shapeshifter, would you know what it is?
Like, it depends what kind of shapeshifter.
I'm saying, but you like arguing, you like putting three facts together to have a random argument, and at the end argue from the point of ambiguity. We don't completely know. That's just stupid. But all right,
you're saying we do, which is like,
I'm not saying we completely know anything. That's a whole base premise. The base premise is
what you argue with. I don't understand.
The majority of the universe, the majority of energy in the universe is dark energy. The clue's in the name, dark. We don't know exactly how we don't know exactly how it's interacting with the universe. Sorry, we know how it's interacting. We don't know its properties exactly or what iteration of energy it is. But we do know rules surrounding that govern energy, right? Those rules have been derived from all of the energy that we do witness in the observable universe. There are real physicists that have dedicated their lives that would be able to describe exactly how that energy interacts with the universe and the rules that govern all energy in the universe. But you're just going to say,
I'm going to have to dumb down to your level, bro. If I gave you energy right now, can you make fire?
Can I make fire?
If I gave you just energy, can you make fire?
You gave me a lighter.
No, if I gave you energy.
Have you given me a lighter? Yeah, passing it to me. Well, I don't know what you call it. That rolling part of a lighter. Me exerting kinetic energy, the fuel, the potential energy in the fuel, me lighting it on fire. There you go. You gave me.
So the answer: if I gave you energy, can you make fire from it?
Yeah. We just established that now.
So right now, yeah. If I just gave you a stone, you're gonna make fire, yeah.
Oh no, then I'm a amateur with that. I can't do that.
Why? But I gave you energy. You said yeah, you can.
Yeah, Not all.
Yeah, I thought you knew what energy is, bruv.
Not all energy. God, you're dumb. Is that your argument?
Gentlemen,
I had to
shall
dumb
we
down to
review
your
the week?
level. I had to, bruv. I told you before I said this. Let me come dumb down to your level, and then let me ask you. So,
thank
bruv,
you,
if I gave you energy, can you make fire?
Yeah.
Like that's literally your level question,
Gentlemen,
bruv.
shall we review the week rather than talk about abstract things?
Cool.
Is energy an abstract thing, Rob?
Should we talk about what happened over the week? I think that's normally what the Sunday's supposed to be about, isn't it?
Yeah,
If you
man.
would like
If
to
anybody
go-
produced any good arguments or, brought
No, but
anything.
Yeah, what was the best argument you were faced with, Rob?
I don't know if there was a best.
You don't. Are you being serious?
that was all terrible. What was good?
Well, I'm just trying to think of one that I thought. I mean, there was a lot of conversation around the spirit and the soul type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
you
I
really
think-
put that off, Rob. I don't know what you must have been
Yeah,
really.
with Sakara's thing you were saying about the trees, yeah? Do you think the trees are a vital organ?
No, I
the
think he's
human.
appealing to vitalism. That's an old term that was kind of, it's either been debunked or it's just fallen into disrepute, if I understand it. Because that was a sort of a thing. Obviously, it might have been an African thing, but it was also a European thing way back about this sort of force called vitalism. And nobody accepts that today, right?
No,
That's
but
kind
wait,
of a
like
vacuous
you're
term,
thinking
right?
of it in a woo kind of way, yeah? Like what is a what this is what I was asking Veli earlier. What is a vital organ?
You mean in a human body?
Yeah.
Well, typically it's just a euphemism for like an organ that's important for you to live.
Yeah,
And if you remove this organ, you die.
Not necessarily, but you could do. Let's put it that way. I mean,
your body can't function without that specific organ.
Adequately. Yeah. So
yeah.
if you
But I mean, I think
remove a tree, if you remove all the plants, wouldn't you die?
well, if there was already carbon dioxide and you could find another way to convert carbon dioxide into oxygen, then no, you wouldn't, right?
Or wouldn't that just be an artificial organ?
So are you thinking the trees are an organ?
Yeah,
Is that
the
how you're
trees
equating trees?
are a part of you. It is furthermore than it being a part of you, it's a vital organ.
Well, no, see, that's where you're just playing with words. Trees are another thing that has evolved next to us, and we've evolved in sort of kind of like harmony, I suppose you could say.
Yeah, I
We
suppose
give
you
off
could
carbon
say
dioxide and
that,
they
but
take it,
I
but we're not an
suppose you could
organ.
say the same thing about your
We're
lungs.
separate entities that
but your
evolved
lung,
completely separately from each other.
yeah, but your lung doesn't
Same with
exist.
your
without-
lungs, isn't it?
No, but your lung doesn't exist without you. That's dumb.
Your tree doesn't exist without you either. Like,
Of course it does. If all humanity died tomorrow, would trees stop existing?
nah, but then you still have animals and things, innit?
Well, so if you eliminated all sentient life forms off this planet, would trees cease to exist at that point? Of course not.
That doesn't matter, bro. If you got buried in the ground, your bones still exist. Like that
So let's
doesn't
say
matter.
we all get beamed up by Scotty. The fucking point is, it's not the exact same. It doesn't share the same relationship as an organ. If you're saying that one is contingent upon the other, yeah, but then what is everything an organ? Does every single component on this planet share an organ-like relationship with something?
Every natural thing
to it.
Every natural thing that exists, yeah, like Shakara was saying, are all connected, isn't it?
Yeah, because it comes from the same place. No one.
Yeah, it depends what you mean by connected. That was the point, right?
The connection, innit? That's what I was trying to clarify, that there's a connection. And I was
Yeah, but
trying
that
to show
could-
it in a way where he can actually see it. So I'm
Yeah,
telling
but-
him that the trees are vital for human survival.
Yeah, but that's
for
just
human
playing with the
survival.
word connection. Connection can mean
Yeah.
anything. I asked Chakra and I never got an answer, and I'll ask you, what are we not connected to?
We are connected to everything.
There you go. So the word connection has actually no meaning then. You can't
Yeah.
use it in any
Why?
meaningful way.
Because God is everything.
Why? So the
Because
word, wait, one
if you
second.
can use it for
So-
everything,
so the-
then
wait,
it
wait,
has
wait,
no
one
meaning.
second, one
And
second,
the word
one second.
connection
So
is
the-
meaningless.
Right,
you-
you know, you
so
would
that
have
would
thought the
be-
penny dropped when man said that, you know. But he's gone the
Say
other
that
way.
again?
I said, you know, you would have thought the penny would have dropped the rod when he said that, but he's gone the other way.
Yeah, it's completely flopped on him. Yo, energy doesn't exist.
No,
Energy is meaningless. That's what you're saying, Rob.
1 second.
Wait 1 second, James Jones, man.
MA, say
Energy is everything, Rob. Yeah.
MA,
So
wait,
energy is
wait,
now
wait,
meaningless and it doesn't exist.
Let me explain that. the penny would have dropped, what would?
No. That's all man's gonna say. Carry on.
But it was clear what he said, didn't it? But Rob, did you hear what I said?
You know, boring conversations, bro. Let's explain it.
I leave in it. Like, no one forcing you to have this boring conversation.
Shut up.
You know what I mean?
Explain that.
If you know MA, you know he's not going to explain it. If he says not going to explain it, he's not going to explain it. Can I just say, shout out to the Puff Daddy remixing going on still. Because in actual fact, when Rob said to me the thing about if everything's connected, then what does it mean? Then basically it doesn't mean anything. What I actually said was is that it becomes relevant. Yeah. Sorry. My actual argument is that everything's connected. So if you ask me, is everything connected? I'm going to tell you yes. But yes. My actual response was the fact that it becomes relevant in a society whereby this unconnectedness is a primary cultural phenomenon. Yeah, and so the idea of reaffirming or reinforcing the idea that everything is connected exists in the context of a culture or a philosophical framework whereby connection is not emphasized. So I'd agree. If we existed in a society whereby connection was constantly reinforced, it may be irrelevant to keep reinforcing the idea that everything's connected, but we don't.
Yeah. I was hearing you say that, Shakara. I couldn't agree more, man.
If I said everything's alive and you said to me, Rob, does that mean the rock is alive? And I said, yes, everything's alive. And you said to me, is there anything that's not alive? And I said, no. Would the word alive have any meaning?
Are you
like the word, would it describe something? Would it have any descriptive value?
Everything is energy. Then does that mean energy has no meaning?
It doesn't make any sense. I'm noticing though that the emphasis of the argument is cultural and linguistic rather than scientific. Right. So I'm saying that in that sense now, because unless we are saying that that it has been proven beyond any shadow of a doubt that everything is connected and therefore we don't need to say it anymore. I mean, and if that's your thought process, you're entitled to it. But if there are people that find relevance in the idea that everything is connected, unless you're saying that there's no scientific validity to it, telling them that it's irrelevant is neither here nor there, right? So
people can say whatever they want, right? Words are descriptive of something. If I say everything's alive, and you say, well, people die, I go, no, they're alive. They're just in a different form. Then alive really doesn't describe anything. But words describe specific things. And if you're going to say one word describes everything, well, then it doesn't really describe anything. I can say I'm connected, and what I mean by connected is I breathe air. Somebody else can say, oh, I'm connected, and I'm touching some other human being. And it just becomes vacuous, right?
Yeah. Let me just come to you. So we know that any word, you can choose any word from your vocabulary, and we can find a binary opposition to that word in it. And that's what kind of gives, in fact, all of the other words give definition to that one word, right? If there were no other words, then the word that you choose would mean nothing. Tree, everything's a tree. My computer's a tree. My fingers are trees. You get me? So that's just pointless. It's a pointless conversation to have. It's meaningless because there's no disconnect. So, I don't even know how to say it, bro. But you just try.
I've got an example. I've got an example.
Hold on. Can I just jump in really, really quickly? I don't disagree. I'm not sure if Rob. I can't speak for Rob yet, but everything being connected or all organisms being connected, I don't think anyone can have an issue with that. On if you're just going to use a broad term to describe it, that's not an issue. I thought the point of contention was spirit, because when you're having these kind of ontological discussions, fair enough, we could say the universe describes everything. So you can't use the universe, so the universe has no meaning. Obviously that's an illogical statement. There are going to be some broad and fundamental terms like energy, like they put forward, that are used to describe or encompass many things, many different concepts. But when we're talking ontologically and someone introduces something like spirit, which has no kind of description, that should be the only contention here. Because
to say that it doesn't have description,
it's connected. It's like, to be honest, Rob, I don't have any issue with someone making that.
James, if I said to you, I'm connected to my wife, okay, would you ask me what that means, or would you just assume that you know what I'm talking about?
I was going to say something, but
just what I'm saying. So if we're having a categorical discussion, then I would probably ask you. If you just said it flippantly, I'd just accept the term. I'd assume you meant whatever I'll project on you what you meant.
And if I said to you, I'm unconnected, would you question me, or do you just go, I'm going to assume what you mean by unconnected?
Again, like if we're having a categorical discussion, then yeah, I'll be like, what the fuck does unconnected mean? But then if you said something like, for example, flippantly, I've disconnected, me and my wife have disconnected, for example, and that's the sort of pros you use, then I'll be like, yeah, it means they're broken up.
Yeah, but if we're having a discussion about these topics and what people mean by them, then surely, like, the first question in my mind that anybody should be asking is, what do you mean by that? Not just accepting it that you assume that you know what the other person is saying.
I'm giving you two ways. I'm giving you two ways that it can be broached, in that what they're saying on a fundamental level, you can make an argument for, but because it's so broad, it's not very descriptive. I agree. But when they say something like spirit,
very simple,
as a clear description,
it's very simple.
Then you can make the claim to them.
It's very simple, yeah. And this is why man decided to give definitions of what is being referred to as spirit, because that's exactly what the conversation is. When we discuss spirit, yeah, we are talking about a primary, yes, vital force, yeah, fundamental vital force. So the idea is that we are connected, or the universe is connected via this primary vital force. Yeah, that's the
what is that
definition.
What is that?
But again, that's the point I'm making. When you say what is it, yeah, it's a distraction, because the claim is not being made that full comprehension of what it is exists.
So why do you believe it exists, bro?
Do you have any comprehension of it? Forget about full comprehension. Have you got any comprehension?
But I do, and you do too. There are many theories out there.
Why do you believe it exists?
About primary? No, but at the moment, my belief is neither here nor there. This is the point. Yeah?
But there already are forces in the universe.
It's not about hold on a second. It's not about my belief, yeah. Because again, there are many things that are scientifically assumed to be reality, that they are yet to fully quantify. Presumed, yeah, whatever it is, yeah. People, the understand. Whereas dark matter operates in scientific equations today, ask them what is dark matter, they couldn't give you a definitive definition or explanation for what it is. Yeah. So ask me.
You already got matter,
yes, but to ask me what is it? Like it is jumping the gun somewhere.
But they're telling you what it is. They're telling you it's mass. They're telling you it has a mass and it occupies space. It's matter, isn't it?
The only point is that whether I can definitively tell you what it is or not is not a promotion or negation of.
No, but that's stupid. That's stupid. You know why? Hold on. That's why.
My definition is neither here nor there.
No, but hold on. What is it? No, but what is it is an ontological question. Dark matter can be an answer. So if the question is what is creating the speed, yeah, and someone says it's matter, what kind of matter?
What is that matter?
Right, we already assume we're already assuming from its matter that it has mass and it's occupying a space.
Yes,
so but your thing, as far as categories go, we can't describe. We don't even know if it's necessary. Reason being, hold on. Reason being, you're saying one force should substitute all other understanding of how different.
I'm not saying that at all. I haven't made that claim.
So why isn't it four forces? Why isn't it four forces? Why is it four? No. Listen to what I'm saying. Don't just speak. Why isn't it four? Why isn't it four?
James.
This is fun. You can't talk about this.
I'll tell you, because these four are the same thing.
James. What is dark matter?
Matter.
And are you familiar with arguments or debates concerning the idea of whether the concept of dark matter, what is being referred to as dark matter, should be called matter or not? Are you familiar with that conversation?
I'm familiar with the fact that people think Einstein's relativity or Einstein's concept of gravity is defunct, and that there should be new equations for gravity, and that's what they believe that should substitute any dark matter theory. I'm aware of stuff like that, and there's probably far more because I'm not keen. I don't have a keen interest. What I'm saying to you is, when we're having a conversation, I'm actually trying to broach this philosophically, like you tried to do. If you're saying there is this force that we don't truly understand, and it's the reason for life, and people are saying these are the reasons for life, these other four forces, for example, why does one supplant the other? If you're saying spirit is akin to dark matter, but dark matter has some kind of ontological basis or has some kind of a category, it's fucking matter. Whereas your thing is literally inexplicable. We wasted 2 hours trying to do this the other day. So why you're just imposing this idea
Well, I'm not. You're trying to give me that, but
no
I'm
reason, bro.
I'm not. So if you actually take my argument and not try to impose what is convenient for you,
All right, I'm mute.
Yeah, then it might make sense. You're saying that definitively that dark matter is matter when there is actually a debate as to whether it is or not. Yeah, so the fact that it is referred to as dark matter doesn't necessarily make it matter.
Okay.
But
No, you ask someone, what is it? You ask someone, what is it? And
no, I only ask you what it is because you're asking me to explain definitively what the primary force is, and I'm saying to you, I'm not making the claim to be able to tell you what it is. I'm saying that there is evidence, that suggests that there is something. And investigations and experiments.
What is that? Something
and again,
something is what?
But I'm trying to say you keep asking me to define what it is. I'm
oh my god, this is sounding crazy. I'm
definitively telling you. I am definitively telling you.
Listen, James.
But me not being able to do that is not unscientific in any way, shape, or form because there are many concepts in science that people are yet to be able to definitively.
Don't worry about.
It is very scientific because you're saying the truth about the matter.
It's a deflection to keep asking me to define something that I've already said. James, please stop interrupting me. Please stop interrupting me. Right now, to your point about why is it not four forces? Yeah, it could be. It could be that from a cosmological point of view. Those the combination of those four forces could be considered their oneness, as a part of four components of a whole, except for if those components actually exist independently of each other or they exist in complement to each other. This is neither here nor there. The only argument that's being made is when you look at certain mathematical because in the sense of the fact that science they say that science doesn't prove anything. Mathematics is where you get proofs. Science is not in the business of proving. Science is in the business of finding evidence. And mathematics is a part of the evidence that science finds. Okay? And all I put forward is the fact that there are mathematicians and physicists that are doing investigations into the fabric of the universe, whereby they are discovering certain mathematical equations, that may apply to reality as a whole. They're not making the claim that it does, but there is a suggestion that it may, And so because of that mere fact, the idea of a primary force, of undergirding existence is not implausible. And we're going to see and wait until the evidence comes forward or the experimentation is done further to glean what actually comes out of this.
Right, cool. Can I just say something? I'm going to say one more statement and then I'll let Rob carry on. I'm not a scientist. You're not a scientist. I'm not asking you to be scientific on the most primal.
Can y'all hear me now? I had to get off and change my phone.
One second. One second.
On my phone. It's ridiculous. Am I being heard?
Yeah, we hear you, man. Can you hear James Jones though?
No, I can. Is someone talking?
Yeah,
James Jones is talking.
I'm going to be really brief.
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear him.
You're not a scientist. I'm not a scientist. On this primal level, but I was entered into a discussion and said Rob was dismissive of a term spirituality, spirit or whatever. You read some excerpt from a book, and me and to be honest, I'm not trying to throw witness under the bus, but I'm glad to see that it wasn't just me because maybe I wasn't trying to be obtuse. I didn't understand anything you're using. Any of the definitions you're using. So simply put, it's irrelevant about whether we're both not scientists. If you're going to try to explain why it is uncalled for someone or it's unscientific for someone to dismiss a claim, to dismiss a concept, then you must, at the very least, in my opinion, define what that is and what that person is dismissing.
I did define what it is, though.
It was nebulous, vague, ambiguous.
According to you, there are many things.
There were two people that said it. All right.
Yeah, and that's cool. But the point is, again, you're focusing on the definition of the word rather than the evidence in the science. So I'm saying to you, if you actually chose, because it appeared to me in the conversation that you missed a significant chunk of the initial breakdown that was given, moving from the definitions to the actual explanation that was given by the physicists. Yeah, one of the top physicists in the world. Okay, so I'm saying
there was nothing supporting anything you said.
I'm saying maybe, I'm prepared to accept that maybe my definitions are insufficient for the team. But I am saying that if one looks into the actual science, they may understand something beyond what I'm able to explain.
I think you know what's irritating me, yeah? People stop doing this and using a Big Bang cosmology and all this shit. None of us can do any of these fucking field equations. So what we have to rely on is whenever one of these scientists wants to put his philosophy cap on and start telling you about the origins of the universe, you're not going to be able to verify what he's saying. So at the very least, that person has to make hold on. At the very least, that person has to make fucking sense. So if you project upon to some ancient runes, some binary fucking computer program hacker code, and say therefore immaterial origins of the universe, I'm not having it. If you say spirit, therefore string theory. If you say spirit, therefore supersymmetry, and you don't explain what fucking spirit is, it makes absolutely no sense.
I defined it more than once.
What sense does that make? If you can't if you can't scientifically define spirit, why are you comparing it to science to validate it?
Have you read the article?
Can you not be in argument mode and think about what I'm actually saying? How can someone scientifically validate something and then claim that the thing isn't scientific?
Have you read the article, James?
What are we doing then?
Have you read the article, James?
No, I listened to you read it.
How are you making a judgment upon whether the scientist is just putting his philosophy hat on or not? Where are you getting that from?
From the whole discussion. So why did you bring it to the fore?
I've just said. Why
didn't you just post the link and then?
I did post the link. I posted the link more than once.
No. I'm saying, why did you read it then? Why didn't you just post the link and click
I was sharing some information. I don't think
it formed the basis for your argument, isn't it? And I responded to your
information that I have learned about in the last few years and come across. I don't see what the problem is. I didn't, and every time I was reading from it, you got frustrated and wanted me to stop. So I'm saying to you, you're making assertions on the validity of the research, and I'm saying to you, well, if you haven't read it, then upon what basis are you judging where the person's coming from? It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, if you read it and you still don't get it, then fine. But the idea that you're going to cast aspersions on the thing from a basis of not having read it doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever.
When I jumped on, I asked I said what was supposed to be upset. People are saying, "Oh, you lot just agree with Rob. You lot just agree with Rob regardless." I said, I didn't say you said that. I said people said that. I said, "Oh, what did he say?" Then you said, and it's Isa or someone said it was something to do. He was dismissed of the term spirit. He gave an example that you gave. I think the spirit is being alive, and the soul is your consciousness. That's what Isa said. I said, if Rob disagreed with those two definitions,
that was Isa's.
I know. And then remember, I asked you yesterday. And then you said, let me read something for you. I said, cool. I said there was no definition for a spirit in there. Then you read the definition of the spirit, and then I said,
I actually read it first. I actually read it.
So maybe I'm right. And I said I don't understand that. And I was like, is it just me witnessing? And then what ensued was you kept referring to this text about some kind of proof. But I was
what ensued is that you wouldn't actually let me finish the argument, right? You didn't hear it, and you wouldn't actually let me finish it. And I'm saying to you that I was giving you a definition of spirit in the consciousness of belief systems, of philosophical systems, whereby spirit is referred to and what they are referring to. And so when we talk about a primary vital force, yes, or a primary animating force, this similar language is used in the article that I was.
You wouldn't accept it was electromagnetism. You wouldn't accept it was.
No, I don't. It's not that I wouldn't accept. All I was saying is that I am not saying that it is electromagnetism. I can't make that claim. Yeah, it may well be. It may not be exactly electromagnetism, but related to it. But I cannot make a definitive claim to say that it is electromagnetism. All I can say is that the research of these people suggests that there may be a pervasive and ubiquitous fabric, that holds the universe together or undergirds creation. That's all I can. That's the only claim I can make. I can't tell you it's strong force or weak force or electromagnetism or gravity. I can't make any of those claims. I can't do that. Right? What I can say is that there is evidence that suggests.
You do realize there's some scientists that have done that. Some scientists that are charted from the Big Bang to now. And with regards to the forces, the only thing that truly confounds them is what happened prior to. the first motion, if you like, if indeed there
I'm
is a
aware of that, James. But I'm saying to you that
and that's what you're arguing for. You're arguing for God. That's what's happening. He's arguing for God.
No, because even if that's what you're going to say, my concept of quote unquote, and if you're going to use that to color the actual reasoning, then fine. But I think I've said enough on these conversations for people to understand that my concept of what people call God is not the same.
No. You said I'll give you no. Can I quote you? Can I quote you for truth to show you that I'm not fraud? You said an immaterial origin or something. Immaterial.
That wasn't my language. That wasn't my language. That was the language of the article that I was reading from.
Yeah.
And I'm saying to you that I'm not claiming to have understood everything about the thing. This is the article that I read from is the only popularly published version of some very, very complicated research. Yeah. That is not generally speaking published because most people just wouldn't understand what the hell it is, because it's all kinds of deep mathematics that are going on. And in order for the physicist, who has a degree in mathematics to forward the research, he had to employ a whole team of mathematicians, not physicists, but mathematicians, to extend the research further. And some of the findings are dependent upon the results that come out of the Hadron Collider experiments and so on and so forth. So again, I played you a video where the man expressly says that the research is, this was like 4 years ago, that the research is in its very early stages. And this is what we found so far. And you know what I'm saying? And it suggests supersymmetry in the universe, and so on and so forth. I've only given what the suggestions are and saying that where the science is at the moment would suggest that this concept of a primary vital force or animated, even if we don't know
there's a necessity for one. Even though we don't know there's even a necessity for one. Carry on.
No, yeah, but we it may not be the case, bro. But you keep asking me to validate things that I cannot validate. I'm just demonstrating a particular field of exploration that is happening right now that suggests certain results. Yeah. So keep asking me to go beyond that is nonsense. All I've said is that this is the concept of spirit in these bodies of thought. The same concept that is being referred to here as spirit is being referred to here in these terms. Yeah. Philosophically speaking, there's a relationship here. Yeah. So the concept of this is not invalid based upon the evidence of this. That's the only claim that's being made. That's it. Yeah, that's it. We don't have to go on. I am not trying to go any further than that. And we said we don't have to. The article that I read, I made it explicit, is not trying to go any further than that. He's using words like maybe and suggest. He's not making a definitive claim here. He's saying that the evidence that I have been doing with my team suggests this.
So, all right. Just so we can wrap it up. So, in your opinion, and if you say no to this, I'm just going to rest it at this point because I don't care. Your opinion. Spirit equals immaterial primary mover.
You could describe it like that, yeah.
But in your opinion, what you're saying they're looking into? That's
yes, within.
Okay, yo, hand on my heart because I know I do like arguing. If you had said that in the beginning, we're not defining it, we could have skipped all of this nonsense.
Can I say though, I'm not really into the whole mover thing. I don't know about mover, yeah. But I get where you're
primary source, immaterial primary source. You happy with that?
Yes.
All right, cool, man. Well, if you said that to somebody, I mean, they can still disagree and argue with you, but
you say what I do with.
But I'm saying that is a valid form of research, of course.
I've been saying that. This is what
you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you did not.
Listen,
you did not. You said something about soul. You said something about soul. This thing.
I read a definition that used the word soul, and you wanted to get.
You said a lot of shit that wasn't that.
And I said to you that the word soul here is not pertinent or is not germane, particularly, overly relevant. It's not primary to the thing to the line of reason that I'm going at the moment.
It can, but still, that can still be dismissed. I mean, don't get me wrong. It probably shouldn't because people are trying to work out what happened before the Big Bang. Quantum.
You can dismiss it. It would just be unscientific to do so. That's the only claim I'm making.
Yeah, but Rob, can we get Rob here quickly? Yeah, Rob, if someone's defining spirit as what they believe is the primary source of the universe, do you think that's a valid form of research? or viable?
I don't know what's the primary force of the universe.
Source.
I understand
Source.
four forces, what is called the core forces.
Source.
They are the primary forces of the
Source.
forces of the universe. What other force is there?
Source.
What force?
S with an S. Source.
Source. What is that? What is the primary source? What does that
So
mean?
they're saying basically what happened before the Big Bang. That's basically saying where did this universe come from?
No, it doesn't necessarily have to be what happened before the Big Bang. You know, it's what is currently undergirding or holding together the fabric of the universe. Is there a
four forces, though?
Primary? And I did say this before, you know. I don't know if you heard me, but I said force or group of forces. I said this already. Yeah, that is underpinning all of this existence as we know it. Yeah, and I'm suggesting that there is science that also suggests this thing. That's all that's being said. Now, if to keep asking me, well, what is it? I don't know. Right? The people that are doing the research don't know. Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
So why are they proposing it then if they don't know?
Why do you think they're proposing it?
Rob, have you read the article?
No, I haven't read an article.
Read the article, and maybe the answers will come.
Well, you could summarize it in 1 minute, probably.
They're proposing it because of the fact that they have constructed symbols based upon mathematical equations. Yes, on certain theories in science, such as string theory. Yeah, they've done mathematical equations on certain forces and kinds of matter, and there are these equations that are coming about that suggest super symmetry. Yeah, and they have done graphic representations of these equations that give symbolic representation to the idea of supersymmetry. And so because of that, they're suggesting that, you know, there may be something in this idea that there is a fundamental primary immaterial force that gives birth to reality. Yeah, as we know it today. And not only that, for some people are going further and saying that our consciousness is a part of it, in the sense of the fact that it's participatory. Yeah, so there is something to do with our consciousness in the universe and blah blah blah. But the actual person that wrote the paper is not necessarily making that claim. He's just saying that it relates to this idea where that claim was made. And so basically he's saying, well, this might sound crazy, but at the heart of this thing, there might be a kernel of truth. Yeah,
and maybe there's not, right? Maybe there's not.
But I've been saying that, right? That's what I'm saying.
Great. So if maybe it's not, and
if you want to hinge it on, maybe it's not. But the only case I've made is that the idea of this primary vital force is not implausible. That's the only claim I've made. So keep trying. I'm not a physicist, fam. Yeah, I've never made that claim. I'm very intelligent, but I'm not an astrophysicist. Yeah.
Can I ask a question? To Rob and James, do you think that they're wasting their time with this pursuit?
I think they're making speculative claims that somebody like Shaka wants to jump on and attribute that to spirit. And I think that's a problem. It's speculative. And if they want to speculate, they can speculate. I can speculate about a rune force that undergirds all of reality and comes from the 10th dimension.
Speculating based upon observation, yes or no?
Exactly. MA, quick thing. Again, all these claims are being made about a research paper that nobody else has read other than myself and Orthodox more. So I can't take them seriously. Like if you've read it and you're saying, well, this is pure foolishness for whatever reason, maybe we can reason about it, but you haven't read it. So what conversation are we going to have? It doesn't make any sense. All these big assertions about the research that they haven't even looked into. It's ridiculous.
Are we all agreeing that it's speculative?
Just read the thing, bruv.
Are we agreeing that it's speculative, or are we thinking that this has some validity that can be tested?
I'm agreeing that it's speculative based upon observations that have been made.
So I can make a speculative claim as well. I think there's a rune force that is underpinned by the 10th dimension, and that's the force that gives everything space its meaning, right?
No more.
And I'll point to the same equations and say, hey, there's a rune force.
These men say that they don't like science. These men don't like science.
It's no more speculative than a phylogenetic tree in macroevolution or human.
Don't talk complete nonsense, please.
Quick question. Rob, are all speculations equal?
How do we know what all speculations are? They're speculations, right?
I'm asking you a philosophical
That
question.
question doesn't make sense.
All speculations equal.
No.
That question doesn't make sense.
No, it makes sense. If you don't want to answer it, just say you don't want to answer it.
Everybody on the panel knows what he means. Like, apart from you.
He's saying like probabilistic frameworks are all probabilistic.
How do we establish that?
Well, I'm asking you a question. Are all speculations equal? There are some.
I don't know what that question means.
Rob.
How do I establish that they're all the same?
Is a speculation? Hold on. Here we go. Right quick. Is a speculation based off an observation more viable scientifically than speculation not based off observation? Yes or no?
Yes.
I don't know.
Guy, man.
Remember, here's why, Moore. Let me explain to you. Here's why. Okay, never mind. I won't explain. Don't worry.
Probabilities are not meaningless, isn't it, Rob?
Of course they're not.
I mean, there's
after this, I'm going to talk about scientific methods.
No, but that's the thing. You're talking about scientific methods when actually it's a hypothesis, not a speculation. A speculation comes in after the hypothesis is made, after various experiments, and then there is a speculation that something could be reoccurring or it could be instrumental inside of the scientific method that's being used for whatever you're speculating. So there's a difference in the wording that you're using, because something can be speculative, but that doesn't mean that it's positive or negative. It can still be inside of the it can still be inside of the hypotheses that isn't proven.
Can things be more probable than others? That's the question you're asking. If he doesn't accept the way you use the word speculation, because that in itself is broad. So let's just say, can things be more probable? Can things you don't know to be fact be more probable than other things you don't know?
Again, though, when you're talking about scientific terminology, hypotheses are things that are posited prior to experimentation.
No, that's not true. That's not true. A hypothesis is the question.
Hold on.
Hypothesis is the question.
Hold on. I'm very aware that experimentation can give birth to new hypotheses. Yeah, but I'm saying that if there is evidence, once there is evidence to support a particular hypothesis, then it graduates to the level of theory. Yeah, that's my understanding of the process. Okay, please correct me if I'm wrong. Right.
So that's what I was going to get at is, yes, you're right. There are hypotheses that once they've gone through the method and can be confirmed, they can lead to other hypotheses that could possibly not be proven or are correct.
Right.
So there's still the speculation. The speculation is that it could be. That doesn't mean that it actually is. The hypothesis is the start of it, which is just saying, I think something is this or is not.
Right, guys, let's not get bogged down on a non-starter. You were making a point where
about the fact that I am not suggesting there is this, and the defined success of proving the theory or not. I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm not making that claim whatsoever. I am just saying that there is evidence to support a particular idea. So once people read the actual research, then they're at liberty to decide for themselves whether it's a hypothesis or whether it's a theory, whether it's strong speculation or whether it's weak speculation. But casting aspersions on the thing before actually looking into it is the height of unscientific mentality as far as I'm concerned.
I would agree with that. And I don't know about the paper that you're talking about, so I can't make a confirm or say that it's wrong. I'm just the word speculation is nowhere inside of the scientific method, is my point, and that the speculation is what people think could be confirmed after further research. That was my whole point.
Yeah, man. So this is not the first time unscientific methods have been used to
defend science.
Yeah, it's crazy. But what it does say to me is that obviously real scientists, they, it's probably rare that you'll find them not curious enough or interested enough to explore or read an article or have a conversation about something that they have.
MA, all it is that it's more cultural than it is scientific. Yeah?
No, I don't. Can I say one thing though? Can I say in Rob's defense? Yeah. Well, yeah.
Man, hey, listen here. You've already got a bad reputation. I don't know why you're doing this.
No. But I have to say this. The reason he's not. Hold on. But let me say this. The reason he's not trying to concede to you is, and I kind of agree with it. And I said this to you yesterday. Is this is a soft introduction of what arguably are quite hard supernatural concepts. Like we use words like immaterial because it sounds more palatable, but the reality is what you described there was, so there are many theistic scientists that of course would look for some kind of confirmation of supernatural or
even here nor there though, James.
No, I know, but hold on, but no, but for you to say
supernatural,
hold on, but for you to say the origins of the universe are, as a result of some immaterial sort of force/source that is ever present or omnipresent, yeah, that is a bold claim. Is it? Now, are scientists actively trying to disprove that hypothesis and some trying to prove it 100%? So it's viable. On that basis, I wouldn't have an issue if you want to define it. But for somebody that doesn't, that knows that the overwhelming wealth of information knowledge is that most likely isn't to be, there's less of a probability of that being the case, at least the omnipresent part. They're not. I don't think Rob is willing to concede what I am in the sense that
you're entitled to it. As far as I'm concerned, you lot's biases against quote unquote supernatural means nothing to me, and it should mean nothing to you in relation to what the science is saying. Yeah, so I'm saying to you that what's it called? When I in my own cosmological understanding, the supernatural doesn't really factor heavily into it. Yeah, like I deal with nature and natural forces of nature. They're not.
What's immaterial then? When you say immaterial, what do you mean? You mean
why does immaterial mean supernatural? Those two things, even from a scientific point of view, the term immaterial is used in a way that is purely scientific. It's not necessarily supernatural.
But can you see how somebody hold on? But can you see how somebody when it taps to the
1 second, James, whatever you believe about the soft introduction or the hard introduction of a theory that you don't particularly ascribe to is neither here nor there.
No, but listen, I know, but stop. I know you're a gangster. You don't give a shit what anyone thinks. We get that. What I'm saying is, if you attach a term like that to
what I think,
if you attach the term like that to spirituality, I think it's like it's being not dishonest. I don't want to say that, but you're being intentionally obtuse to say that. I don't see how people would think. I don't see how people think this has magical quality.
All it is that you're not comfortable with the term spirit, and you're entitled to it. But to tell me now, use the terminology.
May I say something? May I say something? Like I'm not against the concept that it's possible. Okay, I'm just against the concept of saying that it's proven. And what I think is going on a lot of time. No, I know. I'm not implying that I'm not trying to imply that you're saying that it's proven. But what I think happens a lot of times when people speak out about things in science and papers and stuff is we're a bunch of laymen on YouTube trying to discuss things that people have gone to school for like fucking 5 to 7 years sometimes, and they only have a grasp of it because they spent so much time learning about it. Right. And here we are trying to define what we read on one paper, which I'm pretty sure. Even that paper that you read, I haven't read it. There had to be words on there that you did not know. There had to be equations on there. There had to be words. There had to be words. There had to be equations you didn't understand.
If you don't read the paper at all, you're nowhere, innit? Like,
and this is what I think. I've said that many times, even when reading the paper, there are things about this that I don't fully comprehend. And I don't fully
maybe my phone went out then because I couldn't hear you all that time. So if that happened,
many times. Yeah, it's a fact. I don't understand everything in the paper. There are things that I understand, and there are things that I don't understand. But I'm pretty good with English. So words.
No, I'm just saying we're a bunch of laymen. We're a bunch of laymen trying to explain things that are way above our knowledge and the fact that we haven't studied it. And when we try to do that, it's really easy to get tangled up in the language or the terminology.
Wait, let me say one thing. But the thing is with that, is there are some people who are more honest than others, first and foremost, Like I said the other day, maybe it was yesterday or the day before, if you're not battling against, if an atheist who is tied to the scientific method is not battling against the theist, right? They find themselves in a really difficult position when they come up with something like this, right? And it really is clear to see the bias, and it doesn't get nowhere, and it's quite embarrassing. Let me just say one more thing. They done, James. Remember earlier on, what did They done say? Yeah, he said that one thing that he sees which happens, and I think he's a theist, but it doesn't matter. One thing he said happens is the people arguing against a particular point are not arguing against the point; they're arguing against the thing that they think the person is assenting to at the end of their argument, right? And this is exactly what Rob was doing. Rob is because you have an emotional or intellectual attachment or detachment from the word spirit, you're thinking 10 steps ahead of into an argument that's not even being made at that point.
Exactly.
Yeah, the same could be said for Shaka, but let me just move
on. I'll try it. You know what it is, though?
Hold on. Can I just say one quick? All right, go on. Say what you're saying.
It's the whole thing is that the conversation is cultural. There are cultures that conceive of the universe more in terms of connectedness, and there are cultural understandings that conceive of the universe or have developed along the lines of conceiving of the universe in terms of disconnectedness. That's all it is. And so when people speak about connectedness, yeah, for those who have a worldview that is built around disconnectedness or unconnectedness, it makes them uncomfortable. That's all it is, because there's nothing scientific in the reasoning, nothing whatsoever.
Can I just say, this over relax, because more, if you're more, you're there, yeah? More. Orthodox.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just want to reverse engineer that statement you made. So what you are doing, yeah, and I'm not saying Shaka's a theist, but you definitely do, is when you rely on scientific explanations, and me and you have had discussions where you've said this has been the sort of thing that tipped the scale, or the congruence of these two bits of information and the scientific validation proved without a shadow of a doubt. That is more belief in scientists and science, especially when all of the science you guys are talking about to validate any of your claims exists in maybe the most research, but what's produced the least amount of conclusions and least results. So scientist hypothesizes X and says X can be possible. Therefore, my belief in the immaterial supernatural universe is confirmed. You believe in science more than we do. They're not our scientists; they're yours. Because
I rely on science more than you.
Hold on. There's nothing a scientist cannot demonstrate to me that I will believe and take as a fact. But there's things that you actually believe are facts that scientists can't even demonstrate to you. So who believes in scientists? You in the wave function.
James, you're saying that having not
hold on. You say when the waves dip, so we can't see what's going on. That's where I believe God is. Like, no one's told you there's God there. No scientist has said this is definitive proof for God, but you believe.
So what I said is that the scientists in religious texts are saying the same thing, that at that juncture they're talking about an unseen concept. Yeah.
But now no. But because you presuppose now, for example, then if the scientist says we got something wrong, and some of this nebulous area where you believe God exists is now illuminated and proved that God doesn't exist, do you stop believing in God at this point?
It doesn't disprove a God exists. It just says God
hold on. You stop believing in God at this point.
What was the question?
I said, when one of these areas becomes illuminated more than it is currently, and it proves that this area, God could not exist, let's say definitively, it proves it. Will you stop believing?
So again, you're talking about a supernatural external form of God. I don't believe in that concept.
Regardless, if a scientist.
So at what point is any science going against energy cannot be created or destroyed?
So God is energy to you.
I've been saying that since day one, since me and Rob first had this conversation.
Okay, so God doesn't speak to prophets and come down, and he doesn't do any. He doesn't.
So if you listen to what I said prior to, like again at this juncture, right? When they're talking about like the wave function concept, right? They're using the same concept of like DNA, where they're talking about, and Rob, pay attention to this part, right? Where the information is encoded, right? All the information of the possibility of the wave function is encoded within.
So there's no such thing as angels and stuff. There's no such thing as winged creatures that come down.
He's trying to speak.
When have you ever seen anything about a winged creature?
So I don't know. Me and you don't talk about. I'm just saying, just so I'm correct. You are essentially a complete naturalist. That's what you're saying.
I've been saying from day one. I'm a theological naturalist. I deal with spiritual naturalists.
Then Ma'alesh, I'm sorry that I even put you in the same boat as a Muslim, or not a Muslim, but another person who
So again, James, this is why I typed what I said in the chat. This is why Rob is saying what he's saying differently now. He will say now with respect. Now, not all theists believe X, Y, Z. He recognizes now that there's schools of theism that deal with naturalism and whatnot, right? Shakara's talking about the same thing. His concept of what he's talking about of what God would be is not something external to nature. It's intrinsic to nature, and without it, it's vital to nature. Without it, nature wouldn't exist, right?
So
I'm gonna catch you slipping. I'm gonna catch you slipping one of these days. But all right, cool.
You gotta put down the Street Fighter 2 for a day or two.
I'm not gonna lie, James. I don't think you're gonna catch him. You know, I don't think you're not gonna catch him, bro.
Let me make a statement. Then I'm.
Hey, Val, you seeing this, right? You seeing the scalps, right?
So, if life is biological, it is explained in its entirety biologically, then there is no, quote, source or force or spirit necessary for life. And if you don't agree, if you suggest that there is something else, please provide the evidence that it's necessary for something else to be involved in the process of life. And even if you demonstrated there was something else, we don't know what that something else is. And if it turns out to be a force and you're going to co-opt that and call that spirit, well, go ahead. That sounds to me just like a religious person who goes, hey, I've got a conclusion and I'm going to make something fit that conclusion no matter what, so I can pat myself on the back. You can do that. But first show me there's something that is required that's more than biological for life. Otherwise, you don't even get off the ground.
I think.
Thanks very much.
Real quick. I think what would be fair to do. I think what would be fair to do for Shakara at this juncture would be to give a proper definition of spirit based upon his background in terms of like the African traditions and whatnot. Hold on, give me 2 seconds. Just give me 2 seconds, right quick.
Can I get 2 minutes? I'm going to jump off. I swear to you.
Go ahead.
The Quran came from where?
Came from Allah.
What is God?
God is energy.
So energy writes books.
Yeah.
No, stop.
So again, all information, right, or all possibilities of the wave function are encoded in the wave function. Just smoke on that while you're playing a Street Fighter 2.
Okay. Why is there an aberration? So why is there something specific? So why is there a moment in time where a certain specific person's DNA informed them to write a book, and that book is from God and no other book is from God?
Because that's a possibility encoded within the wave function.
Why? No. Why is one book?
Because that's a possibility encoded within the wave function.
So your argument is you don't believe in macroevolution?
Do you understand the concept of all possibilities?
Hold on, no, I don't right now. So
okay, then smoke on it while you Street Fighter 2, because all possibilities encodes it encompasses all possibilities.
Listen to what I'm saying. Cool, all possibilities, but you believe in one, and I'm trying to ascertain what exactly.
No, I believe in all possibilities having the ability to collapse into a singularity.
Yeah,
I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand his position, because he's a naturalist that believes that God is nature and energy.
I know, but he also
anything
miracles.
So you're cutting me off, dude.
No, I don't believe in miracles. That's the point.
I'm trying to explain it to you. I'm trying to explain it to you.
He's heard you defend him. He's heard you now. He's heard you defend him. Don't worry, yeah.
I'm not defending him. I'm trying to explain his position to you because you.
Please.
Holy shit, dude.
Please. Sorry. Thank you. Yeah. So you believe?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you believe in macro. You don't believe in macroevolution, so you believe we were made or no?
Say what?
You believe we were made by something? Then no. What?
Obviously, we're here.
We were made by an individual. Yeah.
I observe. No.
So if energy, so if the
is energy an individual?
Explanation is evolution.
Hold on. Are you equating energy to an individual?
I'm equating the concept of agency to an anthropomorphic understanding of energy.
So anthropomorphism is not an individual. It's individualizing a principle in nature, right?
Anthropomorphic is putting consciousness, attaching consciousness to what it arguably is a deterministic framework.
What you're attaching it to is not actually an individual, though. You're the individual is individualizing. That's
Let's not get lost in philosophy. Listen, simply put.
What does anthropo mean?
Simply put.
What does anthropo mean?
Simply put, please, for me, help me out, please. Yeah.
Human.
What does anthropo mean?
Please. Simply put, yeah, for me. who created us? How did we come here if it wasn't evolution? If we didn't evolve?
Okay. Energy, bro.
And you describe that process for us really quickly. If it wasn't evolution, how did it work?
No, I can't describe it quickly. It's pretty complicated.
As simply as you can, please.
As simply as I can. Energy condensed into different aspects of form.
Okay. So what was the first thing? Human chem fresh out the box like an action man.
What was the first thing? The first thing would have to be a condensing of a form of energy.
No. What was the first organic material?
Again, the first organic material would have to be some condensing of a form of energy. I can't call it. I wasn't there.
And you don't know any like concepts like abiogenesis you don't agree with, or you agree with them and
I don't necessarily disagree with it at the same point in time. Like so this is where the evolutionary biologists are having an issue, right? They're having an issue trying to figure out where the coding for the RNA and the DNA came from, right? And so this is why I'm telling you to smoke on what I'm saying right now, right? So when you're talking about abiogenesis, there's some energetic connection, right? There's some form of even back in the old concepts of evolution, they were talking about like primordial soup and some energy in the primordial soup, right? So what they're finding out is, again, this is what the physicists.
Humans come out.
Oh, no, James, just give me 2 seconds.
Because I got to go in a sec. Did humans come out of it? Just quickly, so we get to the point. Did humans come out of that, or did something?
So the process, the process of energy becoming formed 100%.
So a straight human came out of the primordial soup.
No, I didn't say that at all.
So I'm asking you. You don't believe in macroevolution. So what came out of the soup?
I don't even say I believe in the soup concept, bro.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So basically, all right, just so I understand this, you're a naturalist, and that's the shield that you're hiding behind.
So is abiogenesis confirmed at the moment?
But you affirm everything that's in the Quran.
Is abiogenesis confirmed at the moment?
Yes, it's confirmed that there was a point where there's no organic matter.
No, abiogenesis is not confirmed.
There was confirmed
we had this conversation the other day about there being seven different hypotheses about abiogenesis. One of them being a clay concept, right? We had this conversation, yeah.
There was a point where organic matter was not in the universe, and then there was a point where organic matter, what we now perceive as organic matter.
So the question.
Cool. Let's not get bogged down by that. You affirm everything that's in the Quran, yeah? Orthodox Mo? Right, he's going here. Big up the panel, man. Big up, lads. More, we're going to continue this, yeah?
All right. So I guess I got to respond to Rob. This idea of something else that is not intrinsically linked to biology or matter, I'm not suggesting that. So yeah, and that claim keeps being made, and I keep saying that's not what I'm suggesting. The thing can be intrinsic to biology, but let me ask a question: Is a rock biological?
It's made of minerals. It has no life.
Bio
is life. Bio is life.
Right. So existence, it is composed of the biological and the non-biological in that sense. Yeah.
Well, but then if you're gonna try to make it off that basis, then we're talking about matter and atoms, things that can be quantified, and they're on the periodic table. Now, if you're gonna try to equate a rock to some spirit that's not on the periodic table, then we're just gonna be talking in circles.
Again, people keep jumping the gun and reading into statements. This is not what I'm saying. I'm saying that obviously matter is in the universe. The same matter that makes up organic life or biological life is the same matter that makes up non-biological life. Yeah, that's the only statement I was going to make. And I'm saying that the idea of the universe and the kind of things there, and what the research paper that I was referring to deals with, it's more than just life. But obviously, there is a unique, expression of matter that results in life. Yeah. So the question of what is it that distinguishes non-life from life is more than just matter.
It's more of a chemical process. There's a difference.
There's a very big.
A rock doesn't have a chemical process after it's formed, but life has chemical processes the whole time that it's living.
Exists.
And even after it dies, Even after it dies, there's a chemical process of
Are we able to quantify? The question is, are we able to quantify what is the difference between, from a biological point of view, yeah? Like, what is the fundamental baseline difference between life and non-life, in the sense of the fact that entities die, entities that manifest life also die. So what is it that is present, quote unquote, using an insufficient terminology, in a biological entity when it is manifesting life that is not present when it is not manifesting life?
Well, I mean, as far as I know, all life has certain stages, even from a cellular understanding, which is it has to consume and it has to have waste.
So, but do we know what animates a being that is said to have life? What is the animating principle or phenomena?
What is actually the creating process? Is that what you're asking?
No, I'm asking, do we know what the animating phenomena is? What is the animating phenomena?
What turns something from inanimate to animate? That's what you're asking.
Well, I don't want to say from inanimate to animate. I want to make it specific to living. So life, yeah? Because anything can be animate, like a robot can be animate. Well, we don't say the robot has life. So I'm saying that when it comes to life, but we would say that the animating force in the robot, we might say is electricity, yeah? Which is a form of energy, okay? So what is the animating force? Yeah?
I don't know. I would have to disagree because, and I'm trying to understand you. I'm not trying to beat around the bush. I just don't understand the position that you're putting forth with the word animated.
I'm not putting forward a position at the moment. The question: do we know what the animating phenomena is in a biological being?
Well, that's the thing. Like, you disagreed with when I said inanimate, and then you try to say a robot becomes.
I wasn't disagreeing. I was just trying to make it more specific, because we can use animate in a number of different circumstances. So I'm saying, well, yeah,
right.
Animate, but animate is specificity to life or living things, living organisms. Yeah, so not just animate in its broader sense, but animate specifically in relation to the concept of life. That's what I was saying.
If the rock also gives off a measurable frequency, is that an argument for it being animated?
It's an argument for it being energy or containing energy, because they say that that it vibrates, isn't it? The energy, the atoms are constantly in vibrating, if that makes sense. So I don't know if that equals animation.
I'm trying to understand.
Okay, that'd be like a conductor concept. Okay, I got you.
I'm trying to understand where this is at the starting point, because it's at a cellular level, life, animation begins with the ability to consume and to waste. So are you saying before that?
In a sense, yeah. What brings that about? What brings about that capacity?
As far as we know, it's chemical processes that are found throughout the universe. Now, is this 100% verified that you can get an animated cell to consume and to waste through it? No, it's not 100% proven, but we're talking about things that occurred billions of years ago, and we've only had the science to really study for so long. So I don't understand where this is going.
What you're saying is that so far we understand that life is brought about by a combination of chemical processes, yes?
We know that there are chemical processes in life which are explained throughout the universe.
Yeah.
So then with that we can theorize that there is no necessity for anything outside of these chemical formations.
Yeah, but we don't know what about these chemical formations produces the end result, which is life. So we're able to quantify.
I don't know.
What is about this combination of things that produces this result? Yeah, are we able to do that yet?
No, not that I know of. No.
Okay, I'm just asking a question at the moment. That's all I'm doing. Yeah, so it suggests to me that life itself, yeah, is not quantifiable beyond a certain point.
So the starting of it is not quantifiable. The living of it is understandable and learnable.
That makes sense to me. Yeah. Right.
Okay, now I could get where you're coming from with that, but I would also just have to state that, you know, we've only known about cells and germ theories for just over 100 years.
Exactly.
You know, Hooke, the man who actually founded the cell, back, well, actually, that would have been around the time of Isaac Newton, I believe, is when the cell was first discovered. So that would still be like 200 some odd years ago, roughly, or 300. I'm sorry. I'm walking right now. I'm trying to just come off the top of my head with this. But in that time frame, we were still primitive in even understanding what a cell was. You know, a lot of people thought that it was just fake. And there's still people today who don't even believe in germ theory. So what I'm getting at is just because we haven't found anything yet doesn't mean that there's not an understanding that's possible. Because, okay, then yeah, we're just at an impasse then. Because what it comes to is you have your belief and I have mine, and our belief systems are not negating either one. It's just saying that so far evidence hasn't been found for either one. And without the evidence to disprove one or the other, which we may never have, the fact is we'll always be at an impasse.
Well, yeah, that all that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Do you get what I'm saying? That's why I was trying so much to figure out your wording and the way that it was coming across to me. I couldn't understand it because it felt like we were coming at the same point, but we're at the different sides of the ray. You get what I'm saying? If it's mathematical, a ray and a point, but we're at different sides of it, but we're on the same line where we understand that the difference of life and non-life, and we understand what life consists of on a fundamental level, but we just don't have any evidence of what it is that has proven life to exist. Am I right on that? Is that like what we were talking about?
From my understanding, that would seem to be correct.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure that we were on the same basis of what we were talking about. Go ahead.
So yeah, shout out to all my cultural atheists who claim to be scientifically literate.
Well, there's nothing wrong with admitting that you don't know something. In fact, I think if a lot more people would show that humility, then we would probably progress a lot further as a human race.
Certainly.
As opposed to just saying, well, I'm right because I'm right, and no matter what you say, go fuck yourself. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's evident to me, as I said in it, that a lot of this conversation is based upon people's preconceived notions and their cultural biases. That's all it is. Because the reality is that a conversation like this should not lead to anger, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, really and truly, you know, like just because somebody said connected. It's just
what it's showing is
it's totally irrational.
Well, no, the thing is, when you said connected to me, I'm not trying to cut you off. It wasn't like I was emotionally invested. I just didn't understand the terminology. I was like, is he talking about the food chain? Is he talking about...
To be fair, you haven't been part of the conversation, so I wouldn't...
Yeah, I don't think you're talking. You're still here, bro.
Here's the thing: the idea of not being connected, as you know, is what perpetuates the fuckery that we see in the world today.
But that's the whole point, though, M.A. Brown, because I'm saying that the objectification here, when you create a detached object of the world, you use it and manipulate it for your own purposes without thinking about your connectedness to the thing. So the reality is that just purely from a philosophical point of view, you know, before there was science to prove anything, in this regard, the cultures developed that had a cosmological understanding of the world and the universe, and so because science has developed largely in the last 500 years along a specific cultural line, those biases are embedded in in how people relate to the discipline. You know what I'm saying? And people fail to realize that, so they think they're being scientific when in some instances they're just being cultural, and in terms of how they approach scientific understanding. And that's why,
once again, I'm sorry. Go ahead, finish.
No, I was going to say that's why when you use certain terminology, like it incenses them because you're speaking outside of their outside of their framework. When in another culture where you're in the same discipline and you're exploring scientifically, you use certain terminology, it's not going to phase them because they understand it from their cosmological cultural point of view. And so I think people need to overcome their cultural biases when it comes to scientific exploration.
Ask a question.
I get that, and I think it also has a bit to do with what I said before about us being laymen trying to understand things or talk about it in ways that we don't fully comprehend. You know, and just because we don't comprehend something doesn't mean we can't discuss it. But a lot of times we should. A lot of times it does mean that we should keep out of trying to use scientific terms that if somebody can call us out on, be like, oh, what does that mean? Or show me the equation and do you understand it? They'll just be like, no, I don't understand it. But somebody who went to school for X amount of time did, you know, and does. But as of right now, a lot of people are not educated enough to make valid descriptions and or claims based off of the stuff that they just read. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think the only point there is that reading is a starting point.
No, I agree. I concur. It's always great to try to take in more
definitely
knowledge.
Fundamental, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's always great to take in more knowledge. But what I'm saying is, a lot of people stop at one source, or they don't, and then they say, okay, that's all I need to learn about that. Instead of saying, okay, let me go read up on this person, whoever made that thesis, right? That peer-reviewed paper. Yeah. Look up his name and see his other works, and maybe it can coincide and teach you an easier way to understand is what I'm getting at. But a lot of people don't do that.
Most definitely.
Agreed.
Most definitely. Including many who claim to be following the scientific method. That must
agreed 100%. That's what we found out this week. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100% orthodox one. Definitely.
Well, we also found out, like I was saying earlier this week, was that I think my atheist brothers and whatnot are finding out that all schools of theism are not the same. And I got a lot of respect for Rob for changing how he talks about certain things, because he's clarifying that he's specifically an atheist against the concept of a supernatural God. And he's starting to talk about, like, well, not all theists believe X, not all theists believe Y. I have a lot of respect for that. I appreciate that, Rob, because we're seeing now, like, even like, again, what Shaka Ra talks about with the African spiritual concept or whatnot, that's different than an external supernatural God. That's a God intrinsic to nature. And me, being of an Abrahamic tradition, right? I come from a very a unique concept. Even the Sufis got the same concept to where it's a God intrinsic to nature, or you're connected to the source or whatever, etc. So
yeah, Orthodox. What? Go ahead. Oh, I was just gonna ask, why'd you delete our conversation, bro, on your channel? What's up with that? Oh,
I didn't delete
it. Oh, it didn't show up when I looked.
Hold on, let me see what's going on, because it's there. I'm getting views on it.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. Maybe it blocked.
It's like I made it for adults or whatever, and it took like a day or two I think it took like a day for it to upload.
Oh, okay. All right. I was just wondering. I was curious because I thought it was a good conversation. I was like, damn.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
He's just trying to embarrass me and then took it off or some shit was going on.
Hold on real quick.
I'm sorry for interrupting on that, y'all.
No, you're good. That was a good conversation still, bro.
Hey.
Now.
You're right.
Now, I would say the thing is about Rob. Okay, cool. I'll check it out. I'll check it out later, see how sexy my voice sounds.
Yeah, it's got 36 views so far. Yeah, so.
Yeah.
So the thing with Rob, though, is, I mean, I like the guy and all, but he has a hard time understanding things that maybe he hasn't looked at from an outside perspective. Like the other day when I was trying to define to him that he was saying that a theist God, such as Allah, Yahweh, Jesus, was more personal of a God than a deist God, which is a God, the concept that it just created the universe and then it lets everything function and it has no communication with humans. But I was saying, just because theists believe that they have a personal experience with God does not take away the concept that it's a God for everybody, which means it's not personal, but they can have personal experience. Whereas a deist, I would say, feels more personal to their God because it's something that they don't have to define, that they do not have to have a doctrine to follow. So, which means every time that they think of their deist, they think of it as their God that personally started the universe. But he just couldn't wrap his mind around it because it's foreign to him. He thinks of everything philosophically. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to knock a man while he's not here, but there are certain people that until they think of stuff on the outside, it will never relate to them.
No.
You get what I mean? Like if you've never believed, like I have a friend who even at 5 years old, his parents were Christians, they're literalists, they made him read the Bible all the time. Even at 5 years old, he did not believe it. So it is hard for him to even conceive the concept of belief. So when I tried to explain to him one day, look, people believe stuff just because they like to believe it. They think it's true and they don't need evidence to support it because they have a belief system. To his mind, that makes no sense. Now, but that's how some people are, like flat earthers or whoever. You get what I mean? And until they can step out and have that one moment of saying, okay, let's think if the world is round. And then they can start seeing things from a different perspective. But not everybody can do that because they're stuck in their hole.
Hey, why so religious? I put a link to the YouTube video in the back chat and in the live chat. I'll put it as a comment in the video when it's done too. But yeah, it's on my Quranist channel, Son of Allah. So it's not on the Orthodox.
Could you email it to me, bro?
Sure.
Just to make sure. Okay, thank you.
Not a problem.
But I don't know. I feel like this whole week in review can be summed down to two trains of thoughts, essentially. People who don't need proof of something and people who would like proof. Or you know what I mean? Like
I agree with that 100% actually.
That was the whole everything from souls to spirits to afterlife to creation. All this is people who said, hey, I don't need the evidence. I don't need the proof because I have the belief of what it is I believe is true. And you have people who are saying, and then the other side saying, look, I would like evidence. If there is no evidence, I'm either happy saying that it's not true or I don't believe it. But, or that there could be evidence later on and we just haven't found any yet. I feel like it's separated into those two camps. This whole weekend review from everything.
Fact.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just how the world is. There's people who are literalist about things, and there are people who are figurative, even in everything from speech to understanding. And the big issue is that the only issue that I really see with it is that nobody comes to address that. Hey, we're just not going to agree on this. You know, we're at separate ends of the spectrum. It's just like when you got on there and told Bernie that I gave him some really good knowledge. I gave him a gem, I think is what you said.
Yeah, you did.
And when and a lot of times when I speak to people about religion, especially Muslims, because it says in their book why people don't believe. I can't really remember Christianity. It's been so long, but somebody can correct me, but it doesn't really give off a list of why people don't believe, such as in Islam. Now, when I said that to Reactionary the first time I went on his channel, he instantly, because he didn't remember, it's not his fault he didn't remember, but as soon as I said, hey, the Quran says why I don't believe, that should be sufficient for you, right? And he was like, yeah, you're right. Okay, never mind. We'll move on. That's how we could deal with a lot of these conversations that get drug out, is just saying, hey, we're at an impasse. We're not going to agree because you want evidence. I don't have evidence. You don't need evidence. And you don't. And even if I brought evidence, you still have faith. Did that make sense at the end there? Hello?
Not gonna lie, I didn't catch like the last 15 seconds. I'm trying to find your email.
Oh, okay. Did I cut out or did anybody?
No, I was like, you were still there.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I'm probably going to get off here in a moment, and I've just been walking my son around. But I do think that the main issue here is a big problem is like I think Shakara was saying. I wasn't looking at my screen, but I think it was his voice saying that people get too emotional. And even Rob, you know, and to me, most of the time, I get emotional when people start attacking me instead of the premise that I'm talking about. And I think you'd have to agree that happens a lot. People, you know, most of the time I'm trying to talk quiet in my mic. My son's asleep. People just want to say, there's people saying he sounds like a murderer. He sounds like they're not attacking my view. Okay, they're attacking me ad hominems because they don't want to attack the issue. So if you can just find a middle ground of saying, look, we're not going to agree because you don't have proof and I want some, and the other person says you can't disprove and you never will. I mean, that to me that's the whole week in a nutshell. And a lot of people talking shit about other people for no reason other than they got butt hurt.
Again, I thought this was a good week still, you know what I'm saying? And I definitely give thanks for Shakara sharing some information and let me learn about Brother Gates Jr. with that. That was some beautiful information, bro. Like that changed the game for me in a lot of ways. I appreciate that. That research is on point. Like that's on top of the Dogon information you pointed me towards. Like that was definitely on point, bro. I appreciate that.
You know, and I think me and Shakara have had words towards each other, but you notice when normally it takes one person to set somebody off, and normally it's an outside instigator, and then somebody hops on the bandwagon, whether it's whoever, you know what I'm saying, whichever side. But you know, today is a perfect example. Today was actually pretty good after I think James got off. He kind of like was talking over people and stuff quite a bit, but I feel like everybody was trying to give everybody at least a listen to. Now, that doesn't mean that you agree with them, but you at least gave them their chance to state their case. That I felt like today was a lot better than most days.
Right, and I appreciate you trying to explain my position to James and whatnot. Trying to give him the same concept in a different format, hoping he might understand and whatnot.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do because you know, it's like I am on the outside, so maybe he can't understand you, but I've understood it from the outside. Such as you're a naturalist that believes God is nature, but Allah at the same sense, and so there is no outside force in your eyes.
Right.
All it is God who is doing the same thing that nature does, and because God is nature, there's no such thing as quote unquote creation. Everything is intertwined. Am I off?
The last part is not close, but not quite. But yeah, for the most part, you're like 9 out of 10. So like, don't even worry about it. You're good.
But what you were saying, that's how I took it when you said it's in the encoded of energy, right? You were saying something like that. So inside of that code means that there's everything in the universe that could possibly exist because you're a possibilist, which it means that there is no such thing as creation. It's just taking form, right? Because God allows it to.
Okay, yeah, I can rock with it that way. When you say it like that, 100%, I can do that.
That's what I was trying to get at. And you know, I think he might have understood that a little bit better, because once again, you didn't even think to phrase it that way. Nope. But me as a person who just from the outside and has studied different philosophies of religion or theologies can see where that statement's going. You get what I'm saying?
That. I'm gonna rewind this tape and listen to how you just said that a few times, because you just said a 10 out of 10 that last time. So yeah.
Okay. Well, once again, I think today was a great conversation, y'all. I appreciate G Block allowing me on, and everybody. Y'all have a good day. I'm gonna get off here and go to work.
Hey, why so religious? Put your email in the chat somewhere, because I don't have it. I think you sent it to me in the back. Go ahead.
It's why so religious official at gmail.com.
Why so religious official? Okay.
Yeah, all one word.
Got it, Coach.
All right, y'all be safe. I appreciate Valley having me on. Y'all have a good rest of your day.
All right, peace.
Y'all be good.
Yeah,
Y'all
man.
be good, man. Y'all be good.
Good. Yeah, we DB.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we fly
Come
back
on.
there, G. Yeah. Jeez. Yeah, what's going on? What you saying, man? What's the people
So
on
what's the
panel saying?
verdict? What's the verdict?
The verdict is I'm gonna take my pelts and I'm gonna hop off, and you know what I'm saying. I'm gonna enjoy my weekend. You know what I'm saying.
Well, what's the verdict for this?
For the block, man. No one ever brought no arguments to the block. Why, you got any arguments that you want to bring?
Oh, shut up, man.
Man, Emma, you
Shut
never
up,
brought no
man.
arguments, man. You just talking about gay stuff, man. I was getting
I'm
worried
so
about you,
angry.
fam. I was like, but I'm glad you're married, fam. And so I was like, right, all the amount of gayness you was talking about this week.
You said anything. Why are you crying about the gayest?
You know, I'm gonna definitely have that gay motion Friday and whatnot because I'll be putting all kind of video that
that was mad still. That was just a game mode.
Big up the T block, you know what I'm saying? Big up Vel, you know what I'm saying? Big up all my chocolate agnostics and whatnot. I'm gonna enjoy my weekend, man. Y'all have a good one. Peace.
Yeah, big up,
bro.
No, more. 1 second. Bro, stop it. You know what you were doing. You know what you were doing. Yeah, cool. This is the issue. Yeah, I like you as a person, so I'm not gonna do no takfir on you. Yeah, but no. Let's be honest. Yeah?
Oh,
so I respect you.
I won't do Rob Fair on you, bro.
Yeah, trust me, Rob is the only messenger. But the point is, listen. Your thing is, and I respect your thing, and listen, I would much rather be part of your religion. You could do better dawah for me than anybody else, right? Any other quote unquote Muslim. I won't tell you you're not, but you can't see it as any kind of one-upmanship if there are articles of faith, there are pillars of Islam that you may or may not. Again, that's why I said I'll catch you because I have to do research. That you may be contravening with your position, and then on the science side, like I was nice to you because we had the argument and then it got a bit heated. But what nonsense is I believe in microevolution and not macroevolution. You believe in evolution, so the microevolution is the evidence for the macroevolution. It's stupid to. What does that mean? Just separating the two. Like you're not like you can't say.
Here's what I'll do for you. I will put a link for debate I had on that specific topic in the back chat.
Or can we just make time and then me and you not argument, but we just have a discussion properly, and I'll research why you can't say what you're saying, and also why people takfir on you. Classical Islam.
Yeah, I'd love to have that discussion, man.
All right, cool. Say nothing because listen, all you can for me to another way that our discussion could have gone was me just saying, "Well, get out of here. You're not a Muslim," but I didn't want to say that. You know what I'm saying?
It's okay. I got plenty of atheists who do takfir on me because it's easier to do that than deal with me.
You know what? No. I'm going to show you more respect. I'm going to handle you with much more care.
You gotta put down the Street Fighter first. I'm just saying.
No. We do. We'll have, and you know what? That micro. Yeah, I was being cool last time, but yeah, we're gonna discuss that. We're gonna discuss that proper. Right, okay. Big up, fam.
Peace, big up, fam. Big up and blessed.
That's my G. So what you saying, man? How do you feel like the week went then? EB, you was gonna say something, man. Belief Central.
Yeah, bare L's.
God, then describe one of the L's for us, then, bro. Let us know what they was.
One of the L's. Well, just understanding beliefs that atheists don't understand.
What? Bro, that's this guy's belief. They think about belief for years, bro. Why do you like? We get it. You don't know it for a fact. You believe. We get it.
Let me give you some L's. Let me tell you what L's I've seen this week.
Go on.
So honestly, one of the L's that I've seen is that atheists who claim to rely, well, we've seen it already today, that rely on the scientific method for their evidences, don't seem to be as tied to the scientific method as I would have hoped, actually. Say again?
So that's subjective, but continue.
Okay, I'll be more specific then. So on one or two occasions, we've seen people reluctant. We've seen people reluctant to actually study evidences that are presented by scientists to be able to actually have a proper argument. We've definitely seen that a couple of times. We've also seen claims made that have been made on the basis of either insufficient scientific evidence or what can I say? Skewed scientific evidence. So they've actually skewed it. It's not necessarily G Block in it, but you've got a lot of affiliates that have taken some L's. So yeah, maybe you've scraped through because it wasn't James and it weren't Vellier, it weren't what's his name, Ultra. So
all Rob did wrong there, and I will concede. Yeah, he definitely. So he just didn't want to give you lot an inch in it. I can tell that was what he was. When you, the point of connectedness, of sort of accepting that and then moving on, and the point of probabilistic or sort of ranking speculation, be it so can you apply probability to speculation? Both of those points he was being intransigent unnecessarily. I would concede that on his behalf. I think he would even admit in another time, but I told you the reason is because, and I guarantee he will say this to me, like whether you're there or not, he will say that because of like the ultimate point is going to be so far-fetched, he believes there's no point in giving it any kind of grounding. So for example, like if Shaka eventually says therefore the sum of all of these parts is something fanciful, he's given credence to it by accepting along the way. So his logic is I'll make you explain, I'll make you make it a painstaking explanation for every single point, because I know that ultimately you'll never be able to make your central point. You know what I mean? I reckon that's his logic.
Right. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I understand that. Does that indicate a weakness in some well, we're not talking about theists at the moment, some atheists? Is there a weakness that you find in their positions for that reason? That they have an overarching belief or understanding of how the universe started and whatever, and then certain things automatically reject, and so it provide a weakness within an argument.
If you're saying an atheist, yeah. If you're saying in Rob, I don't know him personally to tell you. Honestly, like that's me being dead ass honest. I haven't spoke to him even that much. Like you'd be surprised considering, because we're never really engaged in debates against each other. So I only ever hear him speaking to retards, and he usually bads them up. So I don't know. If I'm honest, I haven't even heard Shaka and Rob speak. You know, all of this is conjecture. It's just all shit people have said as well. But today, if Shaka had come straight off the bat, if Shaka had used Issa's definition or the definition he used today, and basically say people are looking for the origins of the universe, they believe that there was some intelligence thing. I mean, I may not agree that is the truth, but that's viable. That's a viable like sort of interest. You know what I mean?
But is it though? Because what I've also seen this week is I don't know, like when Shakara said that when the word connectedness or whatever was mentioned, there was some kind of like response, whether it be I don't know, emotional or no, there was some response from some of the G Block or some of the atheists that support the G Block, and
I think it was maybe it was that Brother Moore said, what was it? It was the universe was connected, or people was connected via what was it called? Quantum mechanics or something like that, some quantum physics on a quantum level or something like that. Yeah. And Banksy was disagreeing with him with that still. So
yeah, and for me, it's like. There's no like if you
see, for us to argue for and against on sides of whether we're connected on a quantum level, we sort of have to at least have a bit of an understanding on what quantum physics is, and I don't know what the fuck none of that is, bro.
100%.
So I just be quiet in them debates. I'm just listening to gain information for me. Really,
I would agree with you 100%. You have to have some kind of understanding, but the thing is like if the atheists on the G Block were being sincere and honest in their pursuit of whether it's knowledge or just curiosity, right, and openness, then you wouldn't really see the reactions that we've seen. We've seen some reactions that are more akin to the way that a Muslim might react to you questioning the Quran, as opposed to an atheist who's meant to be balanced and scientific. Like, so I think that, if I'm not calling that an L, but that's definitely something that the man them shouldn't be proud of. You know what I mean? Like,
You should try to people should be open to things that I don't know, but like you say, it's got to be that again. If you've got understanding of quantum physics or quantum mechanics or what, something like that, yeah, and someone saying something that sounds like it can't happen because you've got an understanding of it, of course you're just going to say, nah, that's not how it goes.
yeah. But
There's that side of it as well, isn't it?
Yeah, no, definitely, and that does happen. Like, that happens more often than not in it. But at the same time, you have the flip side of it where certain men are basically acting like bad scientists, right? So, like, even within the scientific community, going as far back as we can maybe uncover, you'll get scientists who have a particular model of the universe or a particular model of a particular part of science, and that is now used, or that at the time is used to forward the progress of that particular science. And then someone comes along, it happens in philosophy as well, someone comes along with a completely different theory and busts open a thing, but the reaction to the thing is so like anti, it's like certain man get shut down, you get me? And it's like that is an example of a bad scientist, because as a scientist, you're supposed to be curious, you're supposed to be, you know what I mean? What we're seeing instead is what happens what's happened with the domination of the world by Western powers, is that you commodify scientific discovery. So if the scientific discovery or the experiments or the commissions, if they're not geared towards something that can produce material benefit for either a small cabal of people or for a nation or for like an individual, then it's not actually worth discovering or speaking about. And then you see that reflected in some of the ways that atheists or people that claim to support the scientific method, you see that in the way that they approach these conversations. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but it's like obviously sometimes it may come across like a bit of snobbery or whatever, yeah, but
I don't even think it's necessary.
Like I was just saying, when yeah, so when you say imagine you've got an understanding of something, yeah, and someone says like, all right, so say you was an electrician, yeah, and someone says you've got to connect the neutral and the live together for the appliance to work, yeah, like obviously you'd say obviously you wouldn't do that because
yeah,
that's not, you get me, that's not how it would work, innit? Yes.
Do you remember when we had a conversation about shit? I think it was a 5G conversation, but you were using the analogy of that was it. We were talking about the regulatory bodies that create the laws and create the certification for particular things like pat testing and stuff like that. You remember that conversation, yeah?
Again, bro?
I said, do you remember the conversation we were having about pat testing a few weeks ago, or like a month ago?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
pat testing products, yeah.
So what I understand to be part of the problem with science in general as an industry is the fact that it is an industry, and the main motivation for scientific discovery, like I said, or scientific investigation, is like I said, to derive some material benefit from those inquiries, right? So like where you got the pat testing, I know that's not I know the actual people that certify the thing is, yeah, they're dealing with science, but they're trying to make sure that you can use this thing to do this thing and to do that thing and to actually make people's lives better in some kind of way, right? Now, as long as that paradigm stays in place, people continue to be able to pat test equipment and do such and such and whatever. But there's a limitation to that. There's a limitation to how useful science can be if it's only for the purpose of using something. You get me? Like, and I find that a lot of atheists, they're not interested in anything that they can't use, if that makes sense.
When you say something you can't use, like, give that a description.
So how can I describe it? So how do I describe that now? I don't know, man. Like, I suppose if I was to, okay, let me
Because
ask.
you got to think about it. Like, because imagine you just said a lot of atheists are not interested in stuff you can't use. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm shrugging my shoulders to that. Sort of.
Is that? I mean, the stuff.
Why would you be bothered about it?
I've got an example. I've got an example.
Give an example.
Yeah. Neil deGrasse Tyson has a book called Accessory to War. And it's all about how major advances in scientific discovery are accompanied by an agenda of warfare. So when the government kind of invests in scientific exploration or experimentation in order to win wars, you see what I'm saying? In order for the results of it to be able to be applicable in situations of warfare, and so a good example of that is the Cold War. Because a lot of scientific discovery took place, technological discovery took place during the Cold War, because of the fact that Russia and America had to stay on top of each other. And the whole moon landing thing, whether you believe it happened or not, like a lot of stuff was created around that because Russia and America were in beef basically.
The competition,
and so that fueled the whole situation. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Yeah, but so how does that sort of define the not caring about nothing sort of thing? Like, what do you get what I'm saying? Like, because
I think the point. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, go on. Try and make it make sense.
And let's say if I'm not actually addressing your point, Emmy, but I think the point is that when you look at it properly, the motivation is not, what science would purport in terms of scientific discovery and investigation and finding the truth. There's usually an ulterior motive and agenda at the heart of a lot of this experimentation, which takes precedence over just the basic understanding of knowledge and the universe and them kind of things there.
Yeah, you know what? Like, you see, because like science ain't like a god or like a religion or whatever. Yeah, obviously, people can use like pseudoscience or use the motivated for monetary means to find I don't know, cures or just scientific discoveries of whatever. Yeah,
you talking about
obviously that can happen. Yeah, to scam people.
Yeah, is that what you mean?
About how would you use science to scam someone?
No. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. What are you saying? Like, so you saying?
Because you was talking about people like using, like when Shaka was talking about advances being made at times when there's been competition or pressure put on to either side or whatever for which side to produce either the best thing or the strongest weapon first or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm saying obviously it's fueled by the competition and the pressure of that war. Yeah. So them discoveries are going to come quicker because it's like that's been prioritized. Like I said, it depends on
not only quicker. The focus is moved away from is moved away from certain things and solely placed on things that can be utilized by the people that are actually commissioning these scientific explorations, if that makes sense.
Well, when they say that the scientists are perfect at what they're doing in it, it's like there's the stuff there, and then the testing methods are getting better and better, so the results get better and better and closer to. Do you know what I mean? Just close to what they're doing. That so, I don't think that anyone's ever claimed that science is like infallible or scientists are infallible, but like obviously the scientific method of testing of finding results is the best result. That's like best way of getting results out there at the moment in that sort of field. So, and obviously saying science, and scientists, is a wide field of different sciences, isn't it? Like, so we're talking about a lot of different things, isn't it?
was trying to make is basically the way that science and the types of science that are perceived by people who are maybe tied more to what science can produce as opposed to what science can reveal. Just you know what I said, or shall I say it again?
Yeah, say that again, bro, because I just got a text. So.
No, I said the point I was trying to make is that there are some people who are tied either through their education or through their interests, like their financial interests or whatnot. They're tied more to what science can produce rather than what science can reveal, if that makes sense.
In what some people, you say that some atheists are more interested in what science can produce rather than what science can reveal.
Yeah.
Well, that's like a person by person sort of case, isn't it? Because
100.
That is a good way of putting it. I rate that. I'm gonna borrow that, MA.
Yeah, because it's not that's not factually true with sort of every single person, isn't it? Because you can put that on religious people as well. You can put that on spiritual people as well. Do you know what I mean? That because
100%.
Do you know what I'm saying? That because really and truly, when unless what you're looking for the truth, like in whatever the scenario is that you're trying to find the truth in, then you can't really put that on the person. If you're I don't know if it's just
I would even say, Veli, I would even say, yeah, that like I said, two of the reasons for an individual taking more interest in what science can produce. Like I said, one of the reasons is education, right? So you could have been educated. I mean, we all went to school, innit? And it's like, I would argue that a lot of that scientific, not a lot, but maybe there's an underlying motivation from the Department of Education and whoever was making the decisions on our curriculum when we were younger. Maybe a lot of the industry, GlaxoSmithKline and all these people were pushing the agenda to help create young scientists that were going to help to produce rather than to actually overstand and be able to make personal existential discoveries. You know, I mean, there were nothing, you know, apart from the Big Bang, like, and that wasn't even explored. That was just like, this is the Big Bang and this is what you need to know, and that's it. Yeah, even in religious schools, mind you, there weren't no existential conversations happening at school. Like, really, not that I can remember anyway. So it's like, it's not important. You get me? It's not. There's no importance as far as the tutors and teachers are concerned when we was at school, given to actually understanding or even questioning existence. You get me? If it was important, then we would have done that, but it wasn't important. So,
what do you mean? What wasn't important?
So the discussions we're having now, even though they're quite complex, there wasn't really an emphasis at school on having those discussions, even on in an infantile way. You get me? It was just like, yeah, the sun is there. This is how the planets move. This is and all of those facts. So all of those axioms or positions are tied to the powers that be being able to actually maintain an order of a sort and a status quo. You get me? Right. So
but you know why that's wrong? Yeah, because when especially with the movement of the planet, the position of the sun, and whatever that is, the Earth round and whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? All that sort of stuff. There's actually experiments that every single one of us could do tomorrow to find out. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's not.
No, Veli, I'm not saying that they're all false. No, I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that the focus of education in this country, and it's not the same in some other countries, by the way. I know that there was some like Bangladeshi youths and whatever coming to my school who were on some next level in terms of what they were learning at school at the same age. I'm saying that the focus. I remember I seen a quote somewhere. You can always tell something like the education curriculum is always constructed around the focus of the country's industries, isn't it? So if you're not trying to create philosophers and scientists or astronomers and all these kind of stuff, then you're not going to be having that focus in school. It's as simple as that. And that's what I'm saying. Like some of the stuff we're talking about now, we weren't necessarily prepared for that by being at school. We left school and then we started to explore. You get me? That must be the case for a lot of us.
Yeah, but it's. But you know what it is here? Because imagine trying to like I keep trying to say again. Yeah, obviously, like the education system ain't perfect, yeah, but and like I was saying, science ain't perfect, yeah, but it's the best way to get results. Do you know what I'm saying? Like it's the best method we got so far to get the results for answers in the universe at the moment, isn't it? But
yeah, I'd agree with you.
Yeah. So, well, I feel like most man agree. What it is, yeah, is that because the man them like the atheist dons will lean towards science for answers or whatever. Yeah, it's like the religious dons feel like the atheist dons think that scientists are infallible, so there could never be a wrong result. That this could never be wrong, or that could. Do you know what I'm saying? That, but obviously there could be mistakes. There can be results, and no one's infallible, and everyone's a human, innit? Like,
yeah, 100%.
But then when you say when we say yeah, we're okay. There could be a mistake. We could be wrong, but I do this every time I speak to a theist or whatever on purpose. Yeah, I would say, well, is there any chance you could be wrong? Yeah, and 9 out of 10 times, I would even say 8 out of 10 times, yeah, to be generous, most of them will say no.
Yeah, well, that's really equally as stupid, isn't it? Like, this is, you know what I mean?
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, well, what do you mean there's a chance you couldn't be wrong? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. It doesn't even make sense, bro.
Yeah, it's I tell you, what we have seen.
I just got to mute up, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still listening, bro. Yeah, but I'm gonna be on mute.
Yeah, I was just gonna say what we have seen is like a bit of nakedness on the part of some atheists, some, not all, some, a reluctance to. I made an analogy, a kind of analogy earlier yesterday to James Jones. Actually, it was like if you remember back when we were younger, certain man will say, "Yo, I only listen to hip hop," or "I only listen to drum and bass," or "I only listen to this."
Yeah.
And then while they're only listening to drum and bass or hip hop or whatever, Dr. Dre is listening to rock and jazz and this and that and whatever, and it's like
everything else, yeah.
Yeah, and then this is and he's making the music that you're listening to, so it's like where the scientists are concerned, they are Dr. Dre, and some of these atheists like renegade on that are flipping just the man them that are not really clocking how to come to, you know what I mean?
But like you're saying, I don't know, people like Raf and other people that say know a little bit more about science or whatever, they're willing to learn new stuff about the different sciences, isn't it? Like, so anytime a new discovery comes up or they're found wrong, or even myself, if I'm found to be something that I don't know about or something wrong or whatever, and you're shown a different way or whatever, then it was right, it's right, innit, man? You can't.
No, it doesn't. It's not exactly like that. So if you're a scientist, yeah, there's obviously different types of scientists out in the world. If you're an inventor, let's say you're an inventor, right? And you're trying to, you're constantly thinking of new inventions. Your mind is looking all different types of places and imagining stuff that actually can't be made and whatever, you get me? And it's like that's part of that's the precursor to, or even part of the scientific method is the actual pursuit of invention and imagination, right? And it's like that's what I equate to the expansive nature of someone like Dr. Dre or a musician that's reached the heights. It's like they're doing the same thing. They're trying to go into areas that are uncomfortable, that don't necessarily make a lot of sense at the time, but there's something within some of these ideas that speaks to them, right?
When you say they're trying to go into these ideas that doesn't make sense to them outside, who are you talking about?
So they're inspired. They get inspired by different things. I made an example.
The scientists.
Yeah. So I drew an example from, what do you call it? Isaac Newton, innit? The idea that an apple fell on his head and blah, 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 blah. You get me? Or even Einstein's.
Yeah, I heard that's not real though, that apple falling on his head, but carry on anyway though.
No, but it's the principle, right?
Yeah.
The principle. It's the idea that scientists constantly are going beyond the bounds of possibilities, or at least they used to more so than that. Now it's like they've become locked into a way of working that is, again, like I said, really focused on the production of producing stuff for an existing system, rather than.
But like what though? You got to give examples, because when you say, because like that's really vague. Like you're saying, like that scientists are literally working for the production of companies. You're sort of saying now, so just to produce stuff from companies. Like, what do you mean?
I could give you an answer, but then I would have to give you an example of stuff that maybe is outside of the regular things that I produce. And I can't give you examples of that from a scientist.
So it's a bit hard to sort of make that point. Then,
The point's definitely.
But you know why? Do you know why though, mate? Because like you're saying that the scientists are concentrating on stuff that like for manufacturing or whatever, rather than stuff to help develop the planet or anything else like that. Is that sort of what you're trying to say?
I didn't even say developing the planet, because a lot of the stuff that they do that is funded by governments does in some shape or form help the planet. But I'm saying that there's other. Okay, let me try. I need to think of an example for you to give you.
Yeah. It's just, obviously I'm trying to make it make sense so I can agree or disagree, or do you know what I mean? Like, we're honestly, rather than just saying yeah or no when I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I'll come back to you with an example of something that's outside of, or a scientific exploration that's outside of the interests or the immediate interests of those who commission these things. Okay, remember, like Tesla, Nikola Tesla.
Yeah.
So the story is that he built a tower that was could potentially create free renewable energy, right, by pulling down iron from the atmosphere and all this kind of stuff. So the story is that the US government was funding it, and then when they realized what he was about to maybe achieve, they pulled the plug on all of his research, right? Sounds mad in your house, bro.
Say again, sorry, that last bit.
I said it sounds mad in your house, bro.
Yeah, man. Like, it's because this school thing, there's no school thing, and they're stuck in the yard all day, like. Yeah, it's a bit mad still. So.
People are going through it, boy. But yeah, like I was saying, Nikola Tesla, the story is that he was about to reach, or was on his way to reaching a particular eureka moment, or to develop free renewable energy. And because that pursuit is not in the interests of the powers that be, who are, well, the American government, whose petrol dollar literally funds their whole shit, they pulled the plug on it. And then years later, they tried to master that technology for themselves to use for their own benefit. And you'll see that in the creation of, I think it's the HARP system, which uses a lot of the similar technology that the Tesla Tower was using to create that renewable energy source. So what does
the HARP thing do?
From what I understand, it draws ions from the ionosphere to create. Well, it's an energy source in it, so they say that you can manipulate weather patterns. You can, I don't know, you'll have to Google it. I'll find a link to it, but essentially, yeah, it's an energy source that can be drawn from the atmosphere. I'll find a link to it.
Yeah, I'm listening still. Or even if you Google it right now, yeah, and then sort of read out the official definition if you get one or whatever, or the official whatever. And you know, sometimes a lot of this stuff, like I've only heard about it in conspiracy sort of theory circles. So I don't know what the actual real or official meaning of what it is. I've just heard someone else say, that HAARP controls the weather, or someone so controls the hydrogen collide is used to try and make another Big Bang and shit like that. So I'm like, Ross.
All right, let me. Okay, so HAARP is called. Let me share my screen. Actually, you might as well share my screen as well.
When you're ready.
Is it this one or that one? It's funny. If anyone comes onto the stream now, they're gonna think, here's another conspiracy theorist. Nata, you know what I mean?
It was HAARP.
Yeah, share screen. Share screen. Like, it's actually mad to think that we're still relying on petrol in 2020 to run this earth, bro. It's nuts. Like, no one's come up with nothing else since then. Yeah, you must be joking, man.
There has been. Do you know what? Yeah, there's a engineer from Jamaica who discovered is it hydrogen H2O engine or something like that.
Yeah, there's been stories or claims made by people over maybe over the last 10 to 15 years. I remember the first time I saw it was on YouTube years ago, long time ago. And I was like I don't drive in it, and I've never really until I thought that I might be a dad in that. I never had no thought about driving. And then partly because I don't want to mash up the environment any more than I already do. So I started looking into that bit, and I'm like, rah, so you can convert your engine for not much more than $1,000 into a hydro engine or a water powered engine. I'm like, that's what I'll be on. You get me? But you don't hear nothing about that, and it's been falsified as well. So it's been claimed to be false by various scientists and whatever. But the story doesn't go away, man. You get me? Don't go away.
Yeah, I'm sharing my thing here when you're ready. Yeah, if you finish MA, because I got a video that kind of plays into what the conversation that you were having before.
Yeah.
Explain to me what that HAARP thing is, though. First of all, before we go on to the next one.
So I'll read it out.
Get an explanation. So
a high frequency active auroral research program.
Oh, HAARP.
Yeah. It was initiated as an ionospheric research program. Let me just go into ionospheric. Ionospheric means the ionosphere is the ionized part of the Earth's upper atmosphere from about 60 kilometers to 100 kilometers altitude, a region that includes the thermosphere and parts of the mesosphere and exosphere. So it's like, it's a part of the atmosphere that contains ions, I suppose. So HAARP was initiated as an ionospheric research program. So they're researching into what they can learn or take from the ionosphere. Jointly funded by the U.S. Air Force, the U.S. Navy, the University of Alaska Fairbanks, and the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA. It was designed and built by BAE Advanced Technologies. Its original purpose was to analyze the ionosphere and investigate the potential for developing ionospheric enhancement technology for radio communications and surveillance. This is obviously what they're saying that it was for. As a university-owned facility, HAARP is a high-power, high-frequency transmitter used for study of the ionosphere. The most prominent instrument at HAARP is the Ionospheric Research Instrument, a high-power radio frequency transmitter facility operating in the high-frequency band. So I guess that's in the ionizing band. We was talking about 5G and stuff, so it's probably at the far end of that scale. The IRI is used to temporarily excite a limited area of the ionosphere. other instruments such as VHF and UHF radar and fluxgate magnetometer, and digis, I don't even know what that says, and induction, whatever. So that's basically what it is. I think we can probably see something else after Shakara presents his thing. So I'll find another or video or something.
All right.
And I'll try to find something that links it to the Tesla Tower as well, which then would link it to ancient Kemet.
Yes. What about you? See when 6G comes out? Yeah. What are you gonna say?
I'll probably be dead by then, bro. You get me? Zapped up. Yeah, burnt up, man.
Yeah, but listen, you've been alive before 4G, before 1G even started. So,
and you know what? My memory is going slowly, bro. It's probably the 5G, 4G, 3G,
yeah.
Anyway, Shakara, go ahead and share your
Shaq, you ready, cuz? Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's this about the soul thing? Yeah? You're determined to make sure man know about soul.
No, this ain't about the
soul, man.
This ain't about the soul thing at all. This is about the conversation that you were having before about science for what science reveals versus what science produces. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a good little exchange that kind of gives expression to it. Is, you know what I'm saying? So I thought I'd share it. Yeah. So.
And then you're talking. But I find. But let me ask you a question. I find it. Okay, I'll ask you this question. When I see a picture from the rover, I'm more excited about it coming from the rover than if it came from an astronaut taking the picture, because the astronaut's using a camera, but the rover is taking it's part of the rover.
Let me tell you why that's probably not true, even though you think it is.
Okay.
Most people don't know that there were robots as well as rovers on the moon while we were first going to the moon. But you didn't know anything about those because the media focused on the astronauts. And it's the astronauts through which we gain vicarious access to space, because they have mouths, they have brains, they have a childhood memory, they have school teachers that can talk about those astronauts. And I've yet to see a ticker tape parade for a robot. So I submit to you that if at the same time the Curiosity rover landed, if at that same time a human astronaut landed on Mars, you would have known nothing about the Curiosity rover.
Yeah, but
it would have been relegated to page 30, and the front page headlines would have been humans put footprints on Mars. And it's that force which will bring less science than the robot that has a power of influence on our culture that inspires an entire generation to want to do the same thing. My generation, when you ask my fellow scientists, should we send humans into space? No, that's too expensive. Send robots. Yet I said, well, how did you get interested in space? Oh, because of the Apollo program. And I slap them. I'm saying, what are you?
No, that's it. No, there would on the other hand, if you remember, if Apollo 13 hadn't been the dramatic failure it was, they would have canceled the rest of the Apollo. They canceled 3 of the last missions. There were 3 Apollo, the 3 Saturn V rockets lying on the ground around space, around the country, because it was so interesting that they abolished the last 3.
No, that's delusional, and I'll tell you why.
It's not incorrect. That's the facts.
No.
You can argue with the facts.
All right, watch me.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry. Everybody mentioned their book. It's time for me to mention my latest book.
I don't think anyone mentioned their book, actually.
My most recent book is titled Space Chronicles, but that wasn't the original title. The original title was Failure to Launch, the Dreams and Delusions of Space Enthusiasts. And the publisher says, that's too depressing. You can't have the word failure in your title. But that's what it's about. What you just said is a complete delusion. It presumes that we went to the moon for science. It presumes that we went to the moon to explore it. But that's not why we went to the moon.
Brother Neil, no, it is not. No, it is not.
We went to the moon because we were at war. Sputnik was not just some orbiting spacecraft. It was a hollowed out intercontinental ballistic missile where they took out the warhead and put in a radio transmitter. The military knew this. That's what founded NASA. NASA's budget for science has it averaged over all these years about 25%. The rest has been for geopolitical purposes. All right, so it's the I don't want to die driver in this world. That's why we spent all this money. And so the moment we learn Russia's not going to the moon and it's certainly not going to Mars, we canceled the program. It had nothing to do with public interest.
Okay, now let me. It is a. Let me try.
I got to pull back.
Yeah, you got to come in. But it is. Let me try and bridge that gap a little bit.
I'm going to be silent.
No, you're not. But I think it's really important to point out that this is a political issue. And in fact, me and Buzz Aldrin together testified before the House Science Committee on Space Exploration. And when I said that humans don't do science in space, I didn't argue, in fact, even before the committee, that we shouldn't send humans into space. We should just say, honestly, why we're doing it. We're doing it for adventure. That's why we're doing it.
No, that's not what funded it.
Hold on.
No, that's not true.
See, you said you wouldn't talk.
I did say.
Okay.
You can say that.
No, hold on.
There's no there. Okay. No, just look at the history of everybody doing big projects, and it's never driven by exploration. It's never driven by science. It's never driven by curiosity. Not if it's big and expensive. It's driven by the fact that people don't want to die. So there's a war driver. It's also driven by the fact that people want to get wealthy. So
hold on. We have the Large Hadron Collider. The Large Hadron Collider.
Do you know?
Oh no.
Move it to the London.
Welcome. Just proves my point. The Large Hadron Collider. Please remind me of the total construction cost of the Large Hadron Collider.
I don't know, about $10 billion.
About $10 billion. That is 6 months of NASA funding. So you call that big budget? Not here in America, it's not.
Yeah, NASA's budget's about $17 billion. Doesn't go as far as it used to.
So it's expensive, but not on the scale that we're talking about here. That's all the country shared. That's not big money.
Okay.
Big money is a shuttle mission costs $1 billion here. I'm not saying it should cost that, but that's what it does. And who writes those checks? It's people who do it for geopolitical reasons, not because they care about science. Our super collider, the one that you would have benefited from, the superconducting super collider, started to get funding in the 1980s, wasn't it? 200-mile ring. It would have been
60-mile ring.
60-mile diameter. The circumference.
60 miles around. Yeah.
I thought it was 60 times.
Well, take it from me. It's 60. No, it's 60.
Okay.
Better story with 200. Though.
Brian, 60.
Yo, is it stopped?
Me?
Yeah, it stopped, yeah. Shaka, oh yeah, his connection's probably gone a little bit.
Who do you think wins in the fight out of everyone on that panel? You know, shook. You know, when he gets up, the man that gets shook.
the guy at the back, he just got up just as a token, man. He won.
Yeah, you know, you think nah. He secretly thinks he could put up a fight. I know. I feel his energy is like, I'm gonna pretend that we're friends, but I secretly think I could take you. I reckon Neil deGrasse Tyson would knock him up by accident. You know, like
you know what that brother says when he's in his bathroom at home? I ain't scared of no black guys. I ain't scared of those black guys.
No, you know what's sick though? It's mad how, like, you know, basic psychology, you look and you're like, I'm not sure that's like, but you know, man just bossy, innit? You know, because these man can't chat to me, bro. I'll mad up everyone here on the, you know, anyone that disagrees with me, I'll just be like, hey, bro, let me chat to you outside after this. Let's talk science in private, innit? You know what I'm trying to say? Like, that's funny.
Yeah, wait for Shaka to come back on, man.
Trust me,
Yo, you
regulators.
know, I just realised though, bro. I was thinking,
Say that again, cuz?
I was really, you know, Shaka's a bit of a bad man though, yeah? Come man will never quote no white scientist.
Never come with a white scientist, bro. I'm like, bro, Shaka was always trying for the black scientist, bro. He's like, I'm black every day. What them feel like?
Blackity black, man. Blackity
every day, B. Every day.
I live in a black. I live in a black house with a black car in a black goddamn neighborhood.
Oh yeah, do you not remember CB4? You seen CB4, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
You remember the bit in CB4 when the group split up and then my man, I gotta play the tune for you, innit?
Well, I'm black, y'all.
Yeah.
I'm black and black. I'm black, y'all.
And I'm bigly black.
That's that G. That's G Money, innit?
Yeah.
R.I.P. G Money.
I wonder if I can play this Tesla thing, man. Do you reckon you'll get a strike for playing the History Channel? Probably, innit?
It's been a dead stream anyway. You can just cancel this shit. Hey, you know what happened? Everyone will be like, "Hey, look, you just back Rob. You see how you see when Rob got pressure, man. Just deleted the stream for Rob, like."
Along the avenue. All right, should I play this then? Let me share my thing, man.
I'm black, yo. I'm black, yo.
And I'm blackity black, and I'm black, yo.
Wait, hold on. How come Shaka didn't get a strike just now, then?
Don't know.
Bro. Because I might that video of someone's thing as well, isn't it? I don't know. But why did Shaka just play that video? What was it? It was about just about the political massa.
It's about the drive for scientific discovery being more about money making and survival rather than the actual pursuit of truths, basically.
I think
that video.
Yeah, what's
that video?
Oh, mate. Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, Captain.
Yeah. What's happening? What's happening, Geezer?
What's happening, Geezer?
What's happening, Geezer? You like, can you hear me?
First of all, mate, big up belly on the belly.
What's happening, Sean? You straight?
I'm cool, Gav. I'm cool.
Practicing a bit of AFA, ain't you, Bill?
Bit of that AFA, mate.
Don't
you know what I mean? Bit of that AFA and a bit of that reefer, mate. You know what I mean?
Fucking hell, mate.
Mate. Fucking hell.
So what's up, mate? What's up, Benny? Eh? What's up?
AFA and reefer, mate. AFA and reefer, mate.
You
know what I mean? It's happy days. You know what I mean? Not guilty. Largest trial at Old Bailey.
That's what that Willie guy said to Shakira. That's what he said to him. He said, seeing as you practice a bit of that AFA, does that mean that you smoke reefer? Shakira fucking lost his nut, mate. You know what I mean? He was just fucking hell, mate.
He said, I don't smoke the reefer.
Shit. So what? You're still on trial then, yeah?
Yeah, man. The court's not open on Sundays, though, man. You get me? We're you know what I'm saying? That shit. We're in the lock-in.
You just walked in on the coming home party, Captain. You bring us any gifts?
The only gift I've got for you is that. What going tonight, man? What's the deal, bro? What were you watching? What's this NASA shit?
Science shit, man. Science.
What's all this? What science?
It's science.
So what?
Yeah.
Oh, James. Is this James Jones there? Where's James Jones?
Hello, son. You alright?
Oh, mate. What's all this? Does atheism believe in space?
Do we believe? Yes. Yes, I believe in space. Yes.
Believe. It's a fact, son.
Right.
don't believe it.
Oh yeah, it's above me head. It's above me head. Above me head.
Hey, Captain, it's up the apples and pears.
Yo, mate,
It's up the apples and pears, mate.
You know what? Big up yourselves, man. Yeah.
What's going on, man? Hey, big
What
up,
up,
man,
what
like boy Rich, bruv. What's popping, man?
Yeah, salute to the panel, man. What's
Popping,
good,
man.
Yeah. What's popping, man?
You know how I come in, man. Listen, man, I want to salute y'all brothers, man. Great week. Came out of the courtroom untouched. You feel me? Came out of there, no scars, no bruises, no cuts, still looking good, swagged up, came out the courtroom talking shit, and we still here, man. G-Block.
Like John Gotti. Like John Gotti.
Yeah.
That's it.
Hey,
Big
Food Rich.
week, man. Big week, bro.
Every day, like, fuck the police, B. Yeah.
Big week, man.
Hey, Food Rich. You really take off
What up, Rambo?
you really take off those church shoes and shit, black. Yeah. I know you just coming back from church. Yeah, come on.
He's got the Nile alligators on, man. He's got the Nile alligators on.
Rambo, that's how I felt when I came out the courtroom after this week. It's a long week. I had to come home and just take the gators off, man, and just say, woo.
Right.
Shit,
Yeah,
baby. It was a long week, baby.
All right, look. Hear what? Reported James Jones on trial. Reported on the bench. Reported James Jones on the stand. Reported Reddy on the stand. Let me go put you, Boone Rich, on the stand. Are you telling me you're not religious?
Am I not religious? No, but I mean I can speak.
Stop. No disrespect.
He's religious about being not religious.
No disrespect. Are you coming from any religious background? Are you a Christian?
My parents, yes. My parents come from a Christian background. Yes, Rambo.
All right, okay. Now you're a man and you have children, and you have a family now. You're a man, yeah. You got your children. Correct. You got your woman. You got your yard because you showed me. You got your place in that. Now, are you practicing Christianity with your wife and your children?
No.
No,
I'm not Rambo.
No. What I'm trying to say to you, Boone, I'm saying to you, like, you know, our parents are Christians, Muslims, or whatever. Yeah. Now you are a big man, so you don't know religion. You don't go church, no masjid, nothing like that, Boone.
No, I don't, Rambo. I don't, my brother.
Do you believe in some sky daddy?
No, if you're gonna use that term, no. Now, as far as God or what people perceive as God, I can honestly say I don't know.
So
does your daddy live upstairs?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. If you say Sky Daddy, no, right? No.
Right, listen to what I'm saying to you.
Your dad might live in a skyscraper. Stop. Technically, he could be a sky daddy.
Yo, Betty, hold on. Wait, Betty. Because we all attack you, we all this. But I want to know, Boone Rich. So, do you believe in a God? Do you have a God concept in your belief system?
I don't know, but yes. Like, oh my God, I think Jedi said it earlier, bro. The best way to describe it is my default setting makes me think that. No, listen, my default setting and the way I was raised makes me think that it is some type of higher power. Is it a man? Is it a sky daddy? I don't know.
Is it a spirit? Yeah, I get where you're coming from. Is it a force?
What I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah.
And that's why I like
so even a high or it's a higher power, but you believe in certain, you believe in the force was far more great than yours, yeah?
I think so. I don't know. Believe, but yeah, believe is a strong word.
But this is the problem. When a person who has a religion and coming from a religion who knows their religion would have the same belief as what you're saying, bro. Like some people who believe in God doesn't have to drop it down to some man figure, sky daddy with wings. They don't do that. Sometimes remember this, yeah. See your grandparents. No, listen to me. most of your grandparents, or well, mine, let me talk from my family, yeah? I come from a background where all of us were dark-skinned, black, maroon family, and some of us was a part of the church, but they did not believe in that concept of that Jesus or anything. I think they just used the church for their own purposes, because they didn't have Jesus on the wall, but they had churches. They had a cross, but I believe the cross meant something to them, what doesn't mean something how I perceive it now. And that's how many of their elders come. So when we eat in the time now where people has got all information at hand to them, you could read many scriptures. Scriptures what your parents couldn't read. You could read many scripts from ancient books and texts now. Yeah. I'm trying to say to most people that the ones who say there are atheism, yeah, they're not really atheism. You get where I'm coming from? Because atheism or atheos is a belief what comes from the Greek word theos. And theos is a word of that saying Dios and all of that Greek word. It was the mythology, God's factor of Michelangelo portrayed in the Vatican Church. What gave us people today a stupid mentality that heaven is up there. Heaven is a place of state of mood. It's a state of mind. It's a state of peace. It's like saying the state of peace is really in the state of heaven. To be in the state of peace or being a Muslim is like staying in the state of heaven. Do you get where I'm coming from? Because when you try to disrespect somebody's religion, regardless if it's Christian, Hebrew, or Muslim, you always, if you do your studies and you do your research, that most of your ideologies as an atheism comes from this, bro. And sometimes if you go say to yourself, you don't believe in no God, fuck that, you might also say to yourself, you don't believe in no high force, no energy like that. It's all garbage because it all comes from God. You understand? And if you go, remember, people put God in the front of all things, innit? So when you say, and God can be all, if you go use that equivalent, that God is all knowing and all wise. God is all. So sometimes you fool yourself by saying you're atheism and really you don't. You believe in a God. If I stuck a knife to you to rob you, that fear will kick in and you will want to cry for God. And I know a lot of people who say they don't believe in God, and when they get backed up or they're having a thing, trust me, God is what they're calling for. And sometimes I always say to people, let's put the fun jokes aside. I've said everybody has a right to believe what they don't believe, or to believe or not to believe. Some people are deluded and some people have a good, vivid imagination. Allow them, because sometimes I say that is your survival mechanism for what is in your mental, you understand? And sometimes we have to realize that most of the very thought patterns is in your head is all programmed for you. You are programmed to question everything. You are meant to question. Is no person on earth is not allowed to question anything. You understand? So let me leave you with that point. Yeah?
MA. I was gonna play it from where it left off in it, but is that
pull it back like maybe 30 seconds or so. Whatever.
So what's this video about? MA.
It's Shakara.
About how science run things. Hey, Captain, he's just letting you know how science run things, and you need to dash your religion, my lad.
They're doing big projects, and it's never driven by exploration. It's never driven by science. It's never driven by curiosity. Not if it's big and expensive. It's driven by the fact that people don't want to die. So there's a war driver. It's also driven by the fact that people want to get wealthy.
Sorry, say that again.
Yeah, pull it back a little bit more than that, so you can get the full. Because he was making that key point there, innit?
Cool.
Okay, I'm gonna be silent.
No, you're not. I think it's really important to point out that this is a political issue, and in fact, me and Buzz Aldrin together testified before the House Science Committee on Space Exploration, and when I said that that humans don't do science in space. I didn't argue, in fact, even before the committee, that we shouldn't send humans in space. We should just say, well, honestly, why we're doing it. We're doing it for adventure. That's why we're doing it.
No, that's not what funded it.
Hold on.
No, that's not true.
So you said you wouldn't talk.
I did say.
Okay.
You can say that.
No,
but
hold on.
There's no there. Okay. No. Just look at the history of everybody doing big projects, and it's never driven by exploration. It's never driven by science. It's never driven by curiosity. Not if it's big and expensive. It's driven by the fact that people don't want to die. So there's a war driver. It's also driven by the fact that people want to get wealthy. So
No, hold on. We have the Large Hadron
The Large Hadron Collider.
The Large Hadron Collider.
Do you know?
Oh, no.
Welcome. Just proved my point.
The Large Hadron Collider. Please remind me of the total construction cost of the Large Hadron Collider.
I don't know, about 10 billion.
About 10 billion. That is 6 months of NASA funding. So you call that big budget? Not here in America, it's not.
Yeah, NASA's budget's about 17 billion. Doesn't go as far as it used to.
No, so it's expensive, but not on the scale that we're talking about here.
Okay.
The country shared that. That's not big money.
Okay.
Big money is a shuttle mission costs $1 billion here. I'm not saying it should cost that, but that's what it does. And who writes those checks? It's people who do it for geopolitical reasons, not because they care about science. Our super collider, the one that you would have benefited from, the superconducting super collider, started to get funding in the 1980s, wasn't it?
Yeah.
200-mile ring. It would have been
60 mile ring.
60 mile diameter. The circumference. It's
60 miles around. Yeah.
I thought it was 60 times.
Well, take
pi.
it from me. It's 60. No, it's 60.
Okay.
Started with 200. Then.
Ryan,
60.
Circumference?
Yeah.
Okay, I've been saying it wrong all these years.
Well,
Never mind.
Thank you.
Never mind.
Okay, no. So watch. So here's a super collider. America would have found the Higgs boson decades ago. All right. So what happens? The budget gets cut for reasons. Oh, the cost overruns are there. Excuse me. Okay.
Yeah.
It got cut in the early 90s. What happened in 1989? Peace broke out in Europe. All of a sudden, the physicist, who was the hero of the 20th century for making the bomb, is no longer viewed as necessary to national security. And so the project gets cut like that.
Actually, you got it wrong. The project got cut actually for even sillier political reasons, which was the Texas congressional delegation voted the wrong way. And
if we were still at war, that would have never come up.
It's also the International Space Station, right? I mean,
yes, that's true. That's the top story. The bottom story is we don't longer think we're going to die.
So let's leave this topic, but science and politics are, alas, inextricably mixed. And I think
politics wins.
And I think what I would say is that it's vitally important for the public to understand what their issues really are, so they won't be lied to by the politicians effectively, and they can elect people to base policy on empirical evidence and not on ideology or anything else.
Story. Humans tell stories.
Now, there are two more. I'm going to go a few minutes.
Yeah, I think that's basically it.
Yeah, bro. This is at the core of what I see amongst some of the positions I've seen this week and the general positions of some atheists that trying to use the scientific. It's like the science that the focus of the type of science that some of the atheists are focusing on is the type of science that it is really geared towards results or profit or production of some kind, not the pursuit of new discoveries and stuff. So Veli, if you can hear, that was pretty much.
Yeah, I heard that still, but now I know what you're trying to take a shot at. Still, you're trying to say that because science ain't trying to look for a soul, it's not focused on the shit that you wanted to focus on. Yeah,
I'm not even having a conversation about the soul, but I am saying that that science is not science. It's a portion of science, a portion of the possible scientific discoveries that could be occurring is being focused on for reasons that are less than morally
Can I just say something though? Yeah.
You better. You got.
Oh, sorry. Can I go on, bro? Go on, bro.
Sorry, my phone would go off mute still. Sorry, my bad. What reasons are you saying though? Because that was what I was trying to ask you. So what sort of reasons are they making that you can say not reasons that are going to help?
He just told you.
They're being made for.
He just told you, and I outlined how the motivations for the people that commission the scientific research, or to build this or to do that. The motivations.
That's the people. The people that's going to do the research. Obviously, they're going to need to see. All right. So if you're going to invest £1 billion,
sorry, Billy. I was going to do something quickly. I just want to say shout out to Empress Funky inside the building. You don't know. Big up Mrs. Ultra. I mean.
Yeah. Big up Mrs. Funky. Yeah, come on.
Big up.
Where? On the chat or something?
In the chat, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Enough
respect. Does that mean she's killed Ultra and taken his phone?
Yeah, man. Yes, give her a shout out still, man. You got me. Congratulations on the baby as well, still, so.
What already? What's happened today?
Well, not yet. Congratulations on the baby before it's born and all that. You know what I mean? Like of having before the birth, innit? Right? You know what I mean?
But they're never gonna have a better one than the baby Jesus, the second coming. You know what I'm saying? You already hit the ceiling, you man.
Jesus, yeah.
What would you lot do if Ultra's baby had some kind of sign, had the sign of the cross on his forehead or something like that?
No, he already is. We talk martyr. I'm gonna take on 2 hands.
Sign of the cross on his forehead, yeah. You got too far.
I'll call social services if
it's like fucking your baby's little Wheezy or something.
What you doing, bro? What you did to your baby?
He's got a tattooed cross in his forehead and that.
What was I gonna say? You asked something, Emily, man. I was gonna respond before after Willie. I forgot what you even asked.
I can't remember. No. What you were saying in the back chat?
What science is looking for?
I had something to say. No, I know that's what we were talking about, but you said something. You asked Velly, and then Velly responded. Just before Velly responded, do you remember what it was?
I don't think I asked anything, did I?
Something about science being used for the motivation.
No, method. Sorry, no. Yeah, simple point I'm making. Is that if you quote unquote put your faith in science and you're not a quote unquote scientist, then I think there's an issue there, especially because ultimately, unless you're an enthusiast or a professional, then what it is going to be faith that you're putting, right? So it's not right. But if you're saying you put your faith in the scientific method, that means for example, what I was saying to Moore earlier is if someone can't prove something to me, then I don't believe it to be true, right? So if I can't do any of these field equations, or I can't prove any theoretical physics, I don't have the ability to prove it, and I have to take it at face value, and I'm using that to prove a concept like God or something, right? Or I'm using that to validate the Quran or some shit like that, then you believe in science more than I do. Because if I'm saying I believe in the methodology behind it and someone explains something to me, and because I understand it, therefore I agree with it, that's not the same way as saying I just believe in it because it's a scientist telling me, or I believe in it because it's superficially plausible and I have a confirmation bias.
Yeah, that makes sense. But I think that plays more into the arguments made against theists than it does. So it plays more into the argument. It helps you to invalidate some of their claims, but then I think that there's something that can be lost when the theist is gone and you're on your own, and your worldview or your universal view is maybe constricted by literally your universal view is constricted by the limitations of science the lack of expanse within the scientific community. So if they're not researching something, you're not even going to explore that idea. You get me? If they don't have any evidence, or they're not actually actively looking into something, then you're not even interested, right?
Yeah, but to go to what?
But we're saying
you know
without
what's
science
funny
that no one's got an imagination, sort of thing.
Say again?
Or without God, no one has an imagination. It sounds like.
No, I'm not saying nothing about God. I'm saying that what James,
to be honest,
what James was just saying, I said that the trust in a scientific method allows you to really pick apart theists and their positions, right? What I'm saying, because you're relying on the scientific method, not only the scientific method, but the application of that scientific method by scientists who, as Neil deGrasse Tyson says, are more focused on profit and war and these things. It means that
he was talking about the politics that governs the science, not the scientists themselves. The science.
No, but what they're doing, but they are following. They are taking. They're not leading the thing. They are responding to commission requests. So
but not every scientist that worked on the Large Hadron Collider or any scientist that works on any kind of large project, they all individually have their own interests. So there's many equations, there's many problem-solving tasks that they are tasked with individually. That is the sole purpose of their mission. The sort of overall reason for them being there, and what puts food on the table, maybe some mundane task, or maybe to an end that is not necessarily of their own nature.
Wait, but you're going to kill the point, though. You're killing the point.
No, but I'm just saying individual scientists can get into science for, like, if you like, exploration.
Yeah. But the point, you're killing the point. You're gonna make me forget it. The point is, right, and it's a really simple point, that those scientists that are commissioned, they may have other things that they want to explore, right? They may be maverick scientists, or they might just have ideas that they haven't even written a paper on it, let alone produced any evidence to support the idea that it should be funded, right? I'm saying those extra ideas that never see the light of day, they're not funded because there's no the purpose of commissioning is not to actually just explore stuff. The purpose is what Neil deGrasse and just those two reasons. And I'm saying if you take wait, let me just make wait.
We didn't hear what you're saying.
We can't hear what you're saying. We're not going to get what you're saying. So you need to. You can't.
Which part did you hear? What's the last thing I said?
Just start again, innit? Just start again if you don't mind.
Fucking hell, mate. Right. So I was saying the point is that let me try again now. The point is that the scientists that get funded, for, like you said, for just to build this part of the machine or to build that, and they may have a general overarching interest in the thing that's being built or the actual overarching research that's happening, if it's like the nuclear bomb or whatever. Like, there's a bunch of scientists working on it. I'm saying all those scientists have sometimes they may have additional interests or additional research that they're doing, that won't get funded because it doesn't fit within a paradigm of the interests of those who are actually delivering commissions, right? So there's the government are paying for it, or this Bill Gates Foundation's paying for this, or GlaxoSmithKline's paying for that. There's interests that are being served by the commissioning of certain types of scientific investigations, right? And I'm saying that the ones that those inquiries that fall outside of the criteria of those commissions, those things are the things that are lost, right? I made my point so well last time and I didn't. And I'm saying that what happens is if you're an atheist, forget whether you're an atheist or not. In fact, if you are indoctrinated into
scientific, if you trust in the scientific
no, because the scientific method is not a problem. The problem is not a scientific method. The problem is focusing only on when the scientific method is being applied by scientists who are commissioned by people that have a narrow interest as to how to apply that method.
But because I don't
that makes sense.
It sounds like you're talking about the problem of capitalism rather than the problem.
100%. I'm saying that so the scientific method, like I said to James, the scientific method being applied in an argument against the theist is very, very, very effective, and it does exactly what it needs to do, right? But when the reasoning, when you're talking to someone like Shakara, for example, who's bringing you evidence or claims made by scientists who haven't been funded for the stuff that they're talking about, right? Then it becomes then you guys can end up developing an argument against scientists who are the very scientists who are doing works, who are being commissioned, but they're not being commissioned for the things that they're actually interested in. And the reason why they're not being commissioned for the stuff that they're interested in is because it doesn't make any money and it's not part of the geopolitical paradigm. So I'm saying what you guys end up doing is you narrow your own perception of what is what is important and what is interesting and what is even possible within the paradigm of scientific exploration. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's not atheism. That's more like the.
No, I didn't say no. I said it doesn't. I'm not even talking about atheists, but I'm saying you guys thought anyone who's indoctrinated. Yeah, anyone who's indoctrinated into that prison, basically, that mental prison of I'm not prepared to see outside of what people are already investigating. And if you're not presented me some evidence or some scientist that's got some data, then it's not worth me exploring.
No. Listen to this, yeah, because everything is governed, and this has been the new little wave I'm riding, yeah. But everything to a degree is governed by some form of logic, innit? Reason, rationality, however you want to define it, but logic underpins your mathematics, all your observations, your scientific method. All of this can be, if indeed is to be accepted as coherent, must abide by some rule of logic. And when it comes to someone comparing like deductive to abductive logic, you know, or and this is me being generous, or let's say some kind of inductive logic, I would say that it's unfair, because this is ultimately what the whole argument's been about. It's unfair for you guys to assume Rob is confirming some bias and Shaka isn't. So Shaka's not confirming some bias by being hell-bent on putting something forward that he himself doesn't fully understand and saying it's impossible to dismiss, and then projecting that upon Rob and saying, well, the fact that you won't accept fucking anything as research is evidence of you confirming a bias. I think that just proves your bias, because I'm genuinely on the peripheries here, or objectively looking in. I'm saying I completely understand why someone would dismiss something which has no definition, and then I also can understand how Shakara's believes there's cultural.
That's nonsense. Everything that you just said is nonsense.
Okay.
No disrespect.
No. Come on, you know it's love.
What's it called? The point is, yeah, that's just not what happened between me and Rob. I didn't present anything to him, right? You know what I'm saying? Like the whole interconnected argument of where the universe is concerned is put forward by bare scientists based upon just straight science and anatomical, whatever rare chemical makeup of the universe. Like all that stuff is there. It's all up in the scientific research, right? I was positing an argument, and I presented a field of study in order to support the plausibility of a thing. Now, the level of plausibility cannot be validated by you because you haven't read the research. Yeah. So I'm saying that I'm not asking man to just believe anything or defining some vagueness or whatever. I've put some substance behind what I'm saying, if that makes sense, that a man has not decided to take on. And so the fact that he has decided to take on what I put forward doesn't mean that there is no substance in it. It just means that he hasn't decided to take it on.
I didn't say there was no substance, but I'm saying this is what's happening. We are creating a whole sort of narrative or plot behind this. Somebody there being cultural context which forces one to reject a proposition.
To be fair though, MA wasn't even talking about the soul argument. He was just saying in general.
Yeah, no, but I'm not. Come on, I'm not a child. I understand I understand the subtext of what's being said here. What we're discussing is what's transpired over the past 2 days, and I'm being honest and saying, because of your vantage point, you wouldn't even see that this argument could be reflected upon you, and that when someone's when it gets to the stage where, because this happens to me many times in debates, which no one seems to notice. I don't understand why. Where I go, actually, halfway through a discussion, I'm like, I don't fully understand what I'm speaking about. And you know what? Let me retract everything I'm saying. I'm going to do more research and I'm going to make it consistent. Yeah. But what you did was, at every point where you couldn't explain something to me and witness, you'd be like, "Oh, if you relate it to telepathy, or if you relate it to this thing, you're mocking it because of cultural context." You can't just hide behind that.
It's not hiding, bro. If I'm not making a claim and you keep trying to impose the claim on me, all I can do is say that's not the claim I'm making, right? So I'm not, and here's the difference. I am not claiming to know what I don't know. I am not claiming that the research says what it doesn't say. I'm not claiming that. I'm putting forward exactly what the thing is saying, no,
but you are claiming that.
No, I'm not, bro.
I'll tell you how you are. Because if I say something, if I tell you something, and you say, "No, that's not a viable form of research," and I go, "You can't say that," well, then you have to explain exactly what it is and why.
No.
That's what you have to do in that moment.
No, it's incumbent upon you to actually investigate the thing that I'm talking about. If I read paragraphs from the article, yeah, I couldn't read the whole thing. It's a pretty long article. I read paragraphs from the article, right, and shared my understanding of it, and even shared a video where the man who wrote it is actually speaking about the thing himself.
Okay,
right?
do you believe a spirit exists? Do you believe a spirit exists?
Personally, but I speak in spiritual terms, bro. So everybody knows that. That's not a secret.
Okay,
yeah?
and if I ask you why and you can't explain it to me,
but the point is, you keep saying I didn't explain it. So
if I ask you, you don't explain it to me.
At the same time, but fine. Let's. But again, I've already said. Let us say my explanation was poor. Yeah, I did a very bad job, a terrible job, in fact, of explaining what it is. Yes, let's say
not me.
No, my bad explanation bit has nothing to do with the research. Yeah, has nothing to do with the ideas that are being put forward by the scientists. Okay.
So listen to this. You want to hear the bind you're in right now? You want to hear the bind you're in right now?
If you are going to judge, yeah, an argument based upon a flawed explanation of an argument, then that's on you, bro. It's nothing to do with
it. Pause there. Oh, belly. Emma, here's the test. Here's the test of your honesty now, yeah. So I asked him. I said, okay, if I ask if do you believe in the spirit? He says yes. I said, you tried to explain it to me, you couldn't. Isn't it fair I dismissed it? He said, it's not. He said, I gave you research. I didn't give.
But you're wrong because I did explain what spirit is in more ways than one. Right?
You just said, bro, I beg you. You know how conversations get long when you do what Issa does. When you're just where there's absolutely never a point of commonality. So Rob did it to you a minute ago, and you all just burst out laughing. And now you're doing it back. What did you just say?
James, to say that I didn't explain, James, is not true. I just said that.
Said no. You said I'll give you that. You said I'll give you the poorest explanation. So
what I said was for argument's sake.
I'm using this argument, bro. I'm using the argument. Like you can't give it to me and then take it away in a half a second. Whether you believe that or not, for the sake of this argument, that's what we're assuming happened. Just for the sake of argument, yeah.
Well,
all right, cool. So wait, let me retract. So the question I'm asking you, M.A. Brown, is. He said to me, I said, brass tacks, do you believe in a spirit? He said, yes, I do. He said, and I said, but you didn't explain it to us, yeah? And he said, let's say, for example, I didn't. So then I said, if someone says they believe in something and puts it forward, and you say, explain it to me, and they don't define it, can you dismiss it? To that, he responded, but I showed you research. Excuse my shit.
No, you're wrong, though. I'm saying you keep doing that. That's not what I said. My definition of spirit is not the research. I showed
exactly. That's the point we're here for. That's the point I'm trying to make.
That's neither here nor there. I'm saying that this is the understanding of the thing. You may not understand what my concept of spirit is. Yeah, you may not. But the fact is that if you don't engage the actual research that is being put forward.
So if you believe in a spirit. And you're using research to validate it, but the research doesn't prove a spirit. What's the point in making the connection?
Here's the difference. And I see how you weaved what M.A. Brown was actually talking about back into the spirit argument, right? Because
this is what he was talking about, don't say it.
No, it's not. That's the point I'm trying to make. It's not. My point is that my belief, quote unquote, is neither here nor there. Yeah, it doesn't matter what I believe. Because I'm not putting forward an argument just based upon what I believe, and so we can get bogged down with what I believe, or we can look into I
have to understand.
And I keep saying, in this whole conversation, the one thing that nobody is actually doing is research. Yeah, and it's very telling. So let's say, for example, I'm a crackpot. We can take that for granted. I'm an idiot who has an understanding of reality that has no foundation. But your heads are willing to engage that based upon whatever their preconceived.
But what do I need? No. Okay. What? No. Stop. Listen. What is the definitive? No. Listen. You're getting away with that. You're getting. That's what the Quranist people do. You haven't read the whole Quran, therefore you.
No, it's not about the whole Quran, though.
No. Let me ask you a question then. So, what definitive proof has this research brought? Because I'm interested in methodology, but I'm not interested in the conclusion. What did it conclude?
If I said that ask my question now. Have I made the claim that the research paper, the article, that I presented, gives definitive proof of anything?
So why do I need to read it then? Why do I need to read it?
If you don't feel like you need to read it, fine.
No, look at you. Why do I need to read it? You just said why do I need to?
If you are going to make an assessment of the article, which has been done several times, it is incumbent upon you to know something about it.
I don't need to, of what? How do you converse for so long about absolutely nothing? No. We're talking about absolutely nothing here. You do realize?
No.
It's not to do with your belief of spirit, but it's to do with spirit. The reason to prove spirit.
You are doing everything but engaging the actual science, and this is the point I'm trying to make.
What did it do? And you just said nothing.
James, we cannot have the conversation that you're trying to have because you haven't engaged it. Yeah, and I'm saying to you that I have engaged it. I don't understand everything about it, and I've never made the claim that and I've said quite the opposite. I've been very honest about what exactly the thing is saying. It is using words like maybe, suggests, and them kind of things there, right? And or leads me to suggest or propose, or is using that kind of language. I'm not making that claim. So if you're going to keep putting that on with the things that I've said, then we're never going to get beyond.
Okay, can you put a pin in that? So let me just for 1 second. Yeah. All right.
Lord of mercy.
You brought up spirits. I didn't. You didn't define spirits. Yeah.
I did this. You keep saying that, and it's at least 5 different definitions.
Sorry, I apologize. Can I take that back? I retract that statement. You didn't define it to my standard, which may be impossible to meet standard, for example. But let's just say you didn't, as far as I'm concerned.
Can I ask you a question, James? If I say, from a philosophical standpoint, in these understandings, when people refer to spirit, they're talking about a vital primary force or a vital primary animator. What is not to understand about the definition?
Listen, I understand that. I understand that for somebody like, and I'm talking about myself here, that doesn't fully understand that, like, maybe a month or 2 months ago, I didn't know that there was such thing as 4 constant or universal forces, 4 forces that govern fucking movement in the universe. So now that I do, I would say that there's nothing beyond explanation with regard to forces, there's nothing that requires
my question. What do you not understand about the definition that was given?
Yeah, I'm saying, are you asking, do I agree or do I understand?
No. What is there not to understand about the definition that was given?
Say that one more time. The primary
force or animator.
I mean, not for someone that's ascientific like myself. I get. It's like if I was
there's nothing not to understand about that. Now, that definition is not scientific; it is philosophical. Yes. I've said that many times. So we're talking about.
Wait! Don't move too fast, because I conceded that point to you earlier. That had you said that in the beginning, I wouldn't.
I gave 5 different definitions.
Do that. You didn't.
But I did. I gave 5 different definitions and explained the commonality. I gave a dictionary.
Hold on.
I gave a dictionary definition. I gave a etymological definition. I gave a definition from the Dagara people, and I gave 2 definitions.
Can you listen to me for a moment? Yeah, you're saying what's wrong with a vague, ambiguous term, and I'm saying because I'm not a scientist, I cannot tell you the complete inner workings of electromagnetism and strong nuclear force and whatever. But I would assume that at least between those 2, that you could chart the sort of the initial bonding, the initial expansion of the universe. You can charge it to you can refer to these forces as the quote unquote primary whatever. not the spirit realm. Not a spirit. Yeah. So because remember, spirit equals primary whatever force, and I'm saying it doesn't require any of these monikers because it has fucking appellation, isn't it? It has different names.
Your lack of comfortability with the wording doesn't take away from what the concept is representing. And I did say that the terminology is not scientific. It is philosophical. It has this meaning in these philosophies or bodies of philosophies. Yeah, that's what I said. And when you look at what this scientific investigation seems to be bringing forward, it would relate to what these people are conceiving of when they use this term. That's all that was being said. So you don't like the word spirit, you're entitled to not like the word spirit. I'm saying that the people them that do use it, yeah, this is what they mean. And when you look at this, they are putting forward concepts that would relate. And I even said the first time I brought it up here that I'm not saying that there's a 100% correlation. It may be that the science gives actual scientific explanation to what this philosophical understanding is, but it's not the claim that this philosophical understanding is scientific. It just means that this science has a correlation of ideas with this philosophical concept. That's all that means. Yeah. But because we use the word spirit, and again, it's cultural. So within certain realms of the scientific community, it's fashionable to respond a certain way when you hear certain terminology. So if people say connectivity and interconnectedness and oneness with the universe.
Yeah, no, I didn't argue. Like, I hope you know.
React with that is concerned, right? You know,
I didn't argue with you. That point
then we don't need to be here again, then, innit? Because that's all that's taking place.
But
The reality is that challenging my definitions is one thing, but engaging the actual research is another.
No, but I didn't. But this you don't understand. Hold on. This is what you don't understand. Initially, that wasn't given, and that is me being honest, but I wouldn't chase it around. Anything that I agree with, I don't need to lie to anybody. I'm more. Your belief system anyway is more consistent with my reality. So you know that I don't argue for the sake of it. Yeah, the original definition you gave, and you know what? I won't say the buzzword. There was a buzzword in there that was like, how am I going to agree with it? Whatever. Then linking the research to the initial one of those loose initial definitions you gave. I didn't see any cause for it, and then even now, this ultimate sort of reduction is basically what immaterial source for the universe, whatever. In the same way, I said that the Bible source of research, that is the oldest question, since we were conscious, has been the oldest question is, that experiment with the baby. You keep rolling the ball. If you roll a ball past a cat's going to follow the ball, and a baby, like once it reaches like 6 or 7 months, stops looking at where the ball goes and starts looking at where the ball came from. Yeah. I have no issue with that being a viable sort of interest amongst the scientific community. What my issue is that if you're using science to validate one of the earlier definitions, you have to remember that the earlier definitions then must be scientific. Because if so, why am I accepting? Listen to this. Why am I accepting some loose, vague description of metaphysical supernatural, and then to validate it, I must now use clearly natural concepts or scientific concepts, and that's where you lost me. That's where the whole argument took place. If in the beginning you said
vague though, James, the fact that you didn't understand the definitions doesn't mean that they were vague. I gave 5 different explanations.
You use soul to define spirit. Be serious. That's the most shit I've ever heard in my life.
Say that again. I use what? Sorry.
Soul. Who defines? And don't tell me it was one word.
I didn't.
Hold on. You use soul as the nexus of one of your definitions.
No, it wasn't the nexus. That's what I meant.
I don't know what it is.
No, you decided to inflate the significance of the word soul. Yeah, I didn't inflate the significance of the word soul. I said it from the time that you raised it as an issue, because by the way, I didn't put forward the word soul. The term soul was actually in the definition. Yeah, there was also aspects of it that related to breath. And I also pointed out the fact that inspiration actually comes from is also a derivative of the word spiritus, and there was a lot of stuff in the definition. Yeah, but I said, but the things that are applicable here that correlate throughout definitions is this vital primary force, You decide to make a mountain out of a molehill where the word soul is concerned. So for your sake,
I didn't.
One second. So for your sake, I actually brought up the definition of soul, and even the definition of soul contains the word spirit. So I said to you, well, in order to understand what soul is, we'd have to understand what spirit is anyway.
No, that's not circular. Can you not see how circular that is?
No, but yes, but it is circular unless you are going to engage the research.
Right. Cool. And the research is scientific. The research is scientific, right?
Yes. But the fact
are those definitions scientific?
No, but again, I have not.
So what? Think about it, bro. Think about what you're saying.
But James, why would you ask me that when I've said it's categorically those definitions are not scientific? They're philosophical. I've said
then there is an ontological inconsistency with what you're doing. With your argument, the way you're arguing. Forget if you're wrong or right. It's not about wrong or right anymore. It's just the way your arguments are framed at times. There are category errors that when you try to pose them, like when me and Witness say, "Oh, say it's like electromagnetism," you say no. You say life force. We say being alive. We say heart.
No, I didn't just say no. If you're honest,
one of these, no, but listen, this is what I'm saying. If every single one of these you always run into a category error, then your argument at some must be invalid at some point.
But I'm not making the argument.
Finish.
No. I'm putting forward a scientific article that is presenting an argument.
Yeah, but then it doesn't
in the realm of possibility. And I'm saying that there is a philosophical concept over here, yes, that this scientific exploration is using similar language to define and describe what it is discovering. So if you only engage my definition and not the scientific research, then of course it's going to be circular for you because you haven't actually engaged the full argument. So,
you know what? Forget. Let's just put a full stop in it because you know one thing I've noticed, and again, you know me, man. I got big love for you. You're. It's weird as well because you literally, when you were on trial, you beat the shit out of everyone. So it's weird that we're arguing about this now, but I have to say that the actual issue is because you're not making any micro. You're more like Rob than you think because you don't even because you're not thinking how you're presenting something to somebody and how they're receiving it because you've got in your mind exactly what you meant and you don't see how other people receive it. Even you can't see where you provide you highlight your own category errors when you jump between philosophy and hard science and you expect us to follow on this meandering trail. It's like, bro, you don't in your mind. You have to present an argument to someone.
But I have presented an argument, and the fact of the matter is that hard science is a child of philosophy. That's just the reality of the situation. Yeah.
Is it what? Sorry. Is it what?
Hard science is a child of philosophy, especially physics. Yeah.
What are you saying? What the fuck? Okay, great, good point. Now, what the fuck is?
Hold on. Let me come in.
What does it matter?
One second.
It wouldn't be the first time in history that hard science has validated a philosophical idea. Yeah.
You can talk about issues. You can talk about philosophical issues over stuff like consciousness. When you enter something that has hold on, please. Listen to what I'm saying. When you enter something with your own definition, you often said it's funny how you relate it to telepathy, but you won't relate it to consciousness. Because telepathy and spirit have a more similar definition, i.e., they don't have a fucking. Actually, telepathy has more of a definition than spirit, but let's say they don't have any. There isn't any tangible proofs for either of these quote unquote spirit and the quote unquote telepathy, right? But consciousness does have one. So you're like, why wouldn't you relate it to consciousness? We wouldn't relate it to consciousness because consciousness, even though it is a philosophical discussion, it has been historically, is also a hard scientific. Neuroscience. There is neuroscience. There is clear science. There's clear scientific, tangible proofs for you to build upon and have a scientific discussion. Now, when you conflate science with what you believe is magic, you don't say it's magic, but I'm going to call it magic for the sake of this. Yeah, you conflate the two, then you can't say, but real science is philosophy anyway. No, it's not. No, it's not when you're talking.
So one second, Issa. I know you want to speak, but 1 second. Everything that you've just done you've created a straw man in order to attack my argument, yeah, which you're entitled to do at the same time. But the point is, yeah, there's a lot of things that you're making in terms of what man is saying. All you're actually revealing is what you are prepared to consider and what you're not prepared to consider. What if I said, one second, what if I said to you, James, yeah, that in Ifa, the term Ori, which means consciousness, is seen as a part of the spirit. Yeah. So, and I said this before, you know, that when you look at consciousness in certain philosophical traditions, yeah, that consciousness and spirit are closely aligned in terms of how it is seen within the philosophy. How it is considered within the philosophy.
I want a one-sentence response. And my one-sentence response is, if we asked you, is consciousness what you mean by spirit, and you say no, stop wasting my time.
But that's
no,
not
hold on.
Time. I don't care.
Hold on. Let me try and bridges. Hold on. Let me try and bridges. Give me a minute. Give me 60 seconds. One sec.
Makes no sense, bro. Like it's like someone to tell someone, oh, by the way, I've got complex belief. Big up for that.
You know what?
Hold on. One second, man.
I admire the G Block, dedication to protecting their quote unquote unbeaten record.
Rare. Look at this.
Hold on. One second. All right. Hey, what? Let me say something now. Right. Check this here. James, it seems I see problems on both sides here. Yeah. Let me deal with James first. The way you sound, James, is like how those people that don't believe in evolution sound when they say, "How do we come from monkeys?" So they haven't even engaged in the full argument. But I do find a problem from Shakara's side, where when we go back in history and relate it to philosophy, where philosophical ideas were confirmed through science, we've come so far with science and quantum physics that I suggest there should be a parallel where if you're talking about something related to the human body or the universe or something, you should be able to say, right, either the spirit is this one thing here, or the spirit refers to these three things here, or something like that. It should be able to.
But then with the like, and Shakara's not a scientist, right? But some scientists have, even though it was coined by, as James said, journalists, some people have used the term the God particle for the Higgs boson.
No, but I mean, some would say that's a philosophical thing. But what I'm saying is,
but it's exactly what you're saying. What you're There's an equivalence. There's an equivalence that some people are happy to make between a philosophical idea such as God and this particle. That you understand what I'm saying? So that's
I do, but it's not literal. That's
as well, though. Sorry, Isa, as well, though. There's a correlation that people are willing to make between some kinds of abstractions, but not with others, and there's no actual scientific basis to what people are prepared to engage or not. Right. So you already gave the example because people keep using consciousness based upon modern developments in understandings of consciousness, as though those things are and they're backdating them, 100 years ago. As if,
bro, can I just what error there is? Can I just quickly? If someone's saying
it doesn't make any sense.
But listen to what I'm saying. If I'm saying what is consciousness, and someone says it's alertness, receptiveness, responsiveness, the ability to feel, the ability to think, all of these displaying any one of these qualities is a property of consciousness. Therefore, if consciousness is that is a definition in a nutshell. Man said life force. What you saying? Being alive? No. Man said one of the moving forces in the universe. What? Strong nuclear force. No.
If I
no, you say no to everything in your definition.
Did I just say no?
Isa, let me say something to you. If a man saying no in every single one of his definitions, so there's nothing physical or tangible there's no proof for any. There's no proof so we can understand what his definition of spirit is, and then brings research to corroborate spirit, which also doesn't actually mention spirit. What are we doing? What logical sense does it make to accept any of this as even an argument?
One second, Shaka, 10 seconds.
I'm talking to Isa, please, sorry, no disrespect.
Your argument is flawed because man never.
Shaka, wait, Shaka.
Let him talk for a second, Isa. Let him talk for a second.
No. I want Isa.
He put it to me in it. So
can you understand?
All I'm saying is, yeah, if like you said, it doesn't mention spirit in the evidence. I'm saying it would be for Shakara then to say, right, you see this word here or that there in the evidence he brought.
Which I did.
That, right. I'm just saying that correlates to what he's saying is spirit.
No, but Isa, look, they're bringing scientific evidence for something, for example, right? And he's got a definition of something which he conceived is ascientific. So what the fuck? What are we doing? What's the evidence going to prove anyway? You're saying that none of the if we literally went for a series, he'll say that he gave us a great definition, but everything that we didn't understand was vague. We asked, does that mean this? Does this mean that? Does that? And he responded, I'm not going to be drawn on any of that. I'm not going to be pinned down. The research he brought was string theory, super.
Hold on, Shaka, I'll go to you.
James is truncating my argument in order to knock it down. It's extremely.
Shaka, could you make it concise though? Like, could you just say right this?
No, I don't. I personally, right. Mm-hmm. I shouldn't need to make my argument concise in order for somebody to not have to not truncate it. You know what I'm saying? Now, the basic fact of the matter is this: prior to the discipline of neuroscience, neurology. Definitions of consciousness would have been, by definition, manifestly philosophical.
No, I just gave you what they were, and you're not going to accept it, brother. I beg you, respond to something I'm saying, because then we're just talking past each other.
Sorry, I must have missed it. What did you say they were?
What I just said, everything I just said, receptiveness. I just gave a whole thing, so you're not listening to me. Cool.
I'm saying to you.
What I just said to Isa, can you respond to that though?
But those things are still philosophical, bro. They're not.
Forget philosophy. Don't worry about this stuff.
Hold on. But how is it? Hold on, Shakara. Hold on, Shakara. How is that philosophical? What he just?
It is philosophical.
Yeah. How? Listen to what I'm saying. How is that philosophical? In what he just defined, he gave a list of things.
Alertness. These are all abstractions. Alertness. And all these are not scientific definitions. Yeah.
What's scientific, bro?
Hold on. Wait. How is that not scientific?
They're adjectives that describe how the results of consciousness. How
they're tangible.
No. Hold on. Wait. One sec. Bruv, wait. Take them away from the definition of consciousness. Let's deal with them separately.
They're not scientific, bro. They're adjectives.
Bro. In science, you have adjectives in science.
Hold on. Is electrifying not scientific because it's an adjective, bro? What does that mean?
Bro,
I'm saying that before science comes to corroborate a particular idea, how are we calling it scientific? All that means is that at this point it was philosophical, and science proved that it was.
Do you think this is?
No, that's not. One sec, James. Hold on, James. Wait, one sec. No, wait, bro, if I forget this, go on. Let me just explain this. Shakara.
It's not that deep.
That's not. No, that's not true, because I'm saying this seems to be the problem. You could say it was a hypothesis for a long time that no one scientifically proved, but it doesn't necessarily mean until they prove it through scientific.
No, I wouldn't say that even, Isa, because the scientific method, like most things in our reality, has a history.
You know,
No. Hold on, Shakara. Listen to what I just said. You said, Shakara, in relation to this, and it was philosophy and so on. So what I'm saying to you is that what you said, tantamount to saying, until modern day, or they've done experiments with it, it was therefore philosophy. And I'm saying to you,
Isa, you know the long and short of it is, I never put forward the idea as if it was scientific. This is the point. Yeah, I never presented a definition of spirit as though it was scientific.
Yeah, to do that. I'll be honest.
What I gave was a literal definition, modern day, an etymological definition, and definitions that relate to concepts in African spiritual systems that people translate into spirit. And I was saying that when you look at what they mean, yes, and look at what this science is saying, yes, there is a relationship between the concepts in these things. So the term spirit doesn't have to be used in the article for us to be able to extrapolate that there's a
for you to be able to.
If you, so that's what I'm saying, Joe. If you need to see the term spirit in a scientific article in order to,
No, I don't know why you're. I don't know if
then that's up to you. But that's
Okay. Let me give an example.
Let me speak. Hold on, please. Yeah, and I'm speaking to anyone that truly wants to respond to what I'm saying, not just speak. Yeah. If you are not going to be drawn and you're going to not accept any comparisons or if you of your definition to any kind of scientific force, hold on. When you use the term force, you don't accept that it's any of the describable forces in the universe. When you, oh, bro, can I just say what I'm saying and you respond to it? Yeah. So if you're not going to get drawn, you literally, I'm quoting you. I'm not going to be pinned down on any of these things. I'm not. Anything in my definition is any one of these scientific facts. That's what you said. And then to corroborate your vague understanding, your vague description, your circular description of spirit, you're going to use hard scientific fact or scientific evidences. Yeah, I'm saying is illogical from the beginning, and then say I can see the pattern where you can't. I can see illogical.
You keep reframing my argument. Again, on the one hand, yeah, I did not just say that I will not accept any of these things. I said I cannot make the claim that it is definitively electromagnetism or it is definitively strong nuclear or weak nuclear force. And I can't make those claims. Yeah, so because the reality is,
why are you using science then? Why don't you say what you think?
No, because the science itself, the article that I presented itself, doesn't claim to definitively to have come to a definitive conclusion about what it is suggesting. So I've said that many times, bro. I've given you the language in the article itself. I didn't say, you know, the language doesn't use the term "this is a hard scientific fact" to describe its conclusion. The only facts that it suggests that it's bring forward is that there are codes in nature, yeah, that when you look at these things, these equations, they represent codes that are given to these graphic or symbolic representations. That is what it says. It doesn't say it's a hard fact. Yeah, the conclusions that are being suggested from it are hard facts. So I was not making a comparison between a philosophical idea and hard facts. I was making a comparison between a philosophical idea and what some research is suggesting about the validity of this philosophical idea. That's the only thing I was doing. That's it. Yeah, that is it. Any attempt to put anything more on my argument is pure fallacy. That's it.
Hold on. I think if Shakara is not willing to develop the argument from the evidence further,
no, you can't say I'm not willing to, bro. No. I am honest. Once again, I am. It's not like a will on my part.
Let me finish, bro. I'm saying to James, if Shakara is saying this is what he's laying out, he's pointing out whatever it is, the correlations, etc. That's where he decides to stop. Then there's no point you trying to say, well, what are you saying? If he said, look, this is what I'm saying, that's it.
No. Issa, this is really, we're having a kind of meta discussion because I'm not saying that I can't prove to you a spirit doesn't exist, right? And that's not really even what we're asking. I just asked for what his definition was. But I'm gonna do something really disrespectful, and I apologize, Shaka. This is the first and last time I'll ever do something like this to you, yeah. But you know what Jupiter said to me once back in the day on Reels panel? She said, I know I can prove God. And I said, how? And she said, the Fibonacci sequence.
God.
But you know, I am not. But you know, I am not using the word "prove" in my argument. No. What I'm saying is there are insights into the theory of supersymmetry. Yes, that perhaps suggests certain things about the nature of reality. That's it. That's what the article
that you know what? Now it's finished. We finished that discussion. Let's move on. It's funny. Why I find this kind of stuff funny, what I said to Moore, but he wriggled his way out of it, is what are you relying on? Because, and I'm going to assume, other than the basic concepts of the basic sort of, can I say precept? The entry level understanding or definition or description of supersymmetry, the entry level, 10 dimensions, everything's connected, the sort of string theory. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you a fucking one line of an equation, one of the equations that comprises any of these, right? So for me to get an understanding of something that I can barely define would be complicated in the extreme. And when people like Moore and that use these things to justify stuff like the Quran or their kind, it baffles me, because I'm like, bro, you don't even, if you were a physicist and you were like, and you were like, in this code is what makes me believe, you know, I don't know, something unique about it or something. It couldn't have been any other way. It's a necessary code or something. I'd be like, maybe because I don't understand it. Maybe something else that I also don't understand, like a definition for a spirit. Maybe you can make the connection because you actually have a real, you know, 3-dimensional, no pun intended, understanding of theory. Yeah, but it's like you're just saying something that is what is generally accepted as a spirit anyway, and then taking something vague and ambiguous like, you know, string theory being a potential theory about
you can't make the claim if you haven't engaged the research. Like I don't understand how that's so difficult to understand.
Can you do any of these equations? Like, I'm not trying to challenge you. Can you
No,
do it?
I've said already.
It doesn't matter that you read an article. What does that matter?
It doesn't matter that I've read an article, except for the fact that I'm putting forward something based upon something that I have taken at least some time to look into, and you haven't. So unless you're gonna at least match the effort, what are you talking about? How are you making all these assessments about something that you have not looked into?
No, I'm not talking about your article anymore. I'm not talking about your article. I just said, has Orthodox Moore posed your argument? No, I'm saying people in general, they use science to validate. They use science to validate these almost supernatural, ambiguous claims, and it's like, you don't even fully understand. No, but listen to this. You don't even, so it's either you're accepting you've got a clear confirmation bias, as in you believed in whatever you believed in before, and now you're searching.
No, that's not the case. But
take yourself out for a moment. Just hear what I'm saying. It's either that or you believe more in the scientists than we do. Because if you ask me how do I feel about string theory, I'll tell you I don't fucking understand string theory. I don't even know. For my understanding of supersymmetry, it's the most basic sense in that symmetry in equations, in which any way you inverse or reverse the variables, you'll get the exact same conclusion. That's all I understand about string theory. I don't understand how supersymmetry extends to the fucking.
Hold on, James. Look, hold on.
I'm not claiming. Sorry, Isa, can I ask a question? Did you hear the initial conversation about the research itself?
Oh, what, when you put the thing up on and you read paragraph? Yeah. There were some patterns or codes or the other day.
Check this out, yeah. Check this out. Right, what's one of the concluding paragraphs? Yeah, check this out. It says, as for my own collaboration on Adinkran, the path my colleagues and I have trod since the early 2000s has led me to conclude that codes play a previously unsuspected role in equations that possess the property of supersymmetry. This unsuspected connection, suggests that these codes may be ubiquitous in nature and could even be embedded in the essence of reality.
The nature of reality.
Right? That's not what we said. I read it again.
No, that's me. I said that. You said
this. Suggests that these codes may be ubiquitous in nature, could even be embedded in the essence of reality. I don't have to understand the equations in order to comprehend that sentence. Yeah. Right. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Right. So now I'm saying that for a deeper understanding, I could. It would be good to engage the equations. The brother that wrote this article. This is actually the only article on the research that's written for popular consumption because it's very complex. I'm not a mathematician nor a physicist. Yeah, and he said in so many words, I've watched a number of interviews, he said it's so complicated that the average person wouldn't know where to begin or end with this thing. Right? So I'm not making the claim to have a comprehensive understanding of what.
But I'm saying if it validates what you believe, and what you believe is difficult to define,
James, do you fully comprehend macroevolution?
What?
Do you fully comprehend macroevolution?
No, but I have a loose understanding, and everything I read on it, like the other day when we were talking about human chimp ancestry. I had to read to understand that. I don't know.
Exactly. But it's a theory, yes, that you think stands up, yes?
No.
Basically,
Hold on. What's the alternative?
The alternative is irrelevant.
What's the null hypothesis?
Answer the question. Do you think that macroevolution?
I just asked the question. I said yes. Do you? Yeah. What is the null hypothesis for evolution?
I don't know.
Okay, so I'll give you one. Maybe God made human beings out of clay. What's the evidence for that?
But again,
this work.
It's a good question. It's a good question. Now, in order, for me to give you an answer to that question, I would have to actually engage some research.
Okay, so just, stop. Listen to what I'm saying now, because this is where you made a mistake. You're saying it's the same as evolution. No, because not only is there.
I'm not saying that.
Hold on. Only is there not a consensus among all scientists and even scientists that don't work in the field now. Yeah, there's virtually.
But I'm not saying that.
Hold on. I witness evolution as a fact. You witness evolution as a fact. You had a child. Your child isn't identical to you. Well, it may be, but you know, your child isn't identical. You're not.
I think it's a pretty strong story.
Hold on. Mutation. This is evidence all in front of your eyes. Yeah, all of this, even not taking into account all of this wealth of evidence, the null hypothesis has absolutely zero proof. It has zero proof for it. The only proof is with evolution. Now, if you engage even at the most cursory level, you can get an understanding of it. You can. There's other influences, i.e., you know, you can do DNA to find out where you're from. You can do DNA to match yourself with your mother, your cousin, your brother. So all of that, you're comparing that to you saying,
no, I'm not.
I think I have a spirit, and string theory and super string theory
James,
corroborate that. That's
everything that you just said is irrelevant based upon the fact that you designed my argument for me, and it's not the argument that I was making.
But you just said a compare. You just asked me about evolution. Right?
No, yes.
You can't even ask me that question.
If you listen, then you might understand what it is I was actually getting at. Yeah. Listen. Okay. Of course, as I keep saying, this research is very new. The research on evolution is a lot older. There's a lot more evidence for it. That's not the claim I'm making. I'm talking about one's understanding of a thing. Yes. So if it is possible, for based upon your understanding, your level of understanding of the thing, to give it some credence based upon that level of understanding, we admit is not a complete level of understanding, then my lack of ability to engage the equations is neither here nor there. Yeah, I can understand something about the research, yes, even if I don't understand it comprehensively. That's the only point I was making. Yeah, I wouldn't compare. Obviously, evolution is a far more developed.
No, it's far more easier to understand evolution than to understand fucking.
But I would agree, even from a biologist, even what's his name, Richard Dawkins, sat in front of Neil deGrasse Tyson and says, I get the impression that you know so much more about my field than I know about your field. But I suspect that that's because in your field, there is so much more to know.
Yeah. I mean, that's not fucking exclusive to the Scientists Guild, or that's not some inside knowledge. I think everyone in the world would say theoretical.
Come on, man. You're combating when it's not necessary. I wasn't
saying you're making it seem as if that is a relevant comparison or equivalent. No, like,
oh Lord, you keep doing that. Forget. I've already said what the point I was making is, and I'm saying that no, I don't understand completely everything that's in even in this article. I understand some things. I understand some things maybe a little bit, and there's something I just don't understand. And I'm gonna have to read it again to get more out of it and then kind of things there. But what I'm saying is, but the basic line of logic in the thing.
Let me just say, I think what Shaka may be saying is,
Isa, can you read in the private chat, please?
One sec. Where?
Just read my last comment in the YouTube chat, then, man. That's what I'm trying to ask you in private. I feel like I would appreciate that the most.
No, but he said read his last one, so I'm looking in there for it. Where the hell is it gone?
Go up.
Yeah, right. Keeps bloody disappearing. Right.
Anyway, I'm
No.
done. I can't be bothered with co riding circles about this no more.
No,
James,
no, we're done now. I tried to use this as.
I encourage you to
Yeah, to Udo.
No, James tried to piggyback the thing here, off of MA's argument, which it had nothing to do with this, fam. MA
You know what I mean, man? You see, one thing about you and MA, yeah, I love you, man, but I'll be honest with you. You, man, pick fights certain time just based on who people are. Like,
MA wasn't picking a fight, bro.
No, James, hold on. Let me say something. There is something, about a lot of Afrocentrics. Listen. No, I'm dead serious. Because I always had this problem with Asar Imhotep. Like, I'm not trying to be offensive, but I do understand it's a different field of study, or you generally have to give the whole background and paradigm before you even introduce something. Because from our Western paradigm, it's a whole new, it's new glasses.
I think that's a fair critique. Sorry. Finish saying what you're saying.
That's a polite way to say what I was gonna say. Still, that was a very polite way of saying it.
No. I'm just saying. I used to have this problem with Asar. I've had it with a few brothers, and all of them have been coming from the perspective of Afrocentricity and so on. And I think it's the way that they learn those subjects, as in their way of learning, knowing, and then putting forth their arguments. That's what I found.
Yeah, I'll say it's a fair critique. I'm not even sure if it's a critique, because when you put it in the context of the fact that you have to break down a lot of stuff to be able to think on certain levels, it's true. But I think that would be true of a lot of different fields of research. Like if I was to go and study astrophysics right now, I'd have to get a lot of breakdown before I can get to understand certain, things.
No. That wasn't the main point. I'm saying, although, because I have to do that, don't I? When people I have to go know Shia this or whatever else, I have to go to the background, then say how I got here. But what I'm saying is, not only is it the paradigm shifter, but I'm saying the very way that your paradigm makes you explain things differently. Because even I've heard what you've said several times now to James Jones, and I've had conversations with you, and I'm thinking, this whole thing should have stopped after 10 minutes. I'm saying this.
I agree with you there, because I think what I'm saying is actually pretty basic to me.
I'm just saying.
There are times when I'm explaining something here, and I know this isn't one of them times. I don't feel like what I'm saying is actually.
No, but you know what I'm going to say though to that, innit?
Yeah, what? Go on.
What am I going to say?
I have no idea, bro.
I'm going to say exactly what you just said. Obviously, I don't think what I'm saying is complicated. I think it's one of those ones where you're right, because I was the one who brought it back up, so I definitely need to be responsible for the second phase of this. I feel like it was a simple. Oh yeah, I don't mind disagreeing with Rob. What's spirit then? And I think I even introduced it with saying, because remember Issa that night before, I asked you, what happened? Because you said something sick kicked off. It was a good discussion. I said, what was it? You said something about thing. I said, why? You said he wouldn't accept it. I said, what was the definition? Issa, tell me if I'm wrong. You said soul was consciousness, and you said spirit was life. And didn't I say to you, I was like, I agree with Shaka then. Yeah, I'm against Rob. I agree with Shaka. And then the next day, Shaka redefined it with some next.
No. Hold on. Before you go there, hold on. Thing correct. What's his name? Raf corrected me though, didn't he? What I said was what I understood of the conversation, because I actually woke up halfway through it, or I came onto it halfway through it.
Either way, we'll see what the research suggests, and if there is a vital kind of ubiquitous code in nature that sits at the essence of reality.
Let's say there is, because I mean there has to be anyway, right? There has to be anyway. That's what I'm saying. But if there is, does that prove spirit, or is that what you're saying? Or
I'm saying that's what, philosophically speaking, when people speak in terms of spirit in many different schools of thought, that's what they're referring to. They don't claim to have an actual scientific understanding of what it is and how it's made up. Yeah, they may claim to have an understanding of how to tap into it or communicate with it, but a comprehensive understanding of what it is, they may not. They may not feel beyond the fact that it is, and we are connected to it, or we are all connected through it. That's it. Yeah, but science and them kind of things there is actually the makeup of the thing. Yeah, and how it comes about in reality. It's a different motivation. It's a different discipline. Yeah, and so
I suggest that all the ancient and all the people that have inherited a lot of the secret, so-called secret knowledge, understand this thoroughly.
But I'm saying, let's say that they're wrong. I keep saying this, let's say that they're wrong in terms of, you can communicate with it and tap into it. And if you sit down, cross your legs and hum and chant this chant, then you'll tap into the spirit and it will, I'm saying, let's say they're wrong about all of that. Maybe the basic principle though, at the heart of this thing, maybe they're not wrong about that. That's the point. So maybe they can't communicate with it, but the fact that it is, maybe they're not wrong about it.
That's the problem. Like, no, you know what? Whether it's my fault, because it may be my fault, I'm not too big to admit that.
It is your fault, James.
No, but Shaka, wouldn't they be wrong then? What is it they're tuning into then? If they're acknowledging it exists, but they're saying they're tuned into it, then you find that they're not.
What they're tuning into may be purely psychological. It may be that they're just tapping into aspects of their own consciousness. Yeah, which wouldn't be a contradiction within the understanding of, let's say, Ori, for example, which is consciousness in Yoruba. Yeah, like it wouldn't be a contradiction in that sense.
Well,
yeah,
it would. Let me just say that one of the reasons why it wouldn't be a contradiction is because if this pattern or these codes are the fabric or the foundation of reality, then obviously
they make up consciousness.
A scaling down toward the human would be you're tapping into the, especially when you get to fractals, it's the same damn thing in principle. So, this is the thing, to be honest, when you get to fractals, you're having another conversation, and this is why I don't bring that stuff up, to be honest.
I don't understand, yeah? Like, why does instantly, in your opinion, immaterial imply immaterial? Because if I remember correctly, you were talking about some kind of dual or dyadic concept of like, if there is material, therefore immaterial, and from bit must come it or some shit. But the reality is, even if you were to prove, for lack of a better word, an immaterial, why is it consistent with that initial definition you gave for spirit?
Because we're talking about a vital or primary force. Yeah, once again, a vital primary. Well, there's two words that were used. One was force, or one was principle. Yeah, so it's animating.
Primary doesn't come into play because the universe would have always existed. So the only thing you're interested when it comes to primary is life, right? Because this is no. Life. Hold on. The only reason you're aware of what you would call a reality is because it's coming from your perspective. Yeah.
To be honest, life is particular to me.
Hold on. It's what makes you alive. In the context of an infinite universe, the primary is what's bore life or what's brought forth.
Yeah. But I'm saying
but you can explain that without the need. I mean, if you want to call gravity immaterial, if you want to call electromagnetism immaterial, fair enough.
Indeed.
Explain that. But I'm just saying you can explain that without the sort of individualistic.
Yeah, we could. But I haven't claimed it is individualistic, though, bro. I've actually claimed the very opposite. I've not claimed that it's individualistic. It does intrigue me what is it about an interconnected universe that brings forth this thing that we call life? Yeah, that there is because there is life that is unique from non-life, isn't it? Right. So what is it about the way matter is constructed in the human body, for example, that animates it in the form of life? No, it's not. But I'm saying that it is philosophical. It's that the question is, but the idea that question cannot be subject to scientific exploration is that doesn't make any sense to me, right?
Oh, wait, stop. That specific question, and this is what we kept saying. When you say life, let's say organic, because we have to substitute these words because then you could just get lost.
No.
I beg you, please. You can get lost in hyperbole, very simple, with any of these kind of ambiguous terms. So don't. For the sake of clear, real transparency, let's say what we mean. You're saying life. You're talking about from inorganic to organic. That isn't. Hold on. That isn't an area of philosophical research. That's an area of hard scientific research. So why don't you quote that? Why are you quoting a physicist who's talking about fucking finding code in ancient runes?
But again, you can't make that claim because you haven't read the research.
So we're done.
That's what I'm saying. You can't make the claim. I don't know why you keep doing that for.
That is what it's all this code from these ancient fucking symbols and shit.
You never said that. No, that's not the. again, you have you can't make that claim. No, the system, the symbols that they're constructed borrows a name from some ancient symbols of the Ashanti people, the Akan people in West Africa. The name is the only relationship that those two things have. Yeah,
Okay.
right. So those ancient symbols are symbols that represent a philosophical system, and they have used that name to refer to this this scientific field of endeavor that they're engaging right about now. They're not linked in any way other than that.
Okay. But even so, I mean, my point still stands. I was
No, the point stands that you need to read the thing before you make a judgment.
It does because inorganic to organic matter is
No,
not
James, my personal
greater understanding. Listen, we've had over 2,000 years of recorded introspection on these fucking topics and haven't produced as much results as hard science has in understanding neurology.
Yeah, but hard science in terms of application to these questions.
Actually, and soft science, because psychology is a soft as hell science.
Yeah, right. But I'm saying that either way, hard or soft science, as applied to actually answering these questions, is relatively new. It's especially hard science. It's very, very new. Yeah. So there's like
not really.
Hold on. It's very new. Listen.
No, you can't.
You can. For example, yeah.
Astrology.
Let's say with a continuity then, based upon our.
No. What do you mean?
I'll explain it, bro. I'll explain it. Just let me finish, innit? I was listening to who was I listening to the other day? The same James Gates Jr. Yeah, Jim Gates, yeah, and he was saying physics really starts with Einstein. Yeah,
I don't do that.
There's no real physics before, but he's talking about as an active, continuous field, yeah, of human endeavor. Yeah, now I thought that's a bit peak, isn't it? Like when he said that, but in terms of the consciousness of the now, like in living memory.
How are you going to say that? But even Newton said, "I stand on the shoulder of giants."
Yes, but I said that I brought that up to Rob the other day, and even he agreed. Well, he said, yeah, he might put it back further, but he wouldn't argue against it. Yeah, either because I brought up Newton as well, thinking, well, why would you not put it at Newton? And I think it's because of the fact that Newton's ideas didn't really begin to be applied substantively. And this is just me extrapolating from the argument that he made. He didn't say this, yeah. But what's it called? But Newton's ideas, because a lot of people say that Newton was ahead of his time, innit? His ideas didn't really get used until years after he was dead and gone. Yeah.
Friedman, there was like that Friedman, the guy who came up with the
Yes, but they didn't manifest in major technology.
But they weren't being applied consistently to fields of human endeavor up until Einstein. I think is the point that he's making. Yeah,
but that doesn't necessarily mean hard science didn't exist until. I'm
talking about in these fields, bro, and I'm saying that physics is probably the unless I'm mistaken, is probably the last hard science to emerge as a consistent field. Yeah, but even if we go, I don't know, man.
I suggest we've always had that, but we had a balance. So we had a moral system to keep a balance.
I'd be glad to agree with you to some degree.
That's your favorite thing, Shaka.
What?
There's never a comprehensive agreement. It's always to a degree.
Yeah, I'm a man, you know. I appreciate the nuances, you know. I do appreciate.
It's also the issue. I think one of the things that I'm wondering if you discussed it was the fact you mentioned these codes as the foundational fabric, so to speak, of everything that includes inanimate matter.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So I'm saying that the question that will come back to for me now, like let's say that's the case here. So we're not just talking about life, we're talking about existence,
right?
Yeah? And reality, right? But then the question that comes out of that for me now is what is it about how that universal existence combined into the human body that brings about life? Well, not just a human body, but all living organisms that brings about life. Yeah.
You need to study Kemet, bro. Seriously, all of these things are. Do you know what it is?
I agree with you, but I'm putting together a presentation that's gonna explain, that's gonna touch on some of the.
Not just that, but the voodoo, these three things, the Ifa, voodoo, and Kemet.
That's woo woo though, bro. For everyone, that's woo woo, innit? That's nothing.
No, but I'm saying once you know it, like it's so clear, yeah. It's so clear, like it becomes easy to understand.
I agree. But
one of the things is though, symbolic. To be honest, yeah, symbolic awakening. I think it seems it's either something developed, like like you have to exercise your muscles. Like if you don't, you have to train it. It's like learning a new language, basically. So
I agree with you, bro. I've been making this point all evening, which is the fact that a lot of the people's reaction to it is cultural more than it is scientific. There's actually very little science in it, because I said if you was in a culture whereby universal connectedness was just a part of your understanding, then it wouldn't be there wouldn't be this visceral reaction to the idea.
Listen, do you know what's mad about that? Why I had to disagree with Rob? I don't think no one can, because no one that doesn't believe, and even if you believe in God, right, then everything's connected because God created it all. And if you don't believe in God, you believe in science, and you accept that that the universe expanded from at least a very dense point, and within that, nothing that we now observe to be the universe with regards to the organization of matter and all of that, and organic materials that we created, all of that. Like, so let's say on Earth, like planet, there was a time when Earth didn't exist, then it came to in existence from a point, and in that, organic matter grew or evolved, if you like. Then you'd have to accept that everything's connected anyway. So when Rob didn't concede that, I understand why he didn't, because he's not trying to concede anything to you. It's kind of like you in that way. Yeah. But
when was this? Sorry, when was it?
But yesterday also, Banksy nearly had a fit. What's it called?
When is this? What the hell? Damn. You made Banksy cry.
Let's say, I don't know what tomorrow's topic is, by the way.
No, but I think Veli wants to go down some banking route.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say no, it's not banking. Shaka, you ain't gonna lie, man. You're not gonna get anything done next week.
Why?
You're gonna be the chief prosecutor.
I don't know about that, boy. I got things to do still, and I spent a whole week on this thing. I can't afford to do that.
You come out unscathed still with African spirituality. You've done your business still.
We tried.
It was bare blank shots fired, isn't it? That was ridiculous.
You're lucky because no one knew exactly. All they had was the generic sort of, you lot are cannibals.
Sorry, let me respond to. I don't usually do this, but let me respond to scientific method. He said chemistry, organic chemistry, abiogenesis, evolution, etc. Shaka Raka learned about these topics if he was honest, just refusing to learn the science and squeezing magic. Scientific method. He has no idea what I study in terms of science.
I'm from Ansar, boy.
I know that, but he's been on it all because he never comes on. I've invited him on bare times, but he talks bare grease in the chat, like he's levels. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like whenever he's on, he never jumps on to actually have a conversation with man.
You are level, yeah, but Ansar's levels too. So he's levels too.
Yeah, maybe so, bro. But every time, like, I don't understand that. I don't like it's this kind of stuff, yeah. And he doesn't actually know what I engage in terms of science. In fact, I've referred to things that I've studied and I've watched in terms of science as well. So I don't know why man is making these claims in it, but yeah, it's just bare grease in it. You know what I'm saying?
Do you know what I got you, man? GCSE in science.
Say that again.
You know what I got for my GCSE in science in sciences? Dual. I think I was in triple science or dual science.
Yeah.
Double science.
I have no idea. By the way, though, can I say that supersymmetry though is actually a viable field of science? Like, exploration.
What?
I said what I'm saying is that supersymmetry is a viable field of scientific exploration. It's no less valid than any of the things.
My understanding of supersymmetry is I have the most like cursory understanding, which is supersymmetry ultimately when brought down to an equation level is like basically see the variables of an equation. if you can inverse the so if you could switch the variables of the equation, you still get the same result. Like
to a degree. Yeah, to a degree. But
like an addition, like an addition of something.
Yeah, but that's the equation, though, bro. When you apply that to reality, it's saying something more than that. Like so it's saying that equation applied to reality presents supersymmetry in the universe. Like that's what it's saying. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Why is that proof of immaterial? I don't understand.
You have to look into it, bro. Seriously, just look into it. Yeah, just look into it.
For someone like you, for someone to say that, why do you accept that if you can't define the immaterial and you can't?
Again, I'm not using the word accept. I'm saying that there is evidence to suggest the thing based upon this research. That's all I'm saying. Yeah.
But people like you and I may not understand that, right?
Bro, my level of understanding is based purely upon me looking into the thing. Yeah, and again, I am saying that I don't understand it completely. There are things that I understand and things that I don't understand. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All right, but the only point I'm making at the moment though is that what supersymmetry and that kind of stuff is no less valid than chemistry and you know what I'm saying, biogenesis and there's no less valid than all these things. You get me? So if I look into those things, fam, like I've got Cosmos on DVD. They discuss all kinds of different things in there. I've bought the thing, and I'm watching the season 2 right now. They go into it, and I find and I do further research based upon that. I have books that address scientific subjects in it. I make it. You know what I mean? But I accept though. Like when it comes, because you say psychology is a soft science, I'm very much interested in psychology and its applications because it's functional.
It is a soft science, so you agree with that?
Say again?
You would agree in comparison to the other sciences, it would be considered as soft.
That depends on your perspective. I think that psychology is probably on a functional level plays more of a role in our lives than a lot of other sciences.
What? So I've zoned out.
I was saying I think that psychology on a functional level plays more of a role in a lot of our lives than a lot of other sciences.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Like when I say it's a soft science, I mean it's science, isn't it? At the end of the day.
Yeah. Well, some people argue that it's not. Still, some people argue it's not. But yeah.
As in, it doesn't. Let's say when we use the term hard, let's say it doesn't provide hard proofs.
I agree with that.
You know what I mean?
I agree with that.
Hold on. I suggest it does, number one.
Okay.
But because human beings are less consistent with matter, so we're a bit more complex. There's a lot more that don't follow the rule.
But that's the point, though. That's why the findings, psychologically speaking, would be different to the findings of other kinds of experimentation. The human factor in psychology makes it less hard line, if that makes sense.
Hold on. So what is the correlation in physics now?
Between physics, that would be with the brain.
No. I'm saying the correlation that's in psychology, and there's something that's almost exactly the same in quantum physics.
Physics engages a lot more mathematics, where you get
no, brother. Listen, all right. I'll tell you the uncertainty principle. You know about that?
Yes.
Where they have to fight because they're using a particle to find out the position and speed of particles.
Yes.
Therefore, they would change either one. Yes.
Yeah, but I guess that the levels of uncertainty increase with psychology than in other forms of physics. If that makes sense.
Nah, but this is my point. The reason why that's not the case is because we're very limited. Like they can predict a lot. Remember, science is generally about predictability, right?
Yeah.
So when it comes to psychology, obviously we're going down to choices, isn't it? That's really when it comes to psychology, it's like, well, what choice they're going to make based upon this. What they're trying to predict, what kind of thoughts or category of thoughts, all kind of different things, and you can sort of pin it down the more you know about the person. Do you get what I'm saying?
Wait, the human factor is where the levels of uncertainty, because humans are more. The human psychology is more consciousness is more complex than we understand at this stage, isn't it? You know what I'm saying?
But hold on, you keep saying consciousness, bruv. When you're saying psychology, you're talking about human beings and their choices and behavior. That's it.
Yeah, I know, but that's the point I'm trying to make, though, bro. That's which is difficult. It's more difficult to find predictive or to conduct.
Let's see. Hold on, Chakra. Listen, let me show you how that's not true. Yeah,
it is, bro. How?
Hold on. So let's say you got Baba, right? You got baby right there.
Yeah.
Right. Do you not agree that as babies get older, that you kind of know what they want as a pattern, or the missus. He's going to be hungry soon, right?
Yeah. But again,
if you go along.
This afternoon, I had a feeling a while ago, and the child wouldn't eat. I can't predict from that.
No, hold on. Wait. This is my point. So just like in physics, if something doesn't behave the way it normally behaves, there's a reason behind it. So you can say there's certain things we don't know as to why a human either does or does not, but that's where we go in deeper to see why and why not. So I'm saying if we had more knowledge relating to, internal feelings, or, it could be radiation, it could be so many damn things, you know what I mean?
But my only point is that we don't have all of that knowledge of the human psyche like that. Right. I'm saying that we're not there. If we ever can get there, we're not there yet, certainly. So when you're dealing with inanimate objects that you can replicate the conditions test more readily, then it reduces the chance. You know what I'm saying? When you put the human factor in it, anything can go on, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because especially the fact that the human factor as it relates to children is significantly dependent upon the state of mind of the parents. And I could be the crazy one. So he might not want to eat because he got a bad vibe from me this morning. Or something like that. But that's what I'm saying. Or if the party mama. You know
it could be, So it does involve feelings. There's a lot more variables to the thing. No, I totally get it, but I just feel that
son, the chances of the fact that you just want to mama is very high.
No, but this is the thing. This is the thing. All of that would mean is not that it's like a equivalent science. It's just we would even need to up our game when it comes to knowing it. And that's the way I like to approach it, rather than the way that people just fling it to the side. Oh, that's not a real science and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. LA family, I got to run.
Blessings, brother. Speak soon. I need to. What time did this thing with what's his name, Banksy, and the other one? I need to check.
That was yesterday. I can't remember what time it was, but it was yesterday.
Okay, and the other one?
It was Banksy and more. We had a conversation earlier today. So just soon after G-Block went live, maybe an hour after, is when I jumped on. An hour or two after. Yeah.
So hold on. So sorry, before you go, Banksy, are you saying he was screaming and shouting, or?
No, he just overly annoyed because man used the word connected, like the quantum physics and the universe. I'm like, all that heat ain't necessary, bro. You get me? But yeah, it's just it just interests me that how people go berserk when you use the terminology. They're not really engaging what you mean or what Right. But it's a pre-programmed response in certain schools of science, whereby you have to invalidate even the mere thought of this idea. Right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I know it's a particular school because not all scientists respond like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are some physicists who actually entertain certain concepts. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So anyway,
yeah, man, blessings. Bless up, my brother.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can now. What's happening?
Like what do they call spirit in African, like in his whatever system he follows or tradition, because man keeps saying that that it's a Eurocentric perspective to the connotations that spirituality possesses, but you're using that translation.
Yeah,
that's your choice to use it.
For me, I would prefer to just use another word from that culture and say, right, you see that, like for instance, me, I'll use the Arabic word ruh, which comes from re, and so on and so forth, and I'll just say, right, forget the word spirit because that has connotations to Eurocentric Christianity and blah blah in English. So I'll use my word, show you the root words, the meaning within the context of the verses of the Quran, and say, right, this is what we're talking about here in physics or science or whatever, or it adds up to that. Do you see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So that's good. I find
every time he said something, I swear down, I was bare sincere in the beginning. I was like, bro, do you mean this? Do you mean that? Do you mean that? And because of the thing, you can't say we have a Western understanding of a term and define a Western term with a Western definition, and then say we're the ones who don't get it. Because from my understanding, I've always rejected the concept of spirituality unless someone brings something like new, something fresh, and a new understanding. Haven't the exact same understanding.
But I don't think that was his point. I think his whole point is that you can't discount it, and that's it.
I can't discount a fucking winged pony flying to the moon, bro. What, like, that wasn't a Muslim joke. That was a serious reference. Like, there's a lot of things I can't discount.
Well, I didn't even know what you said. What did you say? You can't
I said a winged pony, but forget it. No, it's not good.
Idiot.
Yeah. No, my comment I wanted you to read was there was a Muslim guy that was like to me. He posted a quote from a scientific study saying, "New science reveals all life started out of clay." And I was like, did it also say that your God made humans out of clay with 2 right hands?
Oh yeah, no, I saw the 2 right hand thing. I mean, that is a hadith, isn't it? Yeah. Yes. I mean, I'm always taking shots because of the ignorance of everyone else, but that's just normal for now. So until things manifest, so to speak. But yeah, man, what happened with them Rob blood? Like, I don't get it. Like, was Rob? So you actually, for the first time I've heard you say, yeah, you agree with Chakra, not Rob.
You know why Chakra is so unlucky? Yeah, he missed the debates with Rob about racism. Oh my God, I don't know how Chakra would have contained himself.
What do you mean? When was this?
Ages ago. Like, this is like when Rob first started coming on the G Block. I ain't gonna lie, big up, like, not big up, but you gotta rate Raspek. Raspek was like, yeah, cool, I'll answer your questions about religion, but you gotta answer questions about you being a racist, about your friends with racists. So they brought up about Tommy Robinson and
the Ethiopia, was it Ethiopia Somalia thing?
Yeah, the Somali. This is before that came as a result because Witness heard the discussion and went, "Oh, I remember Rob." Like, you know, the ones like it was like, I know about Rob and then brought up the old shit. But before then, Rob basically was like, Rob basically said that Tommy Robinson isn't a racist for saying all Somalis are backwards barbarians. So then me and him had a discussion in which he said, Africa monkey, not a racist statement.
He said what?
So, like, basically, because I couldn't understand how he understood what racism was. So we started going through the motions. I just went through like a series of questions to ascertain whether or not someone was racist. I mean, to be fair to the man, he reneged and said, actually, upon reflection, that is a racist statement. But we went through this weird period of basically saying everything that I said wasn't racist to defend the earlier claim that Tommy Robinson wasn't racist. Do you know what I mean?
But I think, remember, I was there, so I think the point is, when you come from South Africa, yeah, like apartheid state and stuff like that, like your standard of racism is going to be very different than fucking here. Like, you know what I mean? So when somebody's saying, well, this, normally words, you know, said are within the framework of the context of the whole governmental system. And if that's within apartheid, you know, you can say this thing to that person and, you know, you can slap them up and kill them and get away with it. So over here, it's like, well, you know, somebody might just say that, but in general, the ethos of the culture is that a white man might bang out the racist. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah. So there's a whole, oh no, Abu Qatada just roasted Raspek. Look at Vortex like, what? Oh gosh.
Yeah, Vortex like Raspek up, boy. Up.
Oh, I don't know. 9EFA and him had a whatever.
Yeah, I heard. That's why the G-Block is like the most people, like, I think it's the best show, and I'm not biased, but it's because like
it's a platform where everyone could. This is why I like the place, because at the end of the day, if somebody's got a yard and they welcome me to their yard, and I can tell them they're this and that, and I can say you're on garbage in your own yard, yeah, I'm like, good, that's a comfortable place, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or I can debate with you how you run, how whatever it is. Do you see what I mean? It's like if you go on, because we can literally say almost anything on any subject. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah. Whereas there's others, if for instance, let's say for instance, yeah, if you're on another place and you continuously start refuting them right? And you start changing the minds of the people who listen to them. So whether it be Christian or whoever, even if you're wrong, the fact that you're changing their minds, they would start shutting you off and stop you from coming there. Do you see what I'm saying? So there's a specific agenda and thing like, I
mean, Russ like not fell out, but that's why I stopped going on this platform, because people are, oh, you're scared to go on. I'm like, why the fuck am I going to go somewhere where if I make a point counter to, and more time I'm arguing with the host anyway, man's going to mute me and put me in the back. What sense does that make for me?
I see the Analyze Junior one where he said something like he's never put you in the back or something. He's only put Raj in the back.
It was for that little Al-Shababi waitress, bro.
He what?
I said it was for that little Al-Shababi waitress.
So he did put you in the back.
Yeah. What do you think? Why would I have to lie? I don't care.
No. I thought you were saying that as a general thing, not that he put you personally, but you were saying.
No, he put one time. I went on his show and there was bare Somalis on there, and they were just bitching about it. I can't remember. And then I jumped in. Yeah, I jumped into the thing, and I was like, and like the thing I said was something like, I was like, I remember I made an Arab joke like be careful that your Arab yeah, because they were talking about Somali nationalism, and then she went, oh, I'm going, like, because James is here, I'm going, and he went, man, shut up, James, and put me in the back. And I was like, oh, word. Then she proceeded to talk about me, which I don't care. Like I like teasing people. I like them talking about me anyway. It's not that I was offended. It's just like, but you're happy to facilitate that. Like you're meant to be impartial at this moment. And she's gonna chat. She was talking about my dad, and I bet your dad's ashamed of you. Da, da, da. Now, based on them and there's principles.
Yeah.
Maybe she said something like, "Is your dad? I bet your dad's British or something." I can't remember what the fuck she said. Based on them and there's principles, they would think that's wrong. And if I had jumped in there saying something about her mum, right? Yeah. I remember what he put me out for. He might have banned me for life. So I was just like, oh, okay, you don't rate the thing, you rate these man more, which is, now we know that he's a Muslim. I don't mind, that's fine. But why would I jump back on, now when you want to have serious debates? Why would I jump on to debate you, bro? So you can mute me and put me in the back, though. I'm not. That's very upset.
Analyze Dunya, though. Oh my god, Reanimator flipping it.
I'm surprised people don't think Analyze Dunya is me.
Huh?
I'm surprised they don't think it's me, because man shows me so much love. I'm like, bruv, you're making it look like we're in this together, bruv. Like, this.
Bruv, when I saw what was it, the last one where you used what's the boxer's name?
I know, bro. That's like the highlight of my life,
I know.
Man's calling me.
Apparently, it's a woman, though. Is that true?
How could Belly knows more than me? Belly's saying it's a fat white ginger man. Not fat. He didn't say fat. He said it might be a ginger man.
Okay.
I think Belly's got a weird one, because obviously Belly rates what Analyze does, isn't it? Yeah, like as in the content is funny and shit, sick. But then at the same time, I think it's like there's some historical shit with the gangman and Analyze. Like,
I think for me, it's because I can generally refute anything he's come out with. Generally, yeah.
Who Analyze?
Yeah, like anything that he's said about Islam, he generally, even if he's trying to say it about Shia, like I can generally correct it, so I don't really get that offended. Do you know what I mean? But yeah,
I need to ask you, or Shia, whoever. Well, basically, is there any Shia? What does the Shia say happened to Bilal? Was he ever freed?
I don't know about basically that. You know what? I read something about that, and it said there's two different opinions. But the first thing is this: it says that when Abu Bakr became the caliph, he refused to call the Adhan, and therefore he was deported to Damascus by Umar bin Khattab. Because this is the thing. Because notice how after the Prophet dies, you don't hear nothing about Bilal again in the Sunni literature. That's strange, isn't it? He just disappears, bro. Like, where is he? Do you see what I mean? That's just weird.
Oh my god! I don't know. I need to chat to Vel and ask him, man. Are you hangouts, isn't it, Issa?
Yeah.
And I might have to start a group reviewing it, because you get how funny some of the stuff we is, man. Stuff that
they can never argue with that one there, bro. Love disappears. Yeah, I see you on constructive convos as well. I'm in there.
Yes, that's a very. Oh yeah, what you never jump in the things, isn't it?
No, I was gonna, but I don't know. Yeah, there were certain people wasn't sure I wanted to talk to, but it's cool now though. So yeah,
It's nothing to do with religion there anyway, so you don't really like.
Yeah, no, that ain't a problem for me whether it's religious or not. Just yes.
To be honest, it feels like all of your arguments and your falling out are either racial, i.e., someone's not from you, like someone's a racist in your opinion, or
traitor,
religious, isn't it?
They go together, man.
You know what though? It's funny here because I don't know. Anyway, aside from religion, like, I don't know, man. You'd be a people though, bro.
You have to remember, it's very encompassing. Like, because a lot of people be like, "What do you do for fun?" We're like, "Bro, you know, the Prophet said the best of this life is what? Women, perfume, and prayer is the apple of my eye." You get me?
Well, listen, ask a serious question, yeah. All right. So there was a period of your life where you were searching for some meaning, yeah.
Yes.
Now you've seen it all. You can argue with every theist on the planet. It feels like, yeah. I think you're gonna pack all this shit in though, man. Because enough is enough at some point. Enough is enough at some point, man.
Hold on. Say that again.
I said enough is enough at some point, isn't it?
What did you say before that? Pack it in or something?
Yeah, bro.
So funny. What it is, because black people are still underhand and I'm still black. Like maybe if I went to some, I don't know, the radiation at the airport and I came out the other side white, maybe I might change my mind. But I'm saying I'm still black. So.
You're like, man, like you have fun having debates and discussions, arguments, whatever. You know how much more fun it is on the hold on, these are on to call belly.
On what?
You know how much more fun it is. Oh yeah, you need to every time you come in the chat, you need to big up counter 708. You know.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
That's your fucking dog. Like you used to be my guy. And I had an argument with you, and he snaked me.
Yes, I want to meet all these people in person. To be honest, there's a few of these brothers I want to meet them in person. Huh? I'm not sure.
I think he's Asian.
But you know me, bro. Once they're part of the lovers of Ahl al-Bayt and they're true to Quran and Ahl al-Bayt, bro, they're my family. Simple as that.
I love 18-year-old Aisha still.
Bro.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. In fact, you'll fall out with the Shias for saying that.
I know. I don't mind. To be honest, man. Because I remember one time I said this on Dan's show, yeah, and man got all the Sunnis as my enemies, yeah. Because I was like, to be honest, I've seen far more better manners. I mean, barring you, people than Sunnis.
Barring me.
and far less like dogmatism. I feel like.
Yeah.
Which ultimately is a better representation of the like. Oh yeah, that's the problem. I need you. I need you to help me with this Moore guy.
Who Moore? Oh gosh. I mean, the thing was the day before, right? Meaning we kind of fell out because he was playing at the back. He was messing up. But then the next day, I told him something that he didn't know regarding Sunni Hadith, and he was like, "Wow, that's like a revelation." And then the day after that, he reminded me again. He said, "Bro, what you said that blew my mind." I was thinking, how did you not know that in your Quran? It's like, but it's just, and this is where the Sunnis again were getting all vexed and whatever else. So can't do much about them, bro. They're just issues. Why did Muhammad?
But he was bro. Today, because I didn't have time and I didn't have food yet, so I couldn't think of the thing. But he was basically saying this God is energy, this pantheist.
Who said that?
I'm like one of the pillars of Iman is to believe in angels. And I was like, do you believe in angels? And he didn't answer.
Who's that?
I need to get him.
Who's that?
More.
Oh, right. Oh, you know what it is? I was thinking the other day, yeah? Like, I'll never forget when you said, right, that I had Ziriat on the ropes. Remember when he was asking me about the Imam existing for the universe and all of that, right?
Only you asked him about Moses.
Moses splitting the sea, and it's like I thought he's not that bright because he doesn't take these things into. You know, when somebody's so eager to come at you, they never think what you're going to come at them with, and he's like that. He keeps doing that.
I know what his answer's gonna be though.
No, bruv, he didn't, bruv. He managed to he waffled and well this and well that, and I'll get back to you, or I have to deal with that, and I'll see. And bruv, I'm saying you should have had an answer like that already before you come. Once you bring up something that doesn't, let's say, make scientific sense in the Western world, you have to be careful when you're investing in saying you follow the Islam, the Quran, and in the Quran it mentions stuff which a lot of people are saying is not scientific. And it's weird.
I can't say who, but I know another Muslim who's literally on record saying to me, anything that's unscientific in the Quran, I'm taking as metaphorical. That's what they said to me straight up. And to be honest, I rate them because you can't say it's not true. Then the next question invariably is going to be, why do you believe it then? Yeah. But really what you're saying when you make a statement like that is, this is my culture, bro.
I think Moore said that.
What?
Sure. Moore said what you just said.
That's what I'm saying. I need to get him because he's talking about I don't believe in. But what does I believe in microevolution, not macroevolution? You believe in evolution, bro? What are you talking about, bro?
No, it's a common thing that a lot of these lot say. Hold on, I need to yam this food before it gets cold.
Yeah, do your thing. I think we're just gonna have to jump off, bro.
Yeah, either or. I'm gonna mute up still, and if he kicks us off, then good. Yeah, blessings, man, bro.
If I don't chat to you, big up.
Yeah, man, blessings.
Yeah, people in the chat. Sorry, man, I'm gonna have to jump off because Veli's not answering and we can't play music because it hasn't been 12 hours of the stream in it because he started late. So I guess if there's other streams to go to, I think someone else is live. I think Lions Den's live or somewhere. One of the other channels is live, or Maku's channel. It's either going to be Maku or or the Lions, either Maku's Nawabi and Sniper TV or Nawabi and Sniper or the Lions Den. Pick up everyone for listening. If anyone's wondering who that is in my picture, I wish that was me, but it's actually one of the greatest basketball players that ever lived. That's it. Give a lecture. I wish I knew as much as you, Scientific, to be able to give any kind of lecture, but I don't. And I would play music for you, man. But even though you probably wouldn't want me to play music, but that's not allowed. That's haram. You get me? So I'm gonna lock it now. But big up, if anything, Issa might. I said love cats, you know. Can't, you're a madman. Yeah, Issa might come back on and give you, man. You get me? Give you, man, some life lessons. But big up everyone in the chat. Let me just run through the people. Them Count R 708, Jen Wallace, Scientific Method, Cotton Socks, Hey Baby, the Black Director on the panel there already. And yeah, that's the man who Carnita. If I said the Reanimator, big up you, man. Yeah, in a bit.
Yo, yeah, man. So, yeah, man, we done our still car. You get me? We done now, man. You get me? Man, that belly's tired now. Still, you get me? It's time for my bed now. A little bit of work to do and then work in the morning. So we got everyone that passed through, everyone that joined the panel, everyone that hit the likes and all them things there, you get me? So yeah, we got yourself, man. And yeah, we got anyone else on the panel, I'll type man like Issa, I'll type everyone that's joined. Everyone else that was listening in the YouTube land, yeah, big up you as well. Make sure you hit the thumbs up, make sure you share the stream with your people. Get ready for the stream on Monday, you get me? You know what G Block does. Yeah, man, we're not guilty and we're undefeated, B. Come on, peace.